Hey guys! This is part 7 of What If Naruto Was an Ōtsutsuki. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start! Chapter 19. Naruto didn't know how time passed so quickly. Perhaps it was because of his near-constant interaction with people that caused his perception to become skewed. Maybe it was his interaction with different people each day that helped pass time. Whatever the reason, Naruto was fairly certain that 9 months wasn't meant to pass as quickly as it had for him. He had met his 3 former temporary students again. None of them recognized him, time having distorted their memories of his features, though not enough that Tsunade didn't give his face a second glance before moving on. He had actually sweated slightly when her eyes had focused on his face. He knew that his goddaughter didn't have the kind of temperament of her teacher. She would have screamed out his secret then and there. The 3 he had trained once were no longer children, now grown adults with titles, that of Sannin, that were apparently given to them after all 3 lost against one man. Naruto wasn't sure if something had changed in the world when he heard that. Weren't people meant to get titles only after they won against, or beat, someone? Jiraiya was still a pervert, only super now, still joking around most of the time, writing that lecherous book series, Ika Ika. Though he was pleasantly surprised that the dead last from the academy had actually written a serious book before that, entitled The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi, which he had read through and surprisingly enjoyed. It reminded him greatly of Hagoromo, rather than himself, even though the main character was called Naruto. When he first read through it, his brother had always been the one more focused on peace than himself, who had mostly focused on family. Jiraiya had started a spy network, apparently, to root out any conspirators against Konoha and the rest of the elemental nations, with his ultimate goal for the network to be able to find the ever-elusive elemental sage. Naruto almost wished that Jiraiya could know that his goal was standing in front of him simply to see the man's reaction to the information. Orochimaru had turned out to quite the intellectual, performing experiments using animals about chakra, experimenting with different ways to use chakra and testing to see if it was possible for non-bloodline users to use a combined nature transformation. Pioneering the future of chakra use according to Hiruzen when he had met the pale boy, now man, again. However, Naruto had noticed how the Sarutobi's eyes seemed strained as he looked at his former student, while Orochimaru's eyes flashed violently when it was mentioned that he was Minato's father, though the snake Sannin hid it well. Naruto also noticed the general disinterest in the man's eyes when he looked at Konoha. It was similar to the same look that a child had with a toy that he no longer wanted or wished for. It disturbed Naruto a bit to see that someone could hold such a feeling for a place that they were meant to call home. The wind user had also taken on an apprentice, a girl called Anko that Orochimaru said had potential that shouldn't be wasted. Overall, the second male member of the Sannin gave off a bad vibe to Naruto. Tsunade had grown up into a medic, one of the best in the world if Hiruzen's word was to be trusted, along with the strongest woman as well. Naruto was so proud of his little goddaughter, though he managed to keep the pride off his face. Tsunade was apparently incredibly skilled in Fuinjutsu too, having created a seal that would store part of her chakra in order for it to be released back into her system, healing her of virtually any wound. All 3 of the Sannin had taken to seals after he left, according to Hiruzen, Tsunade focusing on their medical purposes, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya both went for a broader overview of the subject. Tsunade had apparently taken an apprentice called Shizun, the niece of a past lover of Tsunade that she had lost during the 3rd Shinobi War. The niece was very skilled in medical ninjutsu, even before the Slug Sannin had taken her as an apprentice. Tsunade had also, at one point, been very close to leaving Konoha under the guise of her Sannin travel privileges, not being able to cope with knowledge that her lover and brother, Nawaki, who had been killed in an explosion during the 2nd Shinobi War, had both died in service to Konoha. It was only the timely intervention Miki, Tsunade's aging mother, that prevented her leaving the village completely. Kakashi was eventually sent into the ANBU program, as much as Minato wished he didn't have to. It was eventually agreed on the one day Kakashi would retire from the Shinobi Black Ops and return to the regular Jonin Corps. However, until that time, Minato agreed that the ANBU were what Kakashi needed, purpose, while allowing him to hone his own skills using their facilities. Minato hoped that one day his former student would be able to leave the Corps with a purpose, and that it was sometime soon. Mikoto, the black-haired Uchiha that Naruto had met with Kushina, had given birth to a child, her second one, named Sasuke Uchiha, her first being called Itachi. The infiltration specialist had retired after the birth of her youngest, deciding that it was finally time to settle down and become a housewife. Minato was still Hokage, going through the motions, signing paperwork, assisting in a few matters, generally doing his job. Naruto had truly bonded with his son when he had the chance, telling him stories about Minami while his son regaled him tales of his childhood, including stories about Kushina and her temper. Kushina still hadn't left to see her mother and brother, to try to reconnect to her family, though she had exchanged several letters that were heading in a positive direction. The secret wife of the yondaime had in fact apologized to her family for not sending any letters before her current ones, while her mother had sent several back apologizing for sending her away and inviting her to come back to Yazushio, which Kushina had obviously, politely, declined. However, the most exciting news was that of Kushina being pregnant with his son's child, which was the reason why she hadn't left originally. Naruto had been ecstatic when he heard the news. He didn't get to interact much with the grandchildren of his first sons Kazama and Mashina, being too busy looking after his aging wife. Now, though, he had a chance to be a part of his grandchild's life more than he was the first time round. As Naruto lay his head down on the bed in his apartment that he had bought with money that he had sealed up in a storage array on his arm, not that anyone besides him knew that, he couldn't help but feel that the next day was going to be different, not good, not bad, just different. Closing his eyes, Naruto could have sworn that his head had only just touched the pillow before he was waking up on October the 10th. The day had begun normally for Naruto. He had woken up, had a small breakfast before leaving his apartment, where he had then taken a walk around Konoha. In the time that he had lived in the village in order to be closer to Minato, this place had never truly felt like home to him. He could live here, sleep here, spend the rest of his days here, but it simply didn't feel like home. He had gotten used to the village, to seeing the walls as he walked around, to the plentiful trees that littered the area, to the shinobi that hopped across rooftops in an effort to avoid the masses that would surely slow them down, but it didn't change anything. Konoha didn't, and Naruto doubted it ever would, feel like the monastery where he grew up, but it was close. That wasn't to say that the entire village didn't feel like home to Naruto. There were times where it would randomly occur to himself that he was incredibly relaxed. This, more often than not, happened around Minato, and sometimes Kushina. Naruto would find his senses waning. The small muscles that he would keep tensed would slowly unclench. Naruto had actually been surprised when some of the messengers that Minato would send suddenly appeared. It was something that he didn't know whether to be happy about, being able to relax in such a public environment, or afraid that he was letting his guard, which had served him so well over his life, down. Naruto let those thoughts of relaxation drain away as he moved through the streets of Konoha absent-mindedly, having memories most of the paths some months ago. He walked around the elderly, weaved between the adults and dodged the children with surprising grace for his age, far cry from when he had first walked through the streets during the weekend, a time when everyone and their dog would be out shopping. He must have been knocked over almost 4 times by the constantly bustling crowd, though it had been an invaluable source of entertainment for Kushina, who had accompanied him to the market in order to do some shopping of her own. She had been thoroughly disappointed when he had finally mastered the crowded streets. As he moved further from the civilian district, and away from the market area, the crowd started to thin out, other people becoming less numerous in number. Instead of moving with the general direction of the people who lined the streets, Naruto was headed in the opposite way, towards the shinobi and clan district. As of late, Naruto had taken to spending time with Kushina in her apartment, where she was mostly confined once her pregnancy became noticeable. It was decided that, while Kushina would be allowed outside, that she would stay inside her shared apartment with Minato most of the time during her pregnancy to prevent the information of it coming to light. Both Kushina and Minato were both aware that one day the rest of the elemental nations would become privy to the knowledge that a child of Minato Namake's walked the lands. They weren't in any hurry to make it known. Every few days, Kushina would be allowed to wander outside, an ANBU operative shadowing her, where she would be able to stretch her legs, talk to Mikoto and some of her other friends, and enjoy some Ichiraku ramen before returning to the apartment. She would sometimes complain about being cooped up inside the small area, but had agreed that it was for the best. Not many outside of Konoha were eager to see a Namake's spawn. So, in order to help his daughter-in-law cope, Naruto would visit her inside the apartment. Mostly they would try to decide on a name for the unborn child that was developing inside of Kushina's womb, but it had proved to be an unsuccessful endeavor. There had been many names, good and bad, thrown around during these brainstorming sessions. The most notable included Naruto Jr., a suggestion that came from Minato, who was swiftly banned from ever thinking of a name for a child again, Minami, which brought a smile to Naruto's face, and Senna, in honor of Kushina's father. Naruto had told Kushina that perhaps her child would be one of those that she would look at and instinctively know the name for, though Kushina had expressed her doubts about it happening. Walking down the lane towards where Kushina's shared apartment would be, Naruto came to a peculiar sight. Coming towards him were an elderly woman that he knew as Biwako Sarutobi, the wife of Hiruzen and an incredibly skilled medical shinobi, along with a cloaked woman with a bulging belly that was covered by a long, loose-fitting, green dress. Expanding his senses out, Naruto sensed a few ANBU following the duo as they walked down the street. The cloaked figure was obviously Kushina, the belly and strands of red hair that were visible giving her away. Naruto didn't have a lot of experience with the wife of Hiruzen, not having interacted with her enough to form an opinion. The woman held a strong belief that women were far stronger than men because they had to endure the pain of childbirth, though other than that, Naruto knew next to nothing about her. Biwako had long, brown hair that was kept in a ponytail, dark eyes, and slightly visible creases near the corners of her eyes and mouth. She wore a white haori was worn purple kimono-like dress and while sandals were adorned on her feet. Neither Kushina, Biwako, nor the ANBU guarding them noticed the tiniest of pauses that went through Naruto, freezing his entire body for a millisecond before he continued moving. Kushina! Naruto called to the woman when he was close enough. What's going on? Where are you going? The sire of the Hokage was instantly reprimanded by the woman beside Kushina. "Sh!" she hissed. "I'm trying to make this as silent as possible. Don't just call out her name in the open like that. You never know who's listening." "There's no one here," Naruto told the woman, mildly amused at her paranoia. It seemed that even the medical ninja weren't immune to the shinobi instinct of suspicion. True to Naruto's word, there wasn't anyone on the street other than them and their silent, invisible guardians. Biwako huffed. "Merely because you can't see any ears, doesn't mean there aren't any. Anyway," the Sarutobi turned to Kushina, who had lowered her hood in the presence of Naruto. "We must move quickly, less time in the open means less vulnerability." "Calm down, Biwako-sama, I'm sure that my baby isn't going to come that quickly," Kushina said as she rubbed her enlarged stomach tenderly. "Where are you going, Kushina?" Naruto repeated his earlier question to the red-headed woman as she continued to rub the bulge that represented her child. Kushina looked up from her stomach rubbing with a grin. "I was visited by a medic early this morning, Naruto. They said that the child was almost ready to be born." The Uzumaki looked ecstatic at the prospect of finally being able to hold her child, no doubt imagining how cute he would be. "Kushina is being moved to a secure location where she can give birth," Biwako continued as Kushina began to daydream. "Reducing the chance of someone finding out beforehand. If Minato was seen walking into a hospital, it would send all kinds of signals that aren't needed. Having Kushina give birth somewhere remote allows Minato be near when his son is finally born. Couldn't you have simply placed up seals around a room in the hospital and have the ANBU guard the room?" Naruto asked the woman, not quite seeing why Kushina had to give at detached location. Biwako gave Naruto a stare. "And have people wondering why a single room was guarded by multiple ANBU and seals? No, better it be away from prying eyes." The slightly condescending tone in Biwako's voice wasn't lost on Naruto. It was something that Naruto kept sensing every time that he asked what she thought was a stupid question. She put on almost the kind of voice that one would to explain something to child, yet at the same time, make that child feel like an adult. The only reason that Naruto could find for why she was doing this to him was either because of the little investigating that he did for Minato's body, or the fact that he was a civilian. Some gut feeling told him that it was because he was civilian, though more because he was a civilian yet had skills that would have allowed him to be a skilled shinobi. It was like Biwako thought that he was idiot for not becoming a shinobi, and because of this, was treating him as one. Naruto didn't reply to Biwako's response, instead choosing to act as if she hadn't spoken. "So Kushina, have you decided on a name yet?" The happy daydreaming expression that Kushina held was washed away as the question reached her ears. A small frown coming to her face, and a slightly sigh escaping from her lips. "No," she muttered. "I haven't thought of anything. I don't want to not have a name for my baby when they're born." The frown on Kushina's face deepened slightly as she thought about giving birth to a baby without a name. "You can talk about names later, Kushina." Biwako interrupted any kind of conversation that could have emerged. "But we must keep moving. We've spent too long here." Kushina looked ready to argue, but Naruto spoke first. She's right, Kushina. Naruto's agreement with Biwako halting the Uzumaki from saying anything. You're in a precarious position right now. Better you and the baby be safe than to have a small conversation with me. Offering the Uzumaki woman a smile, Naruto continued. When I see you again, I expect it to be with you as a parent and holding my grandchild. Kushina grinned back, the excitement of becoming a mother rushing back. You bet I will. The redhead responded. If you're done now. Biwako re-entered the conversation. We must leave, Kushina. The secret wife gave a sigh before flipping her hood back up, hiding most of her face except for a few stray red hairs. Good luck, Kushina, Naruto wished. He then paused for a moment before asking Kushina a question that sounded almost like an afterthought. Do you mind if I wait in your apartment for when you return? Ordinarily, Naruto would have been content with waiting for the next day to see his grandchild if it truly came to it, but he felt something was off. Sure, Kushina replied, not sensing anything wrong. Just let yourself in, you have the key. After those words, Kushina, and to a lesser extent, Biwako, bid Naruto a farewell before moving off to the isolated location. Naruto would have liked to know where it was, but since it was technically a shinobi operation, performed by ANBU operatives, he wasn't allowed to know the details, being a civilian. For several moments though, Naruto wished he was a shinobi, if for nothing else than to add extra protection to his son's wife. For several moments during his conversation with Kushina, he had sensed an incredibly muted presence that he would have missed had it not been for a single flare of chakra when he first approached the duo. From there, Naruto had managed to barely sense the chakra of a well-masked presence beneath the earth. It was concealed so well that Naruto doubted that he would have picked up on it without the flare of chakra, and even if he did, he would have most likely passed it off as some sort of subterranean animal. But it was the chakra flare that tipped him off. It contained anger too intense for an ordinary animal to achieve. It was the kind of anger that only sentient beings could feel. As he walked away from the party of ANBU and skilled shinobi, Naruto pushed a pulse of chakra down into the earth to try and get an image of what was hiding underground. As soon as the pulse touched the being, it fled, far faster than Naruto would have thought one could move underground. However, Naruto got what he wanted, a mental picture of the stalker. It was definitely an odd one. The life form resembled a human, so that ruled out any kind of summon, but they appeared to have some sort of Venus flytrap-like appendage that came out its sides and enveloped the upper head. As Naruto moved up to his son's home, he couldn't help but feel that today wouldn't be a completely joyous occasion. He contemplated telling Minato, but his son was a grown man, and one of the strongest people in the elemental nations. He should be able to handle anything. Even if he did, what would that mean for his relationship with Minato? Would he still believe that he was his son? Would he call him a liar and exile him from Konoha? Would he kill him as an impostor? Not for the first time, Naruto allowed his fear of Minato's reaction to overrule what he knows he should do. But it was completely justified, right? His son was one of the strongest people in the elemental nations. There should be very little that could hurt him. It would be later in the day that Naruto's day would go from relatively normal to abnormal, and he would regret not at least following Kushina and her entourage. But as they say, hindsight is always 20/20. The first instance that Naruto could sense something was wrong would be several hours later that day, after night had descended, when he would be able to sense Kurama's chakra near the village. It wasn't the fact that Kurama was close, the Biju might simply be stretching its legs, but it was how Kurama seemingly appeared from nothing that got Naruto's attention. There was no gradual buildup of Kurama's presence, it was merely that the Biju wasn't here one moment, and here the next. The second time would be seconds later, when Kurama didn't immediately leave, but actually began to move closer towards the village. The third instance would be when the screams began, the screams from the terrified civilians as they walked outside their houses, woken by the loud thumping of Kurama's feet hitting the ground, to see a Biju marching on their city. It would only be when Kurama roared at that village that Naruto stood up from his seated position on Minato and Kushina's couch and make his way over to the door, moving to get a better look at what was happening. However, before he could do that, a flash of yellow out of the corner of his eye made him pause. Spinning around to face the flash, Naruto realized that it was only Minato, looking quite frantic and a bit scared, with a small bundle of blankets being cradled in his arms. Naruto watched as his son's gaze flickered all over the apartment before finally settling on him, Minato's body relaxing slightly as he did so. "To-san." Minato sounded incredibly relieved to see him, and began to quickly walk over. Naruto walked towards his son as well. Minato, what's going dash? Naruto's question was halted when Minato shoved the bundle in front of him. No time, the blonde said quickly, urgency in his tone. Please just hold him, I'll be right back. Minato gestured to the bundle with his head to reiterate his point. Hold him. Seeing his son's eyes, and the slight terror that was beginning to build in them, Naruto took the bundle in both hands. Settling the small package in his arms, Naruto turned back to his son. Minato, wa dash? Once again, his question wasn't answered, as Minato had already flashed away. Naruto blinked at the spot where his son once stood, at least, until the bundle that he had been handled began to move. Looking down, Naruto moved one of the blankets only to find himself staring at the tiny face of a fidgeting baby. Naruto stared at the tiny person in his hands, who was most likely his grandson if the blonde hair was anything to go by, in a daze. Evidently, the baby didn't like that and began to cry as he was stared at by the elderly man. Shaking himself out of the stupor, Naruto cradled the baby in a more comfortable position while he moved to sit back down on the lounge to wait for Minato's arrival, trying to ignore the roars and screams that he could hear coming from outside, muted as they were by the walls of the apartment. His son had said that he would be right back. In the meantime, Naruto studied the small child in his arms. Bright blonde hair marked him as Minato's child, while the violet eyes told those who looked of his Uzumaki blood. Without a doubt, this was Minato and Kushina's son, which made him Naruto's grandson. A particularly out crash from outside, the sound of a crumbling structure, upset the child that Naruto previously calmed with gentle rocking. The boy's cries joined in with the symphony of others, those of pain, terror, and fear. Naruto began to rock the child once more, gently moving him back and forth in his arms to get the boy to quieten, but it seemed that it was only a one-time thing as the cries only seemed to get louder and louder. Seeing no alternative, and praying the Minato didn't show up while he was doing this, Naruto held the child in one hand while holding the other hand a fair bit away from the child's face. Hey! Naruto whispered to the child, trying to get its attention. Baby! Naruto said, not knowing the child's name. A small amount of chakra channeled the right way caused a small snake of flames to slither out of his hand and into the air. Another small addition of chakra and larger amount of control saw the snake of flames begin to twist and writhe in the air, all the while changing lengths and colors. The bright colors and small amount of warmth given off by the flames caught the baby's limited attention span, the child's small eyes locking onto the colorful display of chakra manipulation, and its cries dying down. The child made no sounds, not that it could really, as it watched the display, almost as if it was judging Naruto's ability. However, an open mouth and small line of dribble that came out of the child's mouth managed to tell Naruto that he liked it. Naruto continued this display for another 10 or so seconds until the child's limited attention span caught hold, and his eyes darted off to the side, transfixed by a blank patch of wall. It would be another 5 minutes later that Minato would finally reappear in the apartment. His clothes held some slightly burns while patches of dirt clung to other parts. A few parts of his attire were ripped. Kushina was resting in his arms, and from what Naruto could see, barely hanging on to consciousness. Minato spotted Naruto on the couch and let out a breath of relief at seeing his father and son okay. In the bedroom, Minato told his father before moving further into the apartment, Naruto following swiftly behind him, making sure not to jolt the baby in his hands lest he begin crying again. Walking into his son's shared bedroom, Naruto entered just as his son laid his wife down on their bed, both arms by her side, her clothes marred with sweat patches from what must have been a long labor. Minato, Kushina whispered, her eyes partly open in her half-conscious state. Where is he? Where is he? Naruto was the one that responded to Kushina's repeated question, coming forward and laying the small boy at his mother's side. Here he is, Kushina, beside you, he said as he placed her child down. Kushina said nothing, but turned her tired body to the right in what must have been a Herculean-like effort so that she was looking at the boy on her side. Her right arm came forward towards her son and began to stroke his face. The Uzumaki then started to mumble incomprehensibly. Naruto managed to pick out son, beautiful and love, before he turned to find his own son over by the window, watching as Kurama attacked the shinobi that had come to defend their village. Looking at his brother's creation for the first time in years, Naruto tried to think up a reason as to why the Biju would attack, but came up blank. The only reason that he could think of, which was plausible at best, was that Kurama had returned for some revenge, something which Naruto would admit the giant fox would be capable of doing. However, He also knew that Kurama wouldn't start any kind of battle it couldn't win, and a battle against the entirety of Konoha was something that Kurama and Naruto knew the Biju wouldn't be able to win, at least not without a great risk of being sealed once more. "Minato," he called to his son softly. "What are you going to do?" His son didn't answer, he didn't even turn from his position by the window. "Don't tell me you're going to try and fight the Kyuubi?" Naruto questioned his son, slight panic coming into his tone as Minato didn't show any sort of response. It caused a feeling of dread to build in his stomach. "It's the strongest of the Biju. The fact that it hasn't already leveled Konoha is a miracle. And what would you have me do, San?" It was an angry response that Naruto finally got from his son as he spun around to look at his father. "Leave everyone here? The civilians, the shinobi, you would have me leave them to fight while I run? I am the Hokage, the leader of this village. It is my duty, my responsibility, to fight for Konohagakure, even if it means my death." Naruto was quite startled by the fire and passion in his son's voice as he spoke about his responsibility. Once again, Naruto tried to dissuade his son. "What can you do, Minato? You can't fight something like the Kyuubi on equal ground, it would destroy you in an instant." Naruto placed his hands on the elder blonde's shoulders. "No one would think any less of you if you ordered an evacuation of the village. There are other alternatives to fighting." The Hokage shook his head, moving out of his father's grasp to point at the tailed beast that was wreaking havoc just outside the city walls. "This isn't a random attack on the village, San. The Kyuubi is being controlled by someone and is being purposely made to attack the Konoha," Naruto's son revealed, stunning the elderly being with the knowledge. "Even if I ordered an evacuation of the village, the masked man, the one controlling the Nine Tails, could order it to attack those fleeing. Defeating the Kyuubi here is our only chance. We can't run." Minato explained. Several questions ran through Naruto's head once his son had stopped speaking. Who was controlling Kurama? How were they doing it? Were they a Uchiha, allowing them to control Kurama, much like Madara had, with their Sharingan? What could he do to free Kurama? Was this the doing of the presence that he had sensed before near Kushina? Before Naruto could contemplate any of these questions further, Minato continued speaking, ignorant of his father's thoughts. How Minato spoke brought a slight chill down Naruto's spine. I have a way to defeat the Kyuubi." Minato hesitated as he spoke, and it brought Naruto bad feelings. "San, after this is all over, Minato." Naruto's voice cut in, holding fear within the tone, but it also held a hard edge. "What are planning? Tell me this instant." There was no room for argument, and Minato seemed to realize this, releasing a sigh. "I will seal the Kyuubi inside of a vessel." Minato visibly hesitated when he said vessel. Naruto caught this and jumped on it. "Minato, who would be the vessel?" Naruto's voice was far harder than Minato had heard before, even during the times when the black-haired man was angry. His voice never had this particular tone. "The baby?" It took several seconds for Minato to answer, but less than a millisecond for Naruto to reject it. No, you will not seal the Kyuubi inside your newborn son, I forbid you." Despite the seriousness in Naruto's words, Minato cracked a slight grin. "I think I'm a bit too old for you to be able to forbid me from doing things." The grin that was on Minato's face was quickly wiped away and replaced by serious expression. "Either way, you cannot stop me. Once I prepare what I need what seal?" Naruto interrupted, his eyes gaining a hard edge while his tone only got colder. While Minato was slightly put off by the request, Naruto continued. Mito Uzumaki was able to seal the Kyuubi originally because it was weakened by the powers of Hashirama Senju's Mokutan and via a prepared seal, but even then, it wasn't enough to hold it back completely. Naruto began to move forward slightly, prompting Minato to move back, stunned by his father's knowledge of matters he shouldn't. "There is no way that you, with no pre-prepared seal, nor any way of weakening the Kyuubi significantly, have any hope of sealing it using conventional methods." Minato took another step back only to feel his spine against the wall. "To properly seal the Kyuubi would require an incredibly powerful technique, and I know that there are only a few that you would be able to use currently. So tell me, Minato, what seal do you plan to use?" Stunned, Minato couldn't answer his father. Naruto, finally noticing how close the two were, moved back to allow his son room to breathe properly. How? Minato questioned. His father had just given him information about several S-ranked matters, along with an incredible knowledge of Fuinjutsu. Naruto, however, wasn't in the mood to answer. He had a good guess about what technique his son was going to use to seal Kurama. Minato, what seal? The words were almost a hiss coming from Naruto's mouth. Shiki Fujin, dead demon consuming seal. Minato said almost absently, still quite shocked at his father's knowledge. Minato's words confirmed Naruto's fears. The disguised man took a deep breath to calm himself and began to move around the room in order to try and work off the anger he could feel building at his son's words. Kushina didn't seem to have any idea of the conversation they were having, nor of the destruction happening outside. Lost in her own world with her child, Minato seemed to finally get over the shock of Naruto's words. "Two-san, how did you dash?" Minato's attempt at questioning was cut off. No questions," Naruto snapped, the angriest Minato had seen him. "You don't get to put your duty before your family and then think that you get to ask questions. It's meant to be the other way, Minato. You're meant to jump in front of technique for Kushina, not for the village full of people that you don't know half the names of." Minato, startled by his father's anger at his decision, quickly regained his bearings and snapped back. "You also don't get to hide things from me and believe that you can say what I can and can't do." A frown marred Minato's face, which softened slightly when he saw Naruto flinch from the rather sharp barb. "You keep things from me too, Minato," Naruto retorted with a flimsy excuse to his son as their conversation descended into an argument. "Not about my life, I don't," Minato snapped, making Naruto clamp up, having no way to respond. "You've lived here for almost 9 months, Two-san. You've had plenty of time to trust me with anything, but you haven't." Once again, Naruto flinched at the accusation and looked away. "You haven't held an actual conversation with anyone other than Kushina, Hiruzen and myself, and most of the time Hiruzen has to go to you if he wants to speak with you." Minato seemed to be building up steam, letting out his frustrations about his father. "You haven't spoken to Kakashi once since the first time I asked you to. You haven't made any attempt to try to connect with anyone else in the village, and it is because of that you don't understand why I'm willing to sacrifice myself. You speak about sacrificing myself for my family," Minato continued, with Naruto still not meeting his son's gaze. "But what you don't get is that this village is my family, much like Kushina and my son are. I would throw myself in front of kunai for every single one of them. You know this if you actually tried to make this place your home, Naruto." Minato felt a lance of guilt shoot through him when he saw his father visibly jerk at being called by his name. He hadn't actually called Naruto by his name since he accepted the man as his parent. Even so, he didn't apologize. An explosion from outside caught Minato's attention and caused him to curse. "I've wasted too much time," Minato muttered, and swiftly moved past his unmoving parent. He made his way over to Kushina and nudged her slightly, causing her to stop her cooing of her son. The sight caused Minato to smile, and he wished he hadn't interrupted her, simply so he could watch the heart-warming sight. "Kushina, do you have to?" Kushina asked softly, showing that she had in fact been listening. "Isn't there another way?" Her gaze never left that of her newborn who had fallen asleep, his energy having run out. "No, I'm sorry," Minato answered shortly, brushing off his surprise at Kushina having been listening. He couldn't afford to waste any more time being surprised. "I'm going with you," was Kushina's response, her tone, while soft, leaving no room for argument, not that Minato ever was. "We must hurry," Minato said. "Pick up our son, I'll flash us to my office." Kushina did so and was soon being held in Minato's arms, her small child being cradled against her chest. Turning around, Minato looked at his father, who still hadn't moved from his position. "I'm sorry we've ended like this, Two-san," Minato said mournfully. "Look after Kushina for me, and my son." Naruto's child then flashed away, leaving his father alone in the room he just vacated. While he gave no outward reaction to what Minato said, Naruto heard his son loud and clear, and it only added to the mass of thoughts that were running around inside his head. Naruto's mind kept playing back to the day that Minami died, and his decision to restrict himself to protect his identity. In the end, he knew that was the decision that got his wife killed. He could have obliterated those ninja like they were ants, yet he didn't. He was afraid of not only what Minami would think to having been lied to, but of a repeat of the incident with his first children. That incident was ranked highly as one of the worst moments of his life. Now, though, he was facing the same kind of situation as he was all those years ago near the Land of Rain. The circumstances may be different, the enemy's mind may not be their own, but it was essentially the same, the consequences were the same. Do nothing and condemn Minato and his family to whatever fate had in store for them. Or he could stop being afraid of repeating the past, of worrying about Minato's reaction, and merely take solace in the fact that Minato and his family would be alive, whatever the consequences to his actions were. In his silence, he could hear the roaring of Kurama as the Biju trampled houses and civilians alike. He could hear the screams of terrified people running for their lives, and the sound of several shinobi calling out jutsu and orders. There was also a sudden roar of pain coming from Kurama, along with a muted boom that shook the earth slightly, as if something heavy was hitting the ground hard and fast. A louder, more enraged roar followed. The choice was an obvious one, yet he had chosen the incorrectly once already. Outside, Naruto heard a sound that he had heard plenty of times before. It was the same, alien-like, sound he had heard the Biju make when they only had one thing on their minds. Obliteration. He could see it, in his mind's eye, all the little bubbles of chakra, slowly being pulled to an area in front of Kurama's mouth with his tails all aimed at a single point. But it was already too late. Naruto had made his choice, chosen his path, and sealed the fates of everyone in the village. Without a sound, Naruto vanished from the apartment of his son and daughter-in-law, leaving it devoid of life. Jiraiya was really wishing that Minato would hurry up with whatever he was planning because, frankly, he didn't know how he would be able to keep this up. He'd been fighting for almost 10, possibly 20 minutes now, and he was beginning to feel tired from all of the chakra-intensive attacks he'd been throwing around. A thrust of his fist, and the Toad Sage sent a plume of flames hurtling at the Kyuubi, causing the fur of the beast to singe before being healed over almost instantly. The strongest of the Biju gave no indication that it even felt his attack other than another roar and a tail swinging in his direction. Jiraiya cursed before leaping off the building he had been standing on, condemning it to be crushed under the pressure of the falling tail. Moving swiftly, the self-proclaimed super pervert made to regroup with Tsunade and Orochimaru, having been separated from them previously. Most of the streets in the area were filled with rubble from the remains of the crumbling buildings, and of the bodies of the recently deceased, those killed by the Kyuubi on its ongoing rampage. Jiraiya estimated the death toll to be over a few hundred already. The majority of the buildings also appeared to have some kind of damage to them, from the flying remains of other structures, a stray jutsu sent out in panic, or something else. Almost all the buildings would need repairs after this was over. Moving slightly further into the village, while keeping an eye on the position of the Kyuubi as it was distracted by other shinobi, the member of the Sannin found his two teammates. Tsunade was healing a downed shinobi on street level near a large pile of rubble that shielded them both from the Nine-Tails' gaze. The poor Chunin, judging by his flak jacket, was missing leg below the knee. The slug princess was busy healing up the stump of a leg to prevent more bleeding and looked to be almost finished. Tsunade had her blonde hair tied up into two low ponytails with a Hittite wrapped around her forehead, and part of the cloth obscured by two bangs that fell down either side of her face. A Jonin flak jacket was over a black long-sleeved shirt with black pants, denoting her rank. Orochimaru, the Toad Summoner noticed, was on building, just like he had been, not far from Tsunade, sending blasts of wind at several of the fallen tails of the giant fox, altering them from their original course and saving several lives in the process. Moving over to his fellow male summoner, Jiraiya landed next to him in a squatting position before straightening up. "Nothing we're doing is having any lasting effect," Jiraiya commented, Orochimaru grunting out an agreement as he fired another blast of wind. "Combo 4? Jiraiya asked, giving a suggestion. Orochimaru paused from blasting the Kyuubi's swiping appendages, turning to look at his fellow Sannin. "Combo 4. The snake summoner confirmed before asking a question that was summed up in one word. "Tsunade? Just below us, let's go," Jiraiya told his teammate before he jumped off the side of the building, Orochimaru following right behind him. Quickly traveling to where he last saw Tsunade, Jiraiya arrived just in time to see her send another shinobi off with the injured Chunin that she had been healing. "Tsunade," Jiraiya called out to her, causing her to spin around. "We're doing combo 4. The slug Sannin gave a nod. "Alright, just wait for me to get in position," she said to her two teammates before taking off towards the Kyuubi, Jiraiya and Orochimaru following her but keeping a distance between them, Jiraiya on her left, Orochimaru on her right. Moving both swiftly and near silently, the trio of shinobi was almost upon the Kyuubi before it noticed them, its head tilting towards them with a snarl. Being too close for tails, the fox sent a paw at the closest of the three, Tsunade, hoping to crush the shinobi. Said woman paused for only a moment before bending at the knees, holding that position for a second. The Senju then exploded off the ground in a leap that extended far beyond what one could achieve with regular chakra augmentation. Tsunade left a crater in the ground that was quickly covered by the Kyuubi's paw that was too late to crush its prey. Rocketing past the face of the Biju and over its head, the slug princess waited for her teammates to act. The other two Sannin stopped just short of the paw that was placed where their teammate used to be. Without waiting, both turned to face each other, Jiraiya pulling back a right fist, Orochimaru a left. Within the same moment, both thrust extended their fists forward, but not at each other, but the Kyuubi's head, their bodies turning as their fists were thrust forward, causing their punches to be aimed at the Biju. Fire and wind erupted from the clenched hands of Jiraiya and Orochimaru respectively, the manipulated elements mixing as they shot forward, creating a larger, more intense flame. The heat and size of the fire that was aimed at its face made the Kyuubi rear back, front paws leaving the ground as it did so to avoid being burned. The Biju gave a roar of pain as if failed to escape from some of the fire. The Ninetales didn't get very far before a punch impacted the top of its head, a punch so strong it caused the entire front of its body to slam back down and into the path of the still spewing flames. The front half of the Kyuubi impacted the ground with a boom that shook the earth. The female Sannin had, as she was falling, landed a fist on the Kyuubi with her amplified strength. Tsunade quickly leapt off the Biju's head as the flames from her two teammates quickly raced to envelop the downed beast. Landing next to them, she turned around to observe the fruits of their efforts. A downed Kyuubi. Combo 4 was the fourth combination that the former Team Hiruzen had come up with while under the tutelage of the Sandaime Hokage. The trio had come up with the combination to work against a superior aggressive opponent. Jiraiya and Orochimaru would attack while she would become airborne while their target was distracted and strike from above. When sparring against someone known as the Kami no Shinobi, god of shinobi, it was necessary to learn how to combat someone stronger than you. Granted that it wasn't created for dealing with something of the Kyuubi's size or power, but it was a testament to the prodigious skill of the Sannin that they were able to alter it to fit their needs so quickly, and without words. Great minds did think alike apparently. Eventually, Jiraiya and Orochimaru stopped expelling their element of choice and waited for the Ninetales to retaliate. None of the three held any belief that their attack had damaged the beast permanently, even if, judging by the cheers, plenty of their comrades thought so. A roaring fire now burned at the opening the Kyuubi made when it first broke through the walls of Konoha. The combination of Jiraiya's fire and Orochimaru's wind proving a potent combination as the fire burnt, blackened and melted whatever buildings it came into contact with, which thankfully wasn't anything of incredible value. A low growl reverberated throughout the area, stopping any cheering that had continued as the shinobi all turned their attentions to the now rising nine-tailed fox. Parts of its fur that were burned were already healing at a visible rate. A snarl was on its lips as its head rose first, followed by the rest of its body. Only the observant shinobi noticed the Biju's ear twitch, as if it was hearing something. Bellowing in rage and anger, the Kyuubi brought its 9 tails forward. All of them seemed to point to an area around its mouth. From within the Biju's mouth, hundreds of black and white balls of chakra emerged, and began to form a ball, purple in color and growing in size. The ground cracked and buckled under the pressure of the attack the Ninetales was forming, the earth sinking under the weight. Quickly, the purple sphere of chakra grew to a size that was larger than the Kyuubi's head. The shinobi more experienced with the Biju began to panic at the sight of the attack, recognizing it as the infamous Bijudama, tailed beast ball, the signature attack of the Biju. Jiraiya and the other two Sannin cursed, knowing that they would have to think of something quick to redirect that attack quickly. Jiraiya quickly bit his finger and went through several hand seals, trying to attempt a technique that would, hopefully, cause the Kyuubi to cancel the attack, but he didn't know that it was already too late. That was when it began to shrink down, its size growing smaller and smaller until it was the same size as the Biju's eye, at which point, the Kyuubi then swallowed it. It was around this time that Jiraiya finished the hand seals, slamming his hands onto the ground, causing a summoning array to extend out from his hand. Kuchios, Yatai Kazushi no Jutsu, Summoning, Food Cart Destroyer Technique. Jiraiya exclaimed as an explosion of smoke appeared above the Kyuubi. The smoke was quickly dispersed as a figure fell from it, landing on the back of the Kyuubi and forcing it down onto its stomach thanks to its larger frame. No longer moving, those watching were able to make out the being that was now sitting on a struggling Kyuubi. With a rusty red skin, blue happy vest, dosa blade at his hip and pipe in his mouth, a majority of the shinobi on the battlefield managed to recognize the bulky figure of the chief toad of Mount Maiboku, Gamabunta. The leader of the toads seemed to be slightly disoriented at the summoning, but he quickly shook it off and planted himself firmly on the back of the Kyuubi while it still seemed stunned from the large amphibian falling on it. Jiraiya! The Toad boss called out as he maintained his position on the Biju as it began to struggle. I don't know where you are, but after this, we're going to have a talk about after-hours summoning. I was in the middle of dinner, you brat. The talking toad then landed a punch to the back of the Kyuubi's head, knocking its face into the ground. This only caused the Biju to buck harder, trying to dislodge the summon on its back. Tsunade and Orochimaru quickly followed their teammates' example and went through the hand seals to summon their animal clans into battle, but stopped as a light began to emanate from the Kyuubi's mouth. Gamabunta seemed to notice this too. What the hell? Unfortunately, that moment of inattention costed the Toad boss, as the Kyuubi finally managed to shift its weight to knock the Toad's summon off its back. Standing up on all 4 feet, the Kyuubi opened its mouth to show all the light that shone from down its esophagus. No one seemed to be able to move as the light seemed to brighten as the Kyuubi's unique version of the Baijidama was just about to fire. The sheer power that they could feel coming off the attack didn't give many the hope that they would survive the impending blast of energy. As the attack finally seemed ready to fire, almost none of the shinobi noticed a figure dart through their ranks, weaving in between buildings, ruins, and the aftermath of a swing of the Kyuubi's tails. The figure moved through all of these with incredible speed, one of the reasons why only a few saw him sprint through the streets of Konoha. Those that did manage to see a flash of white before the being vacated their vision. However, all of the shinobi saw when the figure, with a leap that one would associated with Tsunade, jumped from within the streets of Konoha and landed a kick on the underside of the Kyuubi's jaw. The head of the Kyuubi snapped upwards. The beam of destruction that was once aimed at the village then fired straight into the air. The ray of destructive power shot up into the heavens, parting the clouds as it went. Ex-Minato Namikaze was resigned. He knew his duty, he knew his responsibility, and he knew what he should do. Yet he also knew that his heart was screaming at him that he was making the wrong decision. Growing up without a family to care for him meant that one of Minato's greatest dreams was to have a group of people that he could call family. He knew that the village was essentially one whole family under the will of fire, but that didn't truly cut it in Minato's heart. He wanted people he could call mother and father, a son and daughter he could call his children, and a woman he could turn to and call his wife. So it was understandable that when he was essentially condemning himself to death for the sake of his village, leaving his wife and son alone, his heart was screaming at him to listen to his father's words and to take them and run. He didn't let it show on his face, but he had an incredibly strong desire to be selfish, to simply let the Nine Tails ravage the village to its heart's content if it meant he could be with the ones he loved. But he knew he couldn't, not simply because he had a duty, but because of all the people counting on him to save them, and so that he wouldn't have to look at his son and tell him that he condemned innocent people to death. Because that was what his inaction essentially was. Kneeling in a clearing in the forests that surrounded Konoha, Minato brought forward a scroll and unrolled it. Placing the scroll on the ground in front of him, the Yondaime channeled chakra into the sealing array that decorated the inside scroll. A puff of smoke later, and a sealing altar was now before him in place of the scroll. After flashing to the Horatian seal in his office with Kushina in his arms, he had placed her down on the couch before moving to the secret library in the Hokage's office. Once inside, he had made his way over and unrolled the scroll of seals before stopping when he reached a part of the large scroll that held information about the Hak no Fuin Shiki, 8 trigram sealing style. A quick channeling of chakra to the small seal below that, which held the scroll he had just used, and Minato had obtained the sealing altar necessary to use the Hak no Fuin Shiki. Of course, it was never that easy. It was Minato's highly trained flexes, born from years of dodging jutsu, flying weaponry and human limbs, that allowed him to quickly throw a tri-pronged kunai to the side and flash to it as Dragon of Flames crashed into the position he had been in moments before. Well, Yondaime, back so soon? A voice from the trees called him, a voice that he had heard earlier this night. Turning to the tree line of the clearing he was in, Minato wasn't surprised to find the masked man, the one who called himself Madara Uchiha, staring back at him through the single eye hole of his mask. He was glad now more than ever that he had the foresight to leave Kushina and their son back in his office with several defensive seals active, aware that there was a high chance that the man before him would try to halt his efforts of defeating the Kyuubi. Minato said nothing to the man, as there was nothing to be said. Inside of his mind, the leader of Konohagakure knew he would have to finish this quickly. He could hear the roars of the Kyuubi as it attacked the village as well as the shouts of the defenders. With a burst of speed, Minato threw 3 of his infamous kunai on a course with his masked opponent. 2 heading on either side of him should he try to dodge, another aimed straight at the heart. It was a standard throw taught at the academy when he attended, but obviously it had several holes, being as basic as it was. The masked man, however, exploited none of these, and failed to move. Had anyone else been watching, they would have assumed that the man would be killed by the kunai aimed for his heart, but that didn't happen. The kunai moved through him instead, passing through him as if the masked person were some sort of apparition. The masked figure that called themselves Madara Uchiha was about to call the Hokage out on the pathetic attack, until a flash of yellow behind him caught him off guard. Spinning around, Madara was greeted by the sight of 3 duplicates of the Hokage, each with a palm outstretched, the man's signature technique, the Rasengan, a spinning sphere of chakra, ready to smash him into the dirt. The man cursed himself for his inattentiveness before using the power of his right Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui, authority of the gods, to turn intangible, causing the shadow clones of the Yondaime to phase through him. However, one seemed to have better reflexes than the others and angled their Rasengan to impact the ground beneath the Uchiha's feet, making chunks of earth shoot upwards as the sphere of chakra impacted the ground. This allowed 2 of the clones to safely allow their own Rasengan to safely dispel before hitting the ground, rolling on contract before turning to face their enemy, the Uchiha unable to return to tangibility with the pieces of dirt inside his incorporeal form. The 3rd clone, however, was as lucky and was struck by a kick in the back as the Uchiha returned to tangibility. Without a word, both clones then leapt at the mask-wearing figure and engaged in taijutsu. At first, Madara wondered whether the clones of the Hokage also contained half of his intelligence. He would be able to warp the clones of contact. However, his ability to predict how simple it would be to finish the clones was proven wrong. As the taijutsu battle ensured, the Sharingan user found out that trying to warp someone in a one-on-one fight was different when it was 2 people. Every time he tried to use his Mangekyo ability, when he caught one clone in a grip, the other would attack, aiming for his head or body, causing him to have to cancel his technique and turn incorporeal to evade. After attempting the same thing several times, Madara grew impatient and decided to simply focus on popping the clones, which he quickly accomplished with a single strike to both with his Sharingan's ability to predict movements. Finally turning back to the original, he saw him in the exact same place that he first saw him, having shown no sign of moving when he wasn't watching. "What do you want?" Minato asked suddenly. He had closed his eyes once his shadow clones had begun attacking the Uchiha, preparing a technique to use against his opponent, not that they knew that. He could probably use it now, but he wanted to charge it up so that he would be able to use it for a longer period of time, and so he was preying on the villain's stereotypical need to monologue. "You have attacked us out of nowhere, without provocation. You control the Kyuubi, yet haven't used its strongest attack yet, so you don't value my village's destruction that highly. That rules out any sort of affiliation with any of the great shinobi villages, which only leaves individual goals. But once again, you haven't destroyed the village, but you also attacked. That means you have some sort of grudge against Konoha, but it isn't the reason why you attacked. So I'll ask again, what do you want?" Minato never opened his eyes the entire time he was speaking. The masked man was silent before they finally responded. "You're an incredibly intelligent man, Yondaime, to have figured all that out. Unfortunately, you're under the delusion that I need to share my goals with you. Perhaps you'll figure them out, perhaps not, but until you do, you'll never know," the Uchiha told the blonde. "Now enough stalling." Minato gave the man an uncharacteristic smirk. "Now that I don't have to anymore, sure." With those words, Minato finally opened his eyes. "What do you?" Madara began before he got a good look at Minato's eyes, and the area around them. The pigmentation of the skin around the eye turned orange while his eyes gained yellow toad-like irises. "Sage mode," the man said in whisper, almost hiss, inwardly cursing himself again for allowing his enemy to achieve such a state. A victory was now that much harder. Moving with a burst of speed that was far faster than what he could accomplish without natural energy flowing through him, Minato reached his opponent in a second, a fist of his already flying towards their head. The person behind the mask took a mental step back at the speed displayed by his opponent, while activating Kamui with a whisper, allowing the fist to phase through his head. Turning around, in an attempt to attack the Hokage as they phased through to the other side of his body now tangible, Madara found a foot flying towards his face. The Hokage had, in fact, already moved completely through him and spun around with a foot that was now on his way to the Uchiha's face. Once again, Madara cursed himself for underestimating the power that natural energy could grant someone. The sandal smashed into the sides of the Sharingan user, launching them across the clearing, tumbling over the ground before they managed to right themselves. he slid across the ground in a kneeling position. A grunt was the only noise that Madara gave to signal how much the hit hurt. The sound underestimated how much pain he actually felt from the attack. His cheekbone was broken, there was no doubt about that. Perhaps his jaw as well if he was unlucky. His skull if he was luck was worse. Thankfully, after discreet test of his jaw, he found that while bruised, it was movable. The same could not be said for his cheekbone. While he tested out his jaw some more, the Uchiha kept an eye on the person at the opposite side of the clearing, toad eyes staring at him. "Surrender," the Yondaime offered, "and I promise your death will be swift. Continue to fight, and you will eventually die, we both know this." The masked man said nothing but knew that the Yondaime was correct in his judgment. Without Sage Mode active, the Yondaime's speed would be somewhat manageable, and Madara was confident he would be able to pull out a hard-earned win against the Yellow Flash with Kamiya's unorthodox abilities. But now, with the inclusion of Sage Mode, along with witnessing firsthand the kind of boost it granted the wielder, his chances of emerging as the victor had fallen dramatically, so much so that he contemplated abandoning the plan. Though a victory against the Yondaime wasn't necessary for this operation to be considered successful, it was the only way to ensure that the mission went off without a hitch, along with the rest of their overall plan. The current Hokage was one of the only people in the world that could truly oppose what was coming. The Kyuubi had been attacking for some time now, yet the objective of this attack hadn't emerged. Madara was doubtful that he would. His partner was certain that the objective residing in the village, and that this attack would not only prove the need to alter their plans, but also increase the need for secrecy. Looking at the Yondaime, Madara knew that he would need to think of something and quick. The Yellow Flash was too powerful to combat directly. He would need something to take his attention away from him, if only for a few seconds. A loud boom and roar of pain caused both combatants to look for the source, albeit momentarily. The clearing they were both in wasn't that far away from where the fighting in the village was being held, and as such, both were able to view an airborne Tsunade striking the Ninetales on the head with ease. The body of the Biju hit the earth with a loud crash that shook the ground slightly. This was followed immediately by another roar of pain as the tailed beast fell into the path of another attack. Both Uchiha and Namikaze turned back almost as quickly as they looked, the blonde of the two having a small smile on his face while the other had a frown underneath his mask. While the Kyuubi wasn't essential to his plans, they would be set back quite severely without it, though if his partner was right, and they did go with the backup plan, it wouldn't really matter. The Uchiha heard sound of the Kyuubi slowly recovering from being knocked down, and thought up the perfect distraction for the man before him. "Kyuubi," he spoke aloud as if the beast was standing right beside him. "Destroy the village." He could have said his commands internally, but that wouldn't have given him the desired reaction from his opponent. As he had predicted, his opponent's eyes went wide and strayed to the Biju, which had begun to charge up a Baijidama to annihilate the shinobi village before it. With his opponent sufficiently distracted, Madara moved to attack. When the masked man had told the Biju to destroy Konoha, Minato's eyes had snapped to it and watched in horror as the beast charged up its most destructive attack. It was only as he saw the beast move to swallow its own attack that he remembered his own opponent. His head snapped back around to where he last saw him, only to see the spot vacant. The sound of a large puff of smoke and the Kyuubi once more hitting the ground let him know that his shinobi had managed to prevent the Kyuubi turning the village to ashes, at least for the moment. Turning his head around to view the entire clearing, as well as above him, Minato found no sight of the other person who used to occupy the clearing. Moving his focus from his physical senses to the other one that he had at his disposal, which was boosted exponentially by his usage of a perfected Sage Mode, Minato found where his opponent was hiding, trying to attempt a surprise attack no doubt. Minato almost missed the man, but a seal previously placed on the man allowed Minato to sense his position. Raising an arm into the air, the Hokage instantly formed a larger-than-normal Rasengan over his palm. "Odama Rasengan, big ball spiraling sphere," the Yondaime intoned before he slammed his palm directly over the area where his opponent was lying wait. Earth and grass was sprayed everywhere as the technique buried into the ground, grinding out a hole. Madara, realizing that his plan had failed, tried a new tactic, leaping out of the earth straight at the Hokage. The leader of Konoha, seeing that his enemy was moving forward, did the same, dispelling his Rasengan and rolling forward, through his still intangible enemy. He rolled for a few more meters to make sure that he had cleared his enemy's reach. Coming to a stop, Minato turned around and stood back up on both of his feet to face his foe as they did the same. Madara turned his gaze to that of the Kyuubi once more before turning back to the Hokage. "This is the end of the hidden village of the leaves," the Sharingan user said, a hint of something akin to satisfaction creeping into their voice. Minato's eyes turned around to his village just in time to see the Kyuubi open its maw to reveal a white light coming from within. He reached for a tri-pronged kunai that hung around his waist, ready to flash into action. Though whether it was to his family that was still held up in his office, or to try to redirect the blast that he could feel coming, Minato didn't know. In the instant that the light from the Ninetales' mouth seemed to reach its peak, Minato saw several things flash over his vision. He saw Kushina holding his son in her arms, his father with a smile on his face, Kakashi with that lazy look in his eye and the smallest corner of his mouth twitching upwards to show his amusement. All that and more seemingly went by in a blink, reminding Minato of what he had waiting for him in that village. Minato could feel his heart beginning to break as he watched the Kyuubi begin to fire. His brain was telling his slowly moving limbs that they weren't going to make it in time, while his heart kept screaming that he could move faster than this. And just as he felt his heart would finally snap in two as his village was wiped from the face of the elemental nations, he watched as the Kyuubi's head suddenly snapped upwards, and the beam of energy that had been building in its mouth was fired harmlessly into the atmosphere. "What?" he heard from behind him. The voice carried a large amount of shock as the Kyuubi's Baijidama finally ran out of energy and dispersed. It was also far too close. With reactions that earned him his name, Minato reacted with a flash, spinning around with kick that should have planted itself straight into the stomach of his attacker but instead went straight through them as they activated that strange ability. Pulling his leg back, Minato wasn't surprised when his opponent moved to attack, hoping to attack to catch him off guard with 1 foot off the ground. He watched the masked man reach for him, his arm outstretched to grab his face. Just as the Uchiha's hand was centimeters away, the Hokage disappeared in a flash of yellow, vanishing from the view of the masked attacker. The hand continued to the position that the Yondaime had just been occupying, overextending. The Sharingan user immediately made to compensate from the momentum of his grab at his opponent, placing in front of him to stop his body. Unfortunately for him, it left him open for a second, which was all Minato needed to finally land a hit on his evasive foe. "Rasengan!" The cry came from behind the Uchiha, before an intense pain bloomed from his lower back as a ball of grinding chakra rubbed against it. Madara gave a cry of pain as the attack quickly destroyed what little protection was in between it and skin before it began to rip away at his lower back. Minato kept up the attack which, in its enhanced form thanks to the benefits of the natural energy running through his chakra network, ripped through the skin before it began attacking the muscle and spine. A rumbling from the ground caused Minato to look up, and immediately blanch. Stopping his attack, the Hokage only took a moment to flash out, away from his opponent. The one that called himself Madara Uchiha slowly managed to raise himself onto his hands and knees, grateful to whatever it was that caused the Yondaime to halt in his attack. That was until he felt a shadow fall over him. Looking up, the Sharingan user was able to catch the sight of an airborne Kyuubi, flailing around in the air, descending upon him. The man's Sharingan only had a few seconds to process this before the nine-tailed Biju landed right on top of him. Chapter 20. As he sped through the broken buildings at a speed that one the most observant of shinobi could follow, Naruto hoped that Kurama would forgive him for the beating he was about to feel. Naruto had released the genjutsu that hid his hair's natural color while changing the illusion over his eyes, changing them to purple. His clothes were still the same, there was no time for changing. The eldest living ancestor of the Uzumaki could only hope that no one made the connection between the clothes he was wearing and that of Minato Namake's father. He knew that his brother's creation was under the control of someone else, but not who, so until he thought of a way to release the connection between the two, Naruto knew that he would have to fight the Ninetales in order to occupy him. While slightly hesitant to fight against Kurama for fear of hurting him, he knew how much the Biju could take and had already planned his attacks accordingly, making a conscious decision to limiting them to the extent that they would hurt, but wouldn't cause any long-term damage to the fox. Kurama's pride might take a hit, but he wouldn't be stayed weak enough for someone to take advantage of. He whipped round one final corner to see Kurama aiming his personal Baijidama at the village, the beam attack nearing its fully power, judging by the brightness of the glow coming from the fox's maw. Adding one last burst of power to his legs when he was in position, Naruto leapt, crossing hundreds of meters in a single bound and rocketing himself almost completely upwards towards Kurama's face. Approaching his target, Naruto swung his leg forward, building up chakra at the bridge of his foot. The timing was perfect, his foot smashing into the underside of Kurama's jaw, snapping the entire face upwards from the force of the built-up chakra being released, which created a dull boom that echoed slightly. The Bijudama that had been charged to its maximum power harmlessly discharged into space, shooting into the stars. It took several moments for the beam to finally dissipate completely, and for all the energy to finally leave Kurama's jaw. When it did, the Biju stumbled slightly from the force of the hit that redirected its attack, shaking its face to try and get rid of the blurriness that had infected its vision. The disorientation that was caused by his kick allowed Naruto more than enough time to put his next move into action. Falling to the ground, Naruto cracked the earth underneath his feet before bolted straight up to his feet, raising his hands as he went. A large portion of land underneath the Kyuubi rose slightly, rising a meter or two higher than the surrounding earth. With the disorientation still affecting it, the Kyuubi crumbled to its knees from the sudden shift in the ground beneath it. Lowering his hands, Naruto rose a single foot and stomped on the ground, the terrain buckling underfoot. The result of this action was the already protruding earth underneath the Bijus shooting upwards, launching its cargo up into the air. Even slightly disoriented, the Kyuubi seemed to realize that it wasn't on the ground any longer and flailed around, attempting to find some kind of solid foothold. But it would find none and instead crash into the earth almost a kilometer away from the village walls, not that far away that Kurama would be unable to attack properly, but enough that Naruto could try to safely contain the giant chakra fox without seriously hurting it. Less than a moment after the Kyuubi crashed, Naruto left after it, leaving hundreds of shell-shocked shinobi behind. When Naruto arrived at the area that the Ninetales had landed, a few dozen or so meters away, out of reach, the Biju was already shaking off the damage, not that the ancient man actually expected a fall to do anything. As it shook its head as it rose, Naruto took the time to try and sense what was controlling his pseudo-nephew. He managed to sense the cause easily enough. A tendril of chakra that had infected the chakra that had made up Kurama. It was a thick cable of chakra that stretched from a source and had infected Kurama's being, turning him into a puppet. Naruto didn't know of any standard control method that could ensnare Kurama as this was. He could sense the source of the tendril coming from beneath Kurama, which ordinarily meant that the person was dead considering that the Kyuubi was lying down, but the continuous flow of chakra said otherwise. Looking for any kind of visual sign of the control method, and Naruto immediately found the Sharingan that had replaced Kurama's normal eyes. It immediately made sense to Naruto as to how Kurama was being controlled. While all corners of the shinobi world knew of the Sharingan and its ability to predict movements as well as copy ninjutsu, many forgot that it also had an equally powerful hypnotic ability. One that was capable of manipulating even the Biju. This strong hypnotic ability was, unfortunately, only made stronger against the Biju. Since both the Biju and the Sharingan both originally came from Jubi, the link between Kurama and the Sharingan user was stronger than that of a regular person that was hypnotized by the Sharingan. This being because the Jubi controlled its chakra using its chakra externally using its eye, and with the Sharingan being part of the eye that the Jubi once used, and the Biju, in essence, being external Jubi chakra, they were highly susceptible to the hypnotic ability of the Sharingan. Simply trying to disturb the connection would require Naruto to physically touch Kurama and then painstakingly comb through his chakra to remove the Sharingan user's taint from its system. That would take time Naruto simply didn't have at the moment. Thinking of several different ways to end the Uchiha's control of Kurama, Naruto lost his chance as the Ninetales finally propped itself back onto its 4 feet and, when it spotted the one who had caused it to become airborne, roared. Hardening himself, along with calling upon his monstrous reserves of chakra, the likes that none living on this earth could imagine, Naruto bent the earth to his will. The ground beneath the Kyuubi once again began to churn and rumble, causing the fox to move around a bit, lest it want to fall again. The moving ground then gravitated towards the white-haired man, collecting below him before it began to pile up and slowly lift him into the air. More and more of the ground continued to amass together, which only served to lift Naruto up high into the night sky, until finally, he was at eye level with Kurama. But the earth still continued to rumble and move, the column of earth that supported his suspension in the air thickened and hardened. Broad trunks of earth then sprouted from where his shoulders would be, acting as arms, while a lower section of the body of earth split into 2 and began to act as legs, which also raised his position higher as the appendages stretched out from their kneeling position. Within the space of a minute, a man the size of the Kyuubi's claw was now towering over it. Finally, a clump of earth enclosed around Naruto's head, swallowing it whole, leaving a giant colossus of rock and dirt in its wake, the only thing holding it all together being Naruto's chakra. There were no fancy designs or engravings on the creation, looking like a stocky stick figure that someone had made out of dirt, but it would do what Naruto planned to use it for. As the golem was finally completed, the ground finally stopped moving, and the Kyuubi was finally allowed to properly stand. The controlled fox gave a guttural growl towards the stoic earth construct before it lashed out with 4 of its tails. 2 came in from the sides, looking to slash at the earth figure, while 2 more followed only a second later, aiming to pierce it through the stomach. As predicted by those who were able to watch, the 2 arms the golem had rose and caught the slashing pair of tails, but the other twin set of tails continued forwards, at least until they were stopped by the second pair of arms that sprouted from the stomach of the construct just as they were about to hit. Wasting little time, the earthen creation then pulled back on the tails it had in its main arms, causing the Kyuubi pain as its appendages were pulled. Out of instinct, it moved forward, trying to lessen the tension, and through that the pain it was experiencing, but it was all for naught as the golem raised a foot and stomped on its incoming face, pinning it to the ground in an unforgiving fashion, earth spreading to cover the Kyuubi's eyes. The tails of the Kyuubi then went berserk as its head was pinned, flailing about in a desperate effort to hit the being that was holding it down. Several flails did manage to hit the golem, which then pointed out its position to the other tails, causing them all to begin colliding with its position, bar the ones that it still had in its grasp. Earth and dirt flew off in great chunks as the tails hit their target over and over, chipping away at its being. But it was all for nothing as the construct called upon more earth, causing it to surge upwards and cover the being, causing its wounds healing. The earthen skin strengthened as more rock joined, causing a hard surface to form on top of it. With hardened skin, the golem then let go of the tails it was holding, the extra 2 arms retreating back into the body. Ignoring the now dull blows it was feeling from all 9 of the tails, the earth golem reached down, grabbed the Kyuubi by the fur before lifting it up with a yank, simultaneously taking its foot of the Biju's head. Now suspending the Kyuubi just off the ground, the golem allowed one arm to let go and clamp itself around the neck of the tailed beast, aiming to slam it back into the ground. The Kyuubi seemed to see where this was leading to, and so, just as it felt its attacker ready to smash it back into the earth, it wrapped its tails around waist and body of the earth construct. With too much momentum, the earthen golem was pulled downward by the numerous tails wrapped around it. The Kyuubi fell on its back with the golem falling on top of it. With less distance between the two, the Biju's tails tightened their grip around the earthen construct, squeezing the body of dirt and rock with a vengeance. While restrained, however, the golem was anything but immobile, raising its arms and raining down blows on the body of the Kyuubi, which had no room for movement with its tails wrapped around its attacker. All the fox could do was limit the vulnerable spots the golem could strike, making its neck as small as possible and closing its eyes. Blow after blow the golem rained down on the 9 tails, fists smashing into the face of the Biju in an unrelenting fashion. With each blow, the Kyuubi released a growl of anger that slowly grew in volume as the hits persisted. Each one was doing damage, but Tailed Beast was healing too fast for them to be anything more than a nuisance. Finally, the Kyuubi seemed to have had enough and decided to go on the offensive, extending its neck towards the head of the earthen construct. A fist quickly took advantage of the opening that was presented by the Kyuubi and buried itself in its neck. It was too late, however, to stop the point of the Kyuubi leaving itself open like it was. Roaring, the Biju opened its jaws and closed them around the head of the golem, crushing its earthen head in its mouth. Like a puppet with its strings cut, the golem's body slackened without the head connected, going limp. Seeing that its foe was defeated, the Kyuubi released the grip its tails had around the construct, letting it fall to the ground like a piece of litter. Opening its mouth, the head of the golem fell out and rolled onto the ground. Once again returning to its feet, the Kyuubi let out a roar of triumph that echoed over the village of Konoha and to the surrounding area. Those who saw the defeat of their earthen protector felt fear and despair enter their hearts, as the only thing that seemed capable of defeating the Biju was defeated. Several shinobi backed up slightly as the Kyuubi turned its sights back on their village and began to advance. More than a few looked like they were ready to flee. Just as the Kyuubi was about to move past its defeated foe, it felt something wrap around its back paw in firm grip. Looking back, its eyes widened when it saw its formerly defeated foe moving again, despite its lack of a head. That problem was soon rectified when raw earth slithered over the fallen body and began to accumulate around the neck, forming a new head. The only difference between this head and the last one was the inclusion of glowing blue eyes. Moving with a far greater speed than before and maneuverability belaying its size, the newly resurrected golem leapt at the Biju, knocking it to the ground with the force of a shoulder charge. On its side and slightly dazed from the surprise charge, the Kyuubi was helpless to stop its opponent as it reached for its tails, gathering several of them in a two-handed grip before swinging. Letting out a surprising yelp, the Kyuubi could do little more than struggle as it was, once more, momentarily suspended in midair before crashing back into the ground. Rolling for almost 3 kilometers, flattening an entire forest's worth of trees in the process, the Ninetails swiftly made its way to its feet, fueled by the rage it felt as well as the humiliation it suffered at the hand of its resurrected foe. Looking back the way it was thrown, it found its opponent standing between it and Konoha, like it was some sort of guardian for the village. Releasing a snarl, the Kyuubi turned its back on the construct and raised a single one of its tails, before slamming it into the earth. A shudder ran through the earth from the power of the single tails, a miniature earthquake shaking the area. However, that intensity of the shaking increased, the earth moving in a progressively more violent manner the longer time went on. The golem appeared immune to the shaking of the earth to those who managed to maintain a solid balance on the earth. With no prior warning, the earthen giant slammed a fist into the ground, lowering itself into a kneeling position and causing a small wall of dust to explode outward to either side of the being, with the earth behind the dust ceasing to shake. The Kyuubi seemed to sense that its attack had stopped having an effect and lifted all 9 of its tails as one. But instead of causing all of its tails to collide with the earth at once, it began to beat the ground with them, like a drum, with at least 2 hitting the ground at any one time. This caused the tremors, which had momentarily ceased, to start up once more, the tails causing visible ripples to erupt from the ground each time they hit. The damage the attack was causing within a second was unbelievable, leveling everything between the Kyuubi and the earthen golem, and turning what was once a large forest into cinders. The damage it caused after 3 was terrifying. The ground was cracking and crumbling like clay under pressure, several sections rising and falling with each tail strike. But none of the violent tremors made it past the golem, whatever it was doing seemingly preventing the shaking earth from spreading past it. This went on for another 10 seconds before it suddenly stopped, not from anything that was done on the construct's part. The Kyuubi suddenly stopped, its tails halting in whatever position that they were in. The Biju seemed to be in a daze for a few seconds before it shook its head, swing its head from side to side before roaring in anger and rage. It turned around to face the village of Konoha, ready to attack once more, the rage on its face causing more than one heat to skip a beat or stop altogether. But after only a few steps it stopped. It looked frozen, seemingly staring at something for several moments, before growling and turning once more and walking away. The walk soon turned into a gallop that shook ground as the Biju bounded away. The earthen golem made no move to try and continue the fight that it had fought with the Ninetails, instead turning its attention to earth that had been ripped apart by the Kyuubi's final attack. Rising to its full height and moving its hands out, the golem seemed to grumble as the earth straightened, the uneven earth once more straightening. Partially formed mountains retreated back into the ground and canyons that appeared from nothing did the same. What gaps in the earth that weren't filled when the terrain once more became even soon were when the earth golem suddenly fell forward. Landing face first on the ground, the golem then seemed to disassemble itself, the earth that made up its body breaking up before retuning from where it came. This continued, the being that was moments before, fighting the Kyuubi, slowly disintegrating and being reabsorbed back into the earth until there was nothing left. There was silence for several moments after that. Those who had watched the spectacle waited for something more to happen, the Kyuubi returning, the golem rising once more, but nothing did. No one would know who started it, but the single cheering shinobi quickly turned into a village of shouting citizens with a roar that could rival any animal. They had survived. There would be time to mourn those who had lost their lives in that attack, but for the moment, that didn't matter. All that did was the fact that they had survived an attack from the strongest of the tailed beasts. The funerals and reparations of the village would begin tomorrow, but the celebrations of those who lived would begin tonight. But even as the majority of the shinobi population reveled in merriment, there were those who didn't. Some were busy making sure that their borders were secured, others were searching for the cause of the attack, more for the one that had defended them, while the largest group searched for their missing Hokage. Ex-Minato Namikaze wasn't a man that was easily shaken by anything. His years of battle experience and cool-under-fire attitude saw to that. But in case that wasn't enough to harden him up at least a little bit, causing the greatest massacre of the Third Shinobi War certainly did so. Yet even with seeing and experiencing all that he had, there was something about seeing the Kyuubi, one of the most powerful beings on the face of this earth, launched up into the air and then coming crashing down that made him slightly weak at the knees. The Biju crashed directly on top of where his Uchiha foe was, and Minato would have no doubt thought that the man would have been crushed if he hadn't seen some of his abilities firsthand. The Sharingan user had fought with him on equal grounds before he had brought out Sage Mode, which was no small feat for anyone, and also made it unlikely that he had been killed by the falling Biju. The nine-tailed fox had also crushed the altar that he had required to seal it away when it fell, but he couldn't focus on that. He knew the masked man was still alive somewhere, and he needed to be found before he could do anything to the Kyuubi. Stretching his, still senjutsu-enhanced, senses out, he tried to locate his elusive foe, only to have his attention taken away by the metaphorical sun that lit up his sensor ability. Turning toward the direction he could feel them coming from, Minato watched as a male figure leapt in front of the downed form of the Kyuubi. Incredibly long white hair went down their back, while they were wearing a plain brown haori and pants along with geta, a kind of sandal-like shoe. Minato could feel the power that was coming off him, tightly controlled and restrained as it was. It was nothing like the Kyuubi, and comparing to two seemed laughable. The Biju had nothing on this other chakra source. Concentrating on actually measuring the quantity of chakra that the person before him, Minato was floored by the results that his senses relayed to him, unconsciously taking a step back from the man in shock. It's like opening a regular bottle of water only to find that it's as deep as the ocean. My senses can't tell where his chakra reserves end. Minato thought, his gaze still locked on the being before him. Could someone with as much chakra as this be classified as human? Almost like it was an instinctual kind of knowledge, Minato knew that this was the Yoso Sannin. The man whispered about in legends, the one that every shinobi aspired to, one day, match in combat, and the one his mentor had wasted years trying to find. The fourth could feel that this man could crush him like a bug if his chakra was anything to go by, and that was without factoring in what was said of his skills. Elemental manipulation that he had supposedly taught the Sannin, the ability to manifest his chakra, flight, the ability of combine the elements. The list goes on, and that was only the ones known about. When he was younger, Minato had idolized the person before him to a point, being amazed at his prowess but also the fact that he had protected the village that had given him so much. As he grew older, he had grown out of that hero worship that he had for the Sannin, eventually growing to idolize his sensei, Jiraiya of the Sannin, but again, it was to a point. Yet even so, to this day, he still held the man's abilities in the highest regard. The Yondaime Hokage was brought out of his thoughts when the earth began to shake, immediately griping himself to the ground with his chakra to halt his own shakes. Looking to the source, Minato watched as a giant being made of dirt and rock was slowly constructed before his very eyes under the power of the Yoso Sannin. He could only blink as, once the golem was fully formed, the Kyuubi charged only to receive a foot to the face for its troubles. Thankfully, he was far enough from the two fighting behemoths that it was unlikely that either one would crush him, unless one was thrown. Minato finally managed to pry his eyes away from the golem and Biju, however, when he remembered his own fight against the Uchiha clan member. Raking his senses through the area around him, along with his eyes, Minato couldn't find his opponent, their chakra seeming having disappeared, but the Hokage could tell that he was still here, a kind of innate sense that all shinobi had that told them they were still in battle. Coming up with a risky plan, Minato expanded his senses to their maximum potential around him, and waited. His plan had a chance of failure, but with his opponent's ability to phase through almost all conventional attacks, he needed something that would give the man a disadvantage until he could get in close without fear of the man's kami technique. It would require incredible speed and reaction time, but Minato was certain he could pull it off. The masked Uchiha phased out of the ground to the sight of the Hokage's turned back with a hand stretched forward, ready to make contact and tear the man apart with the kami technique. Fully materialized, the man placed his hand on the shoulder of his opponent. "Got you!" It wasn't him that said it, he realized with the single eye behind his mask widening in surprise as the Yondaime before him burst into a cloud of smoke and a familiar tri-pronged kunai fell past his face. Raitun, Rasengan, lightning release, spiraling sphere! Surprisingly, instead of the intense grinding kind of pain he first felt when he was hit by one of the Yondaime's signature techniques, Madara felt an intense stinging pain that originated from his lower back and shot throughout his body soon after. It was only a moment after that the Uchiha felt the grinding pain he remembered from the original Rasengan appear, combining with the unrelenting stinging. The Sharingan user hit the ground and felt his foe land on top of him, keeping the pressure on his attack, beginning to bury his body into the ground from the force. The masked man only felt relief when a tremor rocked the ground, dislodging his opponent from his back. Ignoring the throbbing pain in his back from taking 2 A-rank techniques in roughly the same spot, Madara forced his limbs to rise, and they did so, albeit with much more energy than it should have taken him. A sharp spear of pain go through his face reminded him of his broken cheekbone, which would need medical attention once this was all over. Once he managed to regain his position on his own 2 feet, the Uchiha found his opponent behind him, also on his feet, but holding one of his hands close to his side. That was a risky move, he told the Hokage, hoping that by stalling his opponent slightly he might gain a brief respite. You haven't properly completed that attack. He had felt something engage the Kyuubi and knew that it was most likely the Sannin. However, Zetsu hadn't given him the signal to pull out yet, and so he had to keep the yondaime busy. No, I haven't, the blonde answered before a small smile made its way to his face, still holding his arm close to his side. But I didn't need it to be mastered for it to serve its purpose. The Uchiha gave a grunt but immediately noticed what the Hokage was talking about. It limited my movement, the Sharingan user said. Almost, Minato corrected. It was meant to paralyze you completely and knock you unconscious, but as I said before, it served its purpose. He then shook his limp arm slightly, trying to regain the feeling in it. It didn't just decrease your mobility but also your reaction time. Now, with my greater speed and your lowered ability to respond to my actions, this battle is mine. A roar caused both men to allow one of their eyes, or only eye in Madara's case, to quickly snap to the source before returning to their opponent. The quick glance at the cause was enough, however, for both men to get a good picture of what was happening between the Kyuubi and its own foe. You may defeat me, yondaime, Madara said to the Hokage. But can you do it before the Kyuubi destroys Konoha? Motioning towards the advancing Kyuubi, and by extension, its fallen opponent, Minato said nothing but gripped one of his tri-pronged kunai that slid down his sleeve and into his palm. He would be able to defeat Madara, this much he knew was certain. But if he would defeat him in time to stop the Kyuubi was the question. Despite being slowed, the Uchiha still had his Sharingan and his phasing ability. Those alone made him hard to pin down. He would take the Uchiha down, should he put the pressure on and the masked aggressor didn't retreat, but he most likely wouldn't save Konoha. Fortunately for Minato, he wouldn't have to decide. Actually, Uchiha-san, a new voice said from the side, startling both combatants at how soundlessly it appeared. I think you'll find that the Hokage will have more than enough time to kill you. Both combatants turned and sucked in a breath in surprise as the owner of the voice became known to them both, yet both gasped for slightly different reasons. Madara gave a shallow gasp in surprise because the Sannin wasn't meant to be here. The Sharingan user had seen the legendary figure build the golem around himself and had seen the chakra cease to flow through the earthen construct when the head had been destroyed, right where the sage had been when the golem had formed. According to his Sharingan, the man should be dead. Minato let loose his own gasp, not for the surprise of the white-haired man being here, but because of how he looked. Minato hadn't been able to get a proper look at his face before because of the distance, but now up close the man was almost a spitting image of his father, even if the two men seemed to be separated by 20 or so years. It was only as he then began to quickly mentally compare the man before him with his own father that Minato realized that he was wearing the exact same clothes that the elderly figure had been wearing not an hour or two ago. Sure, the hair was white, the eyes were purple and the skin was younger, but there was no mistaking the man in front of him as anyone but his father. How are you here? The Uchiha asked, his voice controlled despite his surprise. You were enveloped in the golem when it was created. There was still a chakra supply coming from the head when the Kyuubi bit it off. By all means you should be dead. The Sannin turned his gaze to the Uchiha solely, the man feeling an almost prickling sensation crawling across his skin when stare was locked on him. He wished his partner would hurry up and signal him. Only Madara's devotion to the plan kept him from showing any weakness. Chakra strings are an amazing thing, the sage said before facing an outstretched palm towards fallen body of the golem. Only Madara's Sharingan caught the thin tendril of chakra fire from the hand and moved towards the down being. Suddenly, the crumbling body became whole again. Pieces of rock and earth that had been dislodged snapped back into position and one of the construct's hands snapped out and grabbed the back leg of the Kyuubi. I'll admit, I was a bit distracted with figuring out your abilities, Uchiha-san, but now that I believe I know how it works. The head of the golem once again reformed, but this time it had glowing eyes on its head, a sign of how much more chakra was being channeled through the construct as the elemental sage controlled it like a Suna puppeteer would control a puppet. Then, as one, both creator and creations leapt at their foe. The golem impacted the fox, knocking it over slightly dazed, while the smaller of the two charged down his own opponent, a fist raised. While his reaction time was slightly shot, Madara's Sharingan allowed him to cover for this weakness so long as he didn't have to move. His instinctive reaction to phase out of the path of an attack beating the speed of the sage which, while faster than a lot of shinobi could handle, wasn't as fast as the yandame had been. Once his Kamui ability activated, the masked man allowed himself to relax slightly, knowing that the attack would merely go through him, and he would have a couple of minutes until he would have to rematerialize, conveniently forgetting the Senin's last words to him. So the Uchiha was significantly shocked when instead of merely passing through his body, the fist cracked against his chin. The force behind the punch sent the Uchiha sailing backwards, his face exploding in pain, his face, the already broken cheekbone breaking and fracturing in multiple places. He never noticed his mask crack under the strength of the hit, the pain encompassing most of his senses. How? His mind thought through the pain as he flew backwards in midair. I had Kamui active. I know I did. How did he hit me? A flash of yellow from the corner of his vision caused his single eye to widen slightly despite the pain. The feeling of something smashing across his back let him know that he had impacted a part of the yandame's body. It was only when his body began to bend backwards, arching over the offending appendage, that he realized it was a leg. He never threw a kunai. What's happening? The yandame then removed his foot from his back and Madara felt his body slump to the ground on his hands and knees. He felt something dribble out from between his lips and collect inside his mask. Accidentally tasting some of it told the Uchiha that it was blood. A subtle tremor in the ground made him look up in time to see the Sannin jump into the air, another fist raised, and looking to land directly on his head. Mustering what little energy he had left, the masked man rolled to the right in order to avoid the punch, which he succeeded in doing. Unfortunately, he didn't know about the shockwave that would originate from the punch, which knocked him further away, rolling to a stop when finally ran out of momentum. Opening his only visible eye, which was closed to avoid the dust the punch had kicked up, Madara saw that he had actually been lucky. 4 or 5 meters around the center of the punch was a large crater, with the sage down in the middle. Not knowing when his other opponent would show himself, Madara tried to hoist himself back up onto both feet, but he only got as high as his knees before a tremor forced him to stop. Ordinarily, it wouldn't cause a problem, but he was injured quite severely. His back was his greatest injury from the duo of Rasengan he had taken there. Tingles still ran through his body from the lightning-infused Rasengan. His face felt like he had been hit by a rampaging summon, his jaw and cheek in particular. He had other, more minor, scrapes and cuts that, while small, felt like the worst of his injuries in his current state. He needed to retreat and his partner was taking too long. If he didn't leave now, he'd either be captured or killed, and neither of those options was desirable. If they didn't have what they needed, then it wasn't his fault. The tremor stopped after several moments, but Madara didn't care. He was leaving. Now. Channeling his chakra how he had done hundreds of times, the Uchiha went to warp out of the now hopeless situation he found himself in. Or at least he would have, had a fist not slammed itself into the weak point of his back with immense strength. A small scream of pain tore itself from the Sharingan user's throat before his training clamped down, cutting off the noise as the Uchiha was launched forwards, this time, towards an awaiting Sannin. Madara could see that, while the white-haired figure seemed relaxed, he was also charging a technique, a small white ball on the end of his index finger. The ball was flooded with chakra. That much was impossibly easy for the masked man to make out with his Sharingan, and an instinctual feeling told him that the tiny ball would kill him if it made contact. It was fortunate for the Mangekyo Sharingan user that someone intervened on his behalf. Naruto couldn't help but feel apprehensive about the end of the current fight he was having with the manipulator of Kurama, knowing that he would have to answer several questions that would make him uncomfortable. There were only a few questions that he would have to answer that he felt he would find truly hard to answer, but that was only if Minato was the only one that heard the answers. Should Kushina be there, or anyone else for that matter, it may be harder to answer some questions than if Minato was alone. Naruto was naturally a private person with the limited interaction he'd had over several hundred years, and speaking about matters that he considered personal with people he felt didn't need to know was unsettling to the sage. While thinking about things such as this in the middle of a battle that would possibly result in the deaths of thousands of men, women, and children isn't a good idea, Naruto was confident that the Uchiha was no threat. He wouldn't require Naruto's entire attention, which was why he was partially concentrating on the Earth Golem that was keeping Kurama busy. Ordinarily, it wouldn't have stood a chance against the Ninetales, but the downside of anyone, or anything that is hypnotized, is that they needed constant, and sometimes specific, instructions as to what to do. He had gambled on the Uchiha to simply order Kurama to attack or defeat the golem, which would cause the Biju to engage to earth construct with instinct guiding it. He had negated the masked man's ability to become intangible through the use of In chakra, because while the man wasn't physically present, he still had form, much like a genjutsu, and so, could be affected by In chakra or other genjutsu. Although with the Sharingan, genjutsu was basically useless, he hadn't seen the Uchiha pull any other tricks, and so, when Minato had been knocked off of the Uchiha after hitting him with the Rasengan and tagging him with one of those seals he had seen on his tri-pronged kunai, he had stepped in. Naruto could have ended the battle then and there. A bit of speed to sneak up behind the Uchiha, hands covered in In chakra, and a quick snap of the neck would have broken Kurama of the man's control. However, as he had sensed the man's chakra, he had found that it wasn't the same as the being that had been hiding beneath the ground earlier that morning when he spoken with Kushina. And so, he had lowered himself to a point of ability that was still far above anything the Uchiha would be capable of to see if he would call his ally to his aid. He was still aiming to kill the man, simply with less overwhelming power, hoping that the masked man's partner would show themselves. He was about to give up for the ally coming to the aid of the other when the Uchiha was soaring towards him, while he had a ball of light chakra in his hand. However, he felt a build-up chakra beneath him. Suppressing a small smile as his plan came together, Naruto leapt backwards to avoid that attack. As he did so, roots of trees, acting as makeshift spears, rammed through his previous location before they curled around and caught the airborne Uchiha, cradling him in the wood. Naruto had to admit that he was surprised by the usage of wood. He hadn't seen anyone other than Hashirama in recent years, and he knew that the man was dead. Finally, he heard the masked man slur, the words not forming properly from what was most likely a broken jaw. Naruto's hearing picking up the conversation he appeared to be having with the vines. "What in Kami's name took you?" The roots didn't respond, but began to wrap around him in a ball-like cocoon. Seeing that his enemy was getting away and wanting to kill the man before he could leave with Kurama still under his control, Naruto moved forward with far faster speed than before, almost tapping into swift release, the name that had been given to this particular kind of chakra. Honestly, he had to admit, it sounded a whole lot better than speed chakra, which was what he had called it previously. Naruto appeared in front of the cocoon in a blur of motion with a fist glowing blue with chakra and already in motion. The fist slammed into the side of the wooden sphere, smashing a hole the exact size as his scrunched-up palm into the wood. The force of the punch also displaced the air, forcing it continued even after his fist had stopped moving, puncturing through to the other side as well. Unfortunately, he was already too late. The Uchiha was gone, having used some kind of teleportation technique to escape from inside the cocoon without being seen. In a fit of rage for being so careless, Naruto smashed the side of his fist into the rest of the cocoon. It shattered like a dropped egg, spraying splinters. A quick search with his chakra confirmed his suspicions. The partner of the Uchiha was already gone, and his hard-to-detect chakra was now impossible. Hearing the sound of crunching grass, Naruto turned his head to look at his son coming towards him, having been the one to flash behind the masked man and launched him towards the sage. Naruto turned back around immediately upon looking at his son. The Hokage's icy eyes seemed to burn into his own. He knew immediately that Minato had figured out who he was. The eyes were enough of a clue without any words. Hoping that he would be able to delay the impending conversation a few minutes longer, he turned towards Kurama. The Biju was slamming each of his tails into the ground in succession, causing the earth to ripple and crack apart. "If you'll excuse me, Hokage-sama, I will have to go and remove the influence that is infecting the Kyuubi," Naruto told the blonde without turning around. He went to move off, but his son seemed to have that covered. "No need," the leader of Konohagaku replied, his voice as cold as his eyes. He heard the dull sound of flesh hitting flesh and guessed that his son was running through hand seals for some kind of technique. "Kyakufuin, contract seal," Minato intoned, activating the seal that he had slipped onto the body of Madara Uchiha only moments ago when he launched the Uchiha towards the sage. While the seal could be activated on contact with a summoner, it was possible to also activate it at any time remotely. It was one of the benefits of mixing ninjutsu and fuinjutsu together. Nothing happened for several moments at first, but Kurama eventually stopped his actions, the tails halting in their attack. The nine-tailed Biju appeared dazed for several seconds before it let loose a roar of rage, turning around and setting its sights on the village. Snarling, the Kyuubi took several steps forward, by which time, Naruto had already sent a tendril of chakra out to connect mentally with Kurama. When the chakra vine attached itself to the Biju, Naruto sent a message. "Kurama, stop!" he called, the Biju stopping at the sound of its uncle in surprise. "The Uchiha who controlled you is gone. There's no point in searching for him here." "Where is he?" was Kurama's response, snarling as he did so and not even questioning the elder male's presence. "I'll tear him limb from limb for controlling me. His body parts will pick food from between my teeth." "I don't know, Kurama, but right now you need to leave," Naruto explained to the Biju. "Konoha were going to seal you once more before I arrived, and they still might try unless you make yourself scarce." "Are you saying that you wouldn't defend me, Naruto?" Kurama accused, which Naruto immediately denied. The wound that had been torn open when Naruto had allowed Kurama to be sealed for so long was still raw for the Biju. "Of course I would defend you, Kurama," Naruto replied softly. "But what would you gain from staying or attack? The one you seek is gone, his purpose for attacking the village was unknown and attacking the village will not draw him out." Kurama didn't say anything for several moments before a growl reverberated down the link, along with in the physical world. The Biju slowly turned its back on the village of Konoha and began to move away. "You're right, Naruto," Kurama said. The anger that had been in his previous words was gone, leaving an almost neutral tone that didn't suit a being that usually had some sort of emotion in its voice. "This time you're right." The Ninetales picked up speed, and began to jog away from the site of the village, wanting to put as much space between itself and the bad memory that was Konoha as quickly as possible. It was not interested in being sealed away again. Naruto was moments away from cutting the link between himself and Kurama before a final message came through. "Thank you, Naruto." Those simple words brought a small smile to his face before he terminated the connection. Perhaps one day he would be able to converse with Kurama like he used to with Shikaku. With one more thing to do, Naruto did it with a smile. No motion was given, and without a word, the golem, which had been motionless, stood and placed its arms in front of itself. With the rumble of the earth, the ground rearranged itself, repairing the damage that had been done to it by the Kyuubi's last attack. In a final act, the golem then fell forward and disintegrated, returning the terrain to the way it once was. Minus all the trees in the area, however, had one had a perch high enough, they would have seen that there was now an incredibly large expanse of dirt near the city of Konoha. The sound of footsteps once more reminded Naruto of what was coming, and he withheld a sigh. It would have been so much simpler if that Uchiha had simply not attacked. "Hokage-sama." Naruto greeted the yandere without turning around once more. "Come now, Senin-san." The frigid words of Minato were like nails on a chalkboard to Naruto's ears, viciously tearing into him with each word that was said. "No need to be so formal. After all, you have been walking in and out of my house enough during the past few months. Those honorifics aren't required anymore. Isn't that right, Tusan?" Those final words were like the last nail in the coffin, and Naruto sighed. Turning around to face his son, he tried to explain. "Minato, I know you angry dash." As expected, Minato wasn't in the mood to listen. "No," he snapped, his blue eyes, that reminded Naruto so much of dead wife, glaring at him. It was almost like Minami too was glaring at him as well, chastising him for lying to his son from the Pure Lands. "You don't get to say anything. What's going to happen now is that you will follow me to my office where you will answer my questions to my satisfaction. If you don't do so, I will have you banished from the village." Minato was giving him a look that was a mixture of anger, rage, and a bit of hate. Naruto didn't try to fight. He knew that he had more than enough time to come clean with his son, but he had kept it to himself, afraid of what his son's reaction would be. Anger at keeping secrets would be something that he expected, but not the main reaction he was ultimately afraid of. "If you wish, Minato," Naruto agreed, which did nothing to lower the intensity of Minato's stare. The blonde clapped a hand harshly onto Naruto's shoulder, holding it in a tight grip. With no other warning, Minato then flashed away, leaving an empty clearing in their wake. Reappearing in Minato's office, the owner of said office let go of Naruto's shoulder and moved over to the lounge where his wife rested, kneeling beside her form. Taking a look at Kushina, and Naruto could see why. The Uzumaki looked like she was barely awake. Her eyes were half-lidded and she was blinking wearily. Her arms were wrapped around her still unnamed baby who was resting on her stomach peacefully. When Minato reappeared, she seemed to try to wake herself up, blinking rapidly, trying to use the constant movement to start up the rest of her body and drive away the sleep that threatened to take her. As her husband came to her side, she tried to sit up, doing so carefully to avoid waking her slumbering son. Minato placed a hand on her upper chest, away from where his child was laid, and gently pressed down, forcing Kushina back to laying on the couch against her weak protests. "It's okay, Kushina, it's okay," Minato told her softly as he began to stroke her hair. "The Kyuubi's gone. Nothing will happen to our son, he's safe." Kushina's feeble movements ceased as she looked into Minato's eyes with her own. "Really?" Her voice was shaky and spoke beyond words of her lack of energy. Minato gave her a nod. "Yes, really." He stroked her head a few more times before whispering to her some more. "Go to sleep, Kushina, our son will be there in the morning, and so will I." Those words seemed to sap what was left of Kushina's strength, her eyes beginning to close and her breathing began to even out as she finally allowed her body to succumb to its much-needed rest. Before she did so, she gave some last words to Minato before darkness consumed her. "Koji Namikaze." With that, the redhead's eyes closed. Minato allowed a smile to appear on his face at the sound of his son's name. Leaning forward, he planted a kiss on his wife's forehead. "Good night, Kushina," he murmured to the sleeping Uzumaki. He then moved further down and planted another kiss on his son's forehead. Neither made any movement at the sign of affection, both were exhausted. "Good night, Koji," Minato whispered to his newly named son. The new father continued to spend another few minutes simply watching as two of the most important people in his life slept. But like all good things, it had to come to an end. With a loud breath, Minato stood and spun his body around to face his own father. The man stood several paces in front of him, a soft smile playing across his face. Said smile stayed on his face even when Minato leveled him with a frosty look. "I used to do the exact same thing with Minami when you and Conan were little. Your Ka-san would rarely let anyone else hold her babies after you were first born." Minato heard a minute amount of amusement in his father's voice when he spoke about his deceased wife. His gaze softened slightly, but it immediately hardened soon after. Using stiff movements, Minato made his way around the room until he was behind his desk and sitting in the seat. The Hokage didn't need to give an indication for Naruto to sit down opposite him. When his father had sat down, Minato simply stared directly at his father for a full minute, not blinking or showing any other sign of moving. What he was looking for, Naruto didn't know, but he felt quite uncomfortable under the unmoving gaze of his son. Minato's impression of a statue ended with a movement of his hands, sliding one over the underside of his desk, where it found the impression in the wood that he was looking for. A quick application of chakra saw an invisible wall of chakra blocking off any and all sound that attempted to make its way out of the room. It joined the other defensive seals that Minato had originally used to protect Kushina. They would make sure that the following conversation wouldn't be disrupted or eavesdropped on. "Why?" It was the first question that Minato asked once the silencing barrier was erected. Naruto's first response was to sigh. "Why what, Minato?" Naruto replied to his son's loaded question. The white-haired man had lowered his eyes so that they stared down at the wooden table, his arms propped on the rests on either side of the chair. Minato apparently saw Naruto's answer as a lackluster one, and slammed a closed fist onto the wooden furniture, causing all of the instruments the desk to jump slightly. But even enraged Minato seemed to think of his family. The audible thump that echoed from the hit on the desk was a soft one and unable to wake the sleeping pair. "You know damn well which why I am referring to." Minato hissed softly to his father, leaning over the desk slightly as he did so. Anger cut through the cold exterior that had covered his eyes, causing them to flash for a moment. "Why didn't you save Ka-san? Why didn't you save Minami? You obviously had the power in spades to do so why didn't you save her?" Naruto began with a sigh. "I want to say that I'm sorry for keeping this from you, but I can guess that you most likely won't accept any sort of apology." A glare from his son was Naruto's answer. "Very well," Naruto continued reluctantly. "I owe you the truth, I know that, but in order to know the truth, I need to go back a long time." Naruto then raised his head to stare directly at Minato, and the Hokage was momentarily taken back by the sheer age he could see in the purple eyes of the Sannin. "I'm old, Minato," Naruto continued, either ignorant of Minato's inner musings or simply ignoring them. "One of the oldest beings that still walks, if not the oldest. Because of my age, I've done many things before, including had children." Minato immediately felt himself stiffen at the knowledge. A sense of anger surged throughout his being. Was his mother simply one of many to the man in front of him? Something that tickled his interest. Just as he was about to accuse Naruto, the man gained a sharp glint in his eyes that made him halt in his attempted accusations. "I can see that look, Minato," Naruto told his son, anger leaking into his voice. "Never assume that I didn't love Minami with all I had. She was one of only 2 women that I have laid with in all of my life. Hearing the emotion in his father's voice, the yondaime felt his anger drain away and be replaced by guilt over thinking his father was such a man. While secretive, Minato had never seen Naruto look at another woman in a way that might suggest he was looking to form another relationship. I apologize. Minato sighed. It was completely unwarranted for me to think that way. Naruto released a breath and the Hokage watched as what anger he had built up dissipated. The purple-eyed man raised a hand and brought it to rub his forehead, closing his eyes as he did so. It's okay, Naruto said, accepting his son's apology. My words didn't exactly leave you to come to any other conclusion, but next time please wait for me to finish before accusing me of anything. I want to get this out of the way as soon as possible. The weariness in Naruto's voice and tone was easily identified by Minato. His father must truly not want to have this conversation, but unfortunately it had to be done if there was going to be any kind of relationship between himself and the sage. Naruto then opened his eyes and continued. I had 2 children before you, Minato, and both were powerful, with incredible amounts of chakra. When they reached their teens, they were 2 of the most powerful people in the world. Naruto released a sigh, this one filled with pain, anguish, sadness, and anger. But with that power came arrogance. Both of my children knew who I was, they knew of my power and of their own. They knew that their chakra far outstripped anyone around them bar me, and they thought that entitled them to certain privileges. A large amount of rage built up over Naruto's last sentences, so much so that the white-haired man began to exclude it, leaking from his body like a broken tap. As the anger washed over him, Minato was taken back once more by his father, leaning back in his chair in some false kind of hope as to get away from the source of such negative emotions. It was a miracle that Kushina and Koji remained undisturbed from the feeling that Naruto was giving off. How either of them could feel such a dark mood, Minato wouldn't know. Eventually, Naruto managed to rein in his wayward emotions, bringing them back under control. Taking several deep breaths, the white-haired man calmed himself down before once more continuing with his tale. Minato also settled back into a regular sitting position. We lived near a small village, so when either of my sons came home in time for dinner and my wife began to worry, I knew that they would be there. Minato watched as his father's hands clenched tightly into fists, the only visual evidence of his anger. What I didn't know was what they would be doing in the village. Naruto took another breath to calm himself before continuing, but he couldn't quite control the anger that leaked into his voice as he spoke about his first 2 sons. What you have to understand, Minato, is that my sons were born during a time when shinobi were still properly forming. People hadn't dedicated their entire lives to the usage of chakra, and as such, there wasn't anyone that could take on my children at the time. They were born in an era where women were mostly considered objects, and where power mattered overall. I would have been classified as a revolutionary back then, wanting to treat women with respect and dignity, like I would have done so to anyone else. I tried to teach my sons the way I saw women, but despite my best efforts, I am only one person, and my sons were corrupted by the belief of that time period, the voice of the many overriding the voice of one. My wife and I were blinded by our love for our children, and because of this my sons grew up believing themselves to have the rights to certain things due to their abilities. Naruto then went silent for several moments, contemplating how to say what he wanted to, before deciding to abandon any kind of subtleness. I found them both in an alley, raping 2 girls who looked to have been working in a local brothel. The white-haired man told his son with a sigh. The anger that had previously infected his voice had waned, and in its place was a mild sadness. He had forgiven his sons for their poor actions, but that didn't mean he had forgotten them. With his initial anger at remembering the event gone, all Naruto felt in its place was a dull resentment towards himself for allowing his sons to fall so far, and sadness that the 2 girls had their lives cut short, even if they mightn't have been good lives. Minato himself was quite shocked at the news, not at the rape. He'd heard enough incident reports concerning that particular offense to have been desensitized, but it was the knowledge that 2 people he would have most likely considered brothers, had they been alive, could do such a thing. Their minds seemed to have been gone for quite some time. The sage recounted, unaware of his son's thoughts, both of them having withdrawn into themselves to escape the trauma their bodies were experiencing. Naruto released another breath, this time through his nose. I didn't give them any chance to explain. Naruto continued before seemingly asking himself a question. What reason could they have given that would have condoned what they did? In a rage at the discovery, I launched both my sons away from the village before proceeding to beat them. By that, I mean I fought them like I would have fought someone as powerful as myself, not like two civilians would attack one another. Naruto shook his head, his eyes gaining a slightly glazed-over look as he slowly lost himself to memories. Both were powerful but were hopelessly weak in front of my strength. It would have been a slaughter had I been looking to kill, but I wasn't. I attacked them until they were both bloodied and beaten with broken bones. I let them be tortured by the pain for several minutes before finally healing them, only enough to move. I then walked home and allowed them to make their own way back. Pausing to deal with the memories that the story brought up, Naruto then continued speaking. I couldn't look at them for days afterwards. The shame in my sons, and myself, kept bubbling to the surface. Naruto kept speaking without pause. The impromptu beating I dealt to both my sons, as well as my wife expressing her own disappointment in her children, seemed to snap both of them out of the arrogance that had infected them, but it had an unintended side effect. Naruto didn't say anything for a few moments before he spoke again. When he did, his voice was lowered and spoke in a tone so soft that Minato almost had to strain to her. My sons developed a kind of phobia of me. The kind of anger that I expressed in the fight scarred both of them mentally. Neither could look at me without getting flashbacks of the day that I let my anger control me. Neither could keep themselves from flinching under my touch, or lowering their eyes when they met mine. My own sons developed nightmares that scarred me. Naruto stopped speaking, his story ending and his reason for his actions provided. Minato spoke no words as he looked at his father, his mind processing the information, mentally weighing up the many different points that the man before him had presented. He knew that this decision would affect more than his own life but that of his family's, and possibly all of Konoha as well. His gaze switched between his father, who was looking away, avoiding his eyes, and his wife who slept with his son on her stomach. Both the wife and son of the Yondaime were undisturbed by the commotion that had been caused by the Hokage's own interaction with his father. Turning back to the white-haired man opposite him, Minato let out a breath. So your reasons? Minato asked, causing Naruto to turn his head. You've explained your story, but you still haven't said why you did what you did. Why did my Ka-san have to die? Minato once more added in his burning gaze. Naruto flinched at the none too subtle accusation. Because I was afraid. Naruto whispered after several seconds. I was afraid that I would make the same mistake with you that I did with my first two sons. I was afraid that the same thing would happen and that I would be forced to watch as you flinched when I entered the room. I was afraid that I would be kept up at night, hearing you whimper as your mind replayed the day I lost my temper over and over. Minato could hear the remorse in his father's voice as he spoke. He could hear how sorry he was, but didn't let it affect him. I didn't tell Minami at first because I knew that the entire world was looking for me for my involvement in the first Shinobi War when we met. I couldn't trust anyone with that information. By the time I felt comfortable to tell her, I was paralyzed by the thought of Minami's reaction, that she would be angry at my deception, at my duplicity, so I remained silent. Your Ka-san was the first ray of light to enter my existence for years, Minato. I didn't want to do anything to jeopardize that. As for the shinobi. Naruto paused for a moment before continuing. I had the belief that my limited skills would be enough to defeat the shinobi that had attacked us and for me to be able to keep my abilities a secret, and I was right. But it was my assumption that they would let my family escape unharmed that was my downfall. Not a day will go by that I won't regret my decision. There was silence in the room when Naruto finished speaking, a silence that was only broken by the near soundless breathing of the two occupants of the couch. So, what? Minato said expectantly. When nothing more came forth from Naruto's mouth, a frown marred the blonde's forehead. I'm currently worrying internally about whether or not to kick you off my village or out of this office. Naruto said nothing in response to the comment and Minato continued. Rape has, and always will be, a problem, but it is something that most nations work to prevent. The general consensus of people today has also changed drastically from however long ago you were talking about. That should have been enough to get you to at least tell a half-truth or something. The Hokage said nothing for a while before speaking again, addressing another something else. So let me guess, you haven't told me all this sooner was because you didn't trust me? No. Naruto shook his head. It wasn't that I didn't trust you. I wanted to be able to tell you without fear of being pushed out once more. I let my fear overwhelm me, and for that I'm sorry, but I just didn't want to be pushed out of your life after only barely entering it. Well, I would have reacted better than this. The Hokage replied bitingly. Naruto didn't respond. You really screwed this up, didn't you? The blonde continued. While the circumstances were out of your control, it shouldn't have gotten to this point, should it? I should have known who you were beforehand, not when you're forced to act. When nothing more came from the man opposite his desk, the leader of Konoha shook his head. Looking at his father for a few seconds, Minato spoke. I don't know what to say. A part of me wants to forgive you, for you to be around more in Koji's life than you were in mine, but another part telling me to send you out of here with your tail between your legs like you rightly deserve. Naruto said nothing, merely waiting for his son to decide his fate. Nothing was said for several minutes. The tension in the room rose as silence continued. Either of the room's conscious occupants moved, however. Naruto looked at Minato while Minato stared back. Finally, the Hokage sighed and dropped his gaze to a spot in the middle of his desk. Get out, he muttered, loud enough for Naruto to hear. Not the village, he clarified when noticed the older man's shoulders slumped slightly out of the corner of his eye. Just my office. I'll decide this later. I have a village to begin rebuilding. I don't have time for shit like this. Naruto answered Minato's decision with a small nod before he stood up from his chair, his face mostly blank with hints of sadness and remorse if one knew where to look. Without words, the illusion that had covered his eyes, hair and parts of his face was back in place. The image of the Yoso Sennin was replaced once more by that of the one that Minato had called his father. Walking over to a shadowed wall, the sage surprised his son by walking directly into the shadow, his body being consumed by the dark mass. Waiting a few moments for the shock at his parents' actions to fade, Minato released a sigh and propped his elbows on his desk. Pressing his head into his hands, the Hokage began to wonder when his life got so messed up. Lifting his head to look at his family resting on the couch, he took a moment to smile at the scene. Perhaps not completely messed up. Hundreds of kilometers away in a secret bunker to the north of their attack, the one that called himself Madara Uchiha lay face down on a wooden bed, the majority of his clothes removed barring underwear, including his mask. The room he was in was dark. The only light in the room came from a small oil lamp beside the bed. For its size, the flame was strong enough to illuminate several meters in any direction from its origin but not powerful enough to pierce the darkness that hung around the room. The shadows were incredibly thick, preventing one from seeing when the walls began, though either of the room's occupants were impeded by this. They had spent enough time within the underground bunker to have memorized where nearly everything was. With his mask removed, one would be able to see that the person underneath was not, in fact, the legendary Uchiha patriarch but rather one of the man's clansmen that has been long thought dead. Obito Uchiha. With his head turned to the side, heavy scarring on the right side of Obito's face, the entire right side of his body having been crushed by events that happened near Kusagakure years earlier. The teenager was injured quite severely from the injuries he had sustained in his short battle with the Yondaime Hokage and the Yoso Sennin, though he had only realized this until after the adrenaline had stopped pumping through his veins. It was because of these injuries that the Uchiha was lying face down, so as to not aggravate them and allow the damaged parts of his body time to heal. The dark-haired man's back was a mess, the duo of Raisengans that he took there doing more damage than he had first thought. The skin around the areas that were hit by the A-rank techniques having been completely grinded away, showing the flesh, muscle, and in some parts, bone to the open air. Blood slowly oozed from the horrific wound, and a scab was slowly but visibly creeping over the injury on the man's back, a sign of wound healing. Obito's face was only part of his body that seemed to have completely healed from the injuries it sustained. The broken jaw he had acquired was gone, allowing him to speak properly. Yet, despite the pain that he was feeling from the wounds on his back, Obito's eyes were open, his head turned to the right and glaring at the figure that was currently standing over him in a high-collared black cloak with red clouds printed on the outside. The person wearing the cloak was the black and white plant-like being, Zetsu. Slung over the shoulder of the combined artificial human was a large scroll, black caps on either end, with 9 white strips wrapping around the scroll in a ring. What took you? The Uchiha hissed at his partner from his lower position. I was getting annihilated before you decided to intervene. I apologize, Madara. The white half of the plant-like being said. We were preoccupied with completing our own mission. The dark half of Zetsu, Black Zetsu, held no kind of apology in its voice, unlike its lighter counterpart. Didn't you say that the Sennin would be no problem, Madara? There was a not very subtle insertion of sarcasm at the end of that sentence that Obito picked out, narrowing his eyes as he did so. Do not patronize me, Zetsu. Obito snarled in anger at his partner's words. It shouldn't have taken you that long to get what was needed. What were you doing that required you waste so much time? Time that could have been better spent, perhaps preventing me from being injured to such an extent? Obito's return-fire sarcasm didn't receive a direct response from the black and white being, but Zetsu replied, "We were avoiding the senses of the Sannin, Madara. He is different from regular shinobi and can sense us should he truly try, though it would difficult." The explanation from Obito's partner continued. "We couldn't flare our chakra like we agreed because the Sannin would have been able to pinpoint our location and we would have been forced to flee. Instead, we decided that we would intervene at the right moment to provide you with an avenue of escape, and we did." Black Zetsu couldn't resist adding a jab at the single-eyed Uchiha. "I also believed that since you had taken Madara-sama's name that you would also have some of his skills, apparently not." Obito grounded his teeth together but didn't retaliate, verbally or otherwise. Zetsu was being of Madara's will, not his own, and was invaluable with his unique abilities, so as much as he wished he was able to vaporize the artificial human with a Katon technique, it would not only set his plans back years, possibly decades, but also incite the real Madara Uchiha's wrath should he learn about it. Merely because the legendary Sharingan wielder was dead didn't mean that he would necessarily stay dead. "Did you at least manage to get your objective?" Obito said through gritted teeth. Just because the Uchiha accepted Zetsu's reasons for taking so long, barring Black Zetsu's last comment, didn't mean that he liked them, allowing the irritations he felt to come out in his tone along with his anger. "Of course." The artificial human patted the scroll that was over his shoulder. "Good." Obito grunted, some stress seeming to leak out of his shoulders at the confirmation that the plan had been at least partially successful. "After how tonight turned out, we needed at least one thing to go our way." "It's not that bad, Madara." White Zetsu, the lighter half of the plant-like being, said, "Our enemies know nothing of our upcoming organization, they know not our identities, nor all of our abilities, and we escaped with our goal, quite successful if you asked me. But we're not asking you, Josetsu Chatterbox, so shut up." Black Zetsu snapped at its partner. "In case you didn't notice, we alerted our enemies more than we should have. Had we not had to intervene, they may have waited for us to show ourselves once more. Now they will come after us, for nothing else than to uncover who in this age could use the ability their precious Shodai Hokage was supposed to only possess." After finishing berating its partner, the half of Zetsu infused with Madara Uchiha's will turn to Obito, focusing on the Uchiha's wounded back. The little Uchiha also got himself injured. Obito refrained from moving to strangle the plant-like being. Whatever respect that Black Zetsu showed him during their times in public vanished when they were alone. Even with the time he's been lying there, he still hasn't fully recovered yet, and he has the fabled healing power of Hashirama Senju. Madara-sama would have been recuperated and ready to fight once more by now if he had your injuries. Black Zetsu paused for a moment before a small smirk appeared on its face. Actually, he would have kept fighting through the pain, not whimper like a little bitch. The insult caused Obito to release a growl, but couldn't stop himself from realizing that there were some truths in the artificial human's words. While adept with many different skills, the ability to channel and control the incredibly powerful regeneration that he was granted by the cells of Hashirama Senju that had been grafted into his formerly crushed arm via White Zetsu was not one of them. Had he been able to manipulate it, Obito could have been able to channel his chakra into the regeneration ability to increase the speed of the healing along with specifying which areas of his body to heal first. He was lucky that the ability seemed to have focused on his jaw first, allowing him to speak properly, but it seemed that any sort of luck that he had Chiyu no Chikara, healing power, seemed to have run out immediately after, the ability seemingly having split its concentration. Part of the healing power was fixing the extensive damage done to Obito's nervous system by his former teacher's new Rasengan. The other half was healing the gaping wound on his back from the dual spiraling spheres. "I still don't understand," Obito said, restraining his snarl and internally seething at stream of insults that Black Zetsu seemed to be slinging at him. "Why we had to attack Konoha? You already said that you knew the Sannin was living there." "Well, Madara, we didn't completely know that the Sannin was living at Konoha. The attack was mostly for confirmation. Along with wanting to take the opportunity to take down the Yondaime Hokage, behind the Sannin, he would be greatest threat to our plans." Black Zetsu frowned. "I must admit that the Sannin interfering in the attack was unforeseen. Madara-sama's interaction with the Sannin had led for us to believe that he would have simply moved away while the Kyuubi was attacking. For him to directly interfere is worrying to our plans. But it also reiterates the point we were trying to make before. The Sennin's gaze must be avoided at all costs until we are certain in our victory. To not do so could result in the destruction of everything we have worked for." Obito made an unintelligible HN sound. "Well, you've made your point." The wounded Uchiha conceded. He had no wish to face the Sannin again. The legendary figure of the first shinobi war had annihilated him without using any of the abilities he was famous for, as well as displaying new ones. The Sannin will have to be eluded. Obito then turned his vision from his partner to focusing on the scroll he was carrying. In the meantime, make sure that the scroll is secured. We cannot afford to lose it, especially now that the Yondaime has removed my ability to summon the Kyuubi thanks to that contract seal he used. Ah yes, that. You know Obito. Black Zetsu began, ignoring said Uchiha's gritted teeth when the plant-like being spoke his real name. I'm beginning to wonder if Madara-sama was wrong in trusting you with the continuation of the plan? After all, in addition to what we talked about earlier, you also lost the summoning seal that Madara-sama originally used to summon the Kyuubi. Not a very good track record if I say so myself, and since I'm an extension of Madara-sama's will, I don't think he will be pleased. Come on, Kuro, Black, it's not Madara's fault. We both know that you wouldn't have done any better had you been in his position. White Setsu interjected into the conversation, defending Obito. This is the Yoso Sannin we're talking about, so why don't we all just accept that tonight? We all could have done better. Neither Black Setsu nor Obito said anything for several moments, the Uchiha glaring at the dark half of his partner, while the plant-like being simply smirked down at the wounded Sharingan user. Kuro, as he was called by White Setsu since they were both Setsu, couldn't help but marvel at how easy it was to get under the Uchiha's skin. It was almost no fun at all how easy it was, though the teenager's reactions to each one of his thinly veiled barbs more than made up for it. Black Setsu cared incredibly little for Obito. He was merely a pawn in its plan, and as soon as he was unnecessary, he would be disposed of. He was only useful, currently, because of his Mangekyo Sharingan's ability to use Kamui. The manifestation of will was just happy that the Uchiha brat didn't need to have his Mangekyo replaced with another to counteract the blindness that takes all Mangekyo users, the cells of the Shodai Hokage taking care of that, making sure that blindness would never take his vision. If Obito had indeed required having his Mangekyo replaced with another, gaining the Iron no Mangekyo Sharingan, eternal kaleidoscope copy will I, then his arrogance would know no bounds and make it harder for its plans to be completed. We shall place this scroll somewhere secured, Madara-sama. Setsu, both halves, then moved off, though not without White Setsu giving a parting comment. By Madara. Waving even as the plant-like being into the darkness that seemed to permanently surround the room. Obito merely grunted and returned to the white half of Setsu, his mood having been soured by the constant insults by the being he knew as manifestation of Madara Uchiha's will. Within the dark room, Obito Uchiha was left to think about all the ways he could kill Black Zetsu when he was fully healed. Naruto gave no action to show that he was awake, but he was as soon as he felt the intruder enter his apartment. Small seals that acted as invisible tripwires subtly jolted him awake to allow him time to prepare for the person that was, most likely, attempting to kill him. But as he identified the person who had broken in, Naruto found that it was someone he knew. They didn't have any reason, as far as Naruto knew, to kill him, yet neither was he familiar enough with them that they could think that breaking into his home while he slept would be acceptable. Breaking into his home actually, Naruto felt as the intruders slowly make their way further into the rooms, not making a sound as they did so. Naruto could sense them clinging to the ceiling of his apartment, slowly and methodically moving across surface, moving only one limb at a time in order to keep 3 appendages attached. The intruder might have actually entered his apartment without detection had they chosen a better point of entry than the window, which was where one of his tripwire seals was directed. Naruto had nothing to monitor if someone was creeping across the ceiling, quite a major oversight seeing as he lived in a village of people who could cling to them, one that he would have to correct once he dealt with the trespasser. Naruto could have gotten up and swiftly killed whoever was in his apartment, but that was only if he didn't know who was currently intruding, but he did. So he would do nothing until they gave him a reason to, but even so, Naruto would definitely be more cautious around them. He felt the person slowly make their way towards his bedroom, silently opening the door and cling to the part of the wall that was just above it. The door was on the right-hand side of the wall opposite the one that his bed was currently pushed up against. Nothing much was in Naruto's bedroom other than his bed and several photos of Minato. A bedside table was to the left of his bed with a small alarm clock and flower pot placed on top. The walls and ceiling were a cream color while the carpet was blue. A window was built into the wall on Naruto's left, curtains drawn to keep the street lights from affecting his sleep. Naruto felt the intruder, and possible assassin, do nothing for several seconds, feeling their gaze on him, feeling it analyze him, but still the black-haired man made no movement, nothing that would alert the other person that was in his bedroom. They stared for several seconds at his prone form, not looking away, nor doing anything else. Eventually, they began to reach, slowly, for a pouch that seemed to be attached to their side, pulling from it some sort of object that Naruto wasn't able to get a clear image of with his senses, though he could tell it was some sort of projectile weapon. With swift and deadly accuracy, the intruder threw the weapon directly at Naruto, aiming at the black-haired man's heart. It pierced the air, producing a small whistling sound as it did so. But for all its speed, accuracy, and for the suddenness of the throw that the intruder had used, it was an easy task for Naruto to lift a hand and pluck the object from the air, grabbing it around the handle centimeters from spearing his chest. Opening his eyes, Naruto was incredibly surprised to find a tri-pronged kunai in his grasp, one of the ones that his son used, bar the sealing script that he kept around the handle. Moving his gaze to the intruder, Naruto met surprised yellow slit pupils of Orochimaru. Chapter 21. Orochimaru was a prideful person. The years of being called a genius and a prodigy, along with being trained by the Yoso Sannin and the Sandaime Hokage, had given him a streak of arrogance that even he had to acknowledge. Yet, even knowing of his hubris, the snake Sannin had never made any attempt to correct his ways, believing that his superiority was well-deserved. He'd fought against Hanzo the Salamander, joined the ANBU, decimated hundreds during the Second and Third Shinobi Wars. He was also the head of Konoha's Chakra Research Division. Should anyone in the world have the right to become arrogant, it should be him. And that was only the official side of what he does. If someone had found out the other side to his experiments and research, he'd no doubt be run out of the village. But even then, they'd have to realize the genius in his work. Splicing the DNA of children with that of Hashirama Senju in order to create a bearer to fabled Mokutan bloodline, experimenting on members of the Iburi clan, with their ability to become smoke, and researching the possibility to become immortal. These were all things that Orochimaru was currently studying in secret labs situated around Konoha and the elemental nations. Each one a masterpiece had anyone other than himself had the chance to study his work. In years past, he would have been content to keep his operations discreet, not wanting someone to, by chance, discover his extracurricular activities. While he was restricted in some of experiments that he was allowed perform, both on and off the records in Konoha, Orochimaru overcame this restriction by merely moving his more sensitive projects to remote bases. Doing this granted Orochimaru the power to perform any experiment he wished, provided that he was cautious enough, and retained the protection that Konoha offered. His ultimate goal of gaining the knowledge of every single technique that exists was something that he had strived for to accomplish for years now. The laws of the hidden leaf weren't going to stop him. His desire to become a supreme being would not be quenched until he had what he wanted in the palm of his hand. And what he wanted was the ability to become perfect. At least in his own eyes, Orochimaru had no doubt that many would consider, not only what he was attempting, but also his methods, monstrous. Orochimaru would never admit it to anyone, but he actually looked forward to the small visits that Jiraiya would give him, not out of the small amount of fondness he felt for his teammate, but rather his reports on locating the Yoso Sannin. His interests in these reports were for his own gain. The man that had trained him when he was a child was someone that he knew he would be a wealth of information, both from the Sennin's own knowledge of his jutsu and from his body. The ability to use unknown Kekkei Genkai in the form of the mystical Kutan, Sky Release, and Seton, Star Release, along with the possibility of new, undiscovered bloodlines, made someone like Orochimaru drool at the thought. All he needed from the Sannin was a drop of blood. Granted, he might actually need more for future experiments in case one went wrong. But that was the possibility. One drop of blood could vault Orochimaru into a league of his own. But it was to the Sannin's annoyance that nothing was ever heard about the Sannin, at least, nothing until tonight. The snake summoner had seen the man, his one-time teacher, leap and kick the Kyuubi in the head, redirecting what would have been a devastating Baijidama from destroying the village. Orochimaru wouldn't admit it, but if the white-haired legend hadn't acted, he knew he would have died in that attack, and no use of his body replacement technique would have prevented otherwise. He had wanted to pursue the man, he should have pursued, but he didn't. The Sannin had been in Konoha the entire time and he never noticed. The information along with his sudden entrance had shocked the pale man to the point where he was momentarily unable to move. In the back of his mind, Orochimaru had wondered if Jiraiya was having the exact same thoughts. By the time he had been brought out of his thoughts, the Sannin was gone, and he'd been ordered to search for anyone that had been trapped under any rubble and get them to safety while the Kyuubi was preoccupied. When Orochimaru and the rest of the defending ninja had watched as the Kyuubi disappeared into the distance, the snake summoner had taken the time to vanish from the celebrations that had ensued, trying to seek the sage out, but it was to no avail. The man had vanished once again. Reluctantly, he'd returned back to Konoha empty-handed, and in a foul mood, to receive orders. This foul mood had worsened when he was summoned by the Namake's brat, the supposed genius that people had the gall to compare to him. It was an insult as plain as day. He'd graduated from the Shinobi Academy at the age of 6, the precious Yondaime had done the same at 10. Orochimaru was a chunin by the time he was 11 yet had the skills to become one when he was 7, while the brat had done the same almost 5 years later. He was far beyond the skills of Minato Namikaze, and yet people still thought them equals. It boggled Orochimaru's mind the stupidity of people. A prime example of this stupidity being his own teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The previous Hokage was the one that had passed on the mantle of fire shadow to Namikaze when he, Orochimaru, had been in line for the position for years. Granted that the snake Sannin had little actual want for the position other than to use it for his own ends, but it was the action that Orochimaru was criticizing, an action that had also hit him in his pride. He'd essentially been stood up for someone with less experience, wisdom, knowledge and power than himself. Orochimaru knew this, yet people believed that someone who hadn't been on this land half as long as himself was a better choice for Hokage. It was one of the things that made the Yondaime draw the Sannin's ire, and so when he had been called to the Hokage's office, along with others to a room that should rightfully be his, and seen the smug bastard sitting behind a desk that didn't belong to him, composed with a cool look on his face, Orochimaru's mood had darkened further. The already bad mood didn't get any better when the brat then informed those in the room of the opponent he faced, how they used the name Madara Uchiha, how they controlled the Kyuubi, and the timely intervention of the Yoso Sannin. Orochimaru's disposition slowly soured further as the Namikaze kept on speaking, describing what happened and his involvement, but to the outside world, he maintained a passive expression. It was only when he was then dismissed from the office that Orochimaru knew he couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't stay one moment longer in this village taking orders from that had taken what was his. Either he left now, or was detained and killed by the entire village when he finally snapped and killed the brat. Somehow, he didn't think that Konoha would see what he did as a service to the village. But as he paced through one of his bases within the walls of Konoha, Earth clones sealing away what they could into scrolls and rigging the rest with explosive tags, a thought came to him. Why not leave a parting gift for the brat? He was ready to become a nuke Nin, missing Nin. He had been for months, with backup plan upon backup plan prepared to use in case something went wrong. He could be out of the land of fire by the time anyone realized he was missing, so why not? Sure, it would cause him more trouble down the road, the Yondaime might swear revenge and seek him out, but Orochimaru was confident in his ability to disappear. It was then that his plans changed slightly. Instead of himself leaving with his things to a base further north, a Kage-bunshin, shadow clone, it knew what to do should something happen. Merely because he was confident in his plans didn't mean that he was going to assume and presume. There were always unknown factors. In the meantime, while he clone did that, he would leave Minato a present. It had taken only several minutes for him to think of the perfect gift for the Hokage, something that would hit the blonde in the heart with its message. When he had, a dark smile had formed on Pale Man's face. He was going to pay the father of the Namikaze spawn a visit. The Hokage's father wasn't a secret, much like the boyfriend-girlfriend relationship between the brat and the Uzumaki woman, though Orochimaru had several doubts that the relationship between those two hadn't gone one step further. It wasn't a secret, but wasn't spread about either. Orochimaru idly wondered how much IWA would pay for the information. Grabbing what he would need, ditching his Konoha flak jacket and headband, Orochimaru then went to visit the home of the elder Namikaze, though he wasn't known by the last name. As expected, all the lights were off, yet the snake summoner didn't drop his guard. He was still in enemy territory as far as he was concerned. The home of the father to the brat was an apartment that had windows that opened up to an alleyway that ran down the side of the building, something that made it only too easy in Orochimaru's eyes. He had silently moved into the alley and walked up the wall towards the window. He didn't have to worry much about stealth until he actually broke into the apartment. No one was on the streets, shinobi working on cleaning up what they could while the civilians that had been allowed to return to their homes were all inside. Most would be on the heels of such an attack. Reaching the window, a sharp burst of wind chakra sliced through the latch that kept the pane of glass from sliding up or down. Noiselessly, Orochimaru raised the window and slipped through the frame and immediately attached himself to the ceiling. There was no telling if the brat had rigged his father's apartment with seals. While it was unknown to the student of the Sandaime Hokage, the moment he had taken a step into the room, he had moved closer to his end. Moving as quickly as he could without making a sound, the Sannin moved over to the room he knew was the bedroom. All of these mass-produced apartment blocks were the same. A result of Konoha having to have the room to house hundreds quickly when it was first built to house the Uchiha and Senju clans. Opening the door to said room, Orochimaru paused for a moment, listening to the black-haired man's breathing. Hearing no hitch or subtle deviation in the pattern that could suggest the elder man knew he was here, Orochimaru continued into the bedroom, hiding himself in a corner of the room where the two walls met the ceiling. Studying the man for several moments, Orochimaru got the feeling that there was something different about the man before him. Naruto was wearing no top, only loose black pants as night clothes, showing off a muscular build that someone roughly Orochimaru's own age shouldn't have unless they were a ninja, yet the man's build wasn't what interested the pale man the most. He was sleeping on top of his bed, cover still made, hands linked and resting over his stomach. Orochimaru had never seen someone sleep in such a position. Many could originally fall asleep like that, but their bodies would subconsciously seek out a more position. For him to be completely asleep as he was showed an incredible control of his body that extended to his subconscious. For several moments, Orochimaru considered kidnapping the man for study. Such control of oneself would have incredible combat possibilities. That thought immediately died when he realized that he had no way to transport the man out of Konoha safely and without being seen. He could slip past the ANBU patrols that were no doubt circling Konoha, but it would doubtful he would able to do the same with a limp body on his back. Had it been any other time during the year, easily, but all the ANBU operatives must be on high alert after such an attack by the Kyuubi. With almost reluctance for having to kill such a promising subject, Orochimaru withdrew a special kunai from a pouch at his side. It was a tri-pronged kunai, one that he had procured from the local blacksmith. While the Fuinjutsu formula that the Hokage used for his infamous Hiraishin technique was kept incredibly close to the chest of the blonde, the kunai he used for it were not. When the stupid child had first unveiled the jutsu, Orochimaru, like several others, had spent weeks trying to crack the sealing array that was used. At one point, Orochimaru had thought that the secret might have lain with the strange kunai that was used. This, however, turned out to be completely false. Eventually, like the rest, Orochimaru had given up on cracking the code, settling to, one day, steal one of the kunai and study it. He'd never gotten rid of the weapon, however, opting to keep it, just in case. When he had been planning what sort of parting gift to give to Minato, Orochimaru had thought about the kunai, then about framing the man, but he had quickly scrapped that idea. With no sealing formula around the handle, there was no way to link it to the Hokage. Once he had thought about killing the blonde's father, he had once again considered the kunai, and come up with an alteration to his plan that could possibly inflict more psychological trauma. Throw the kunai at the man's heart, the man looks to the object impeded in his chest, sees that it's his son's and lives his final moments believing that his son had killed him. Orochimaru then subtly triggers one of the alarms that the Hokage must have left around the place before immediately making his exit. The blonde arrives, sees that his father is dead and killed by one of his weapons. Massive mental damage is dealt. What happens after that is unknown to Orochimaru, though in the time it had taken him to arrive at the apartment, he had gone through different outcomes, from Minato committing suicide or retiring from his shinobi career, to stepping down from the position of Hokage to hunt down his father's killer. Regardless of the fallout from his actions, one thing was constant in all the conclusions that Orochimaru had thought of: Minato suffered. As far as he was concerned, that was a win for him. With a flick of his wrist, Orochimaru threw the kunai towards the man's heart. It was another step closer to sealing his fate. Of all the things that the pale man thought would happen when he launched the kunai, his target's hand snapping up to snag the weapon from the air wasn't one of them. For a moment, he was stunned. When he came back to the present, he found himself staring to green eyes that promised pain. Orochimaru. The voice was soft, but it was as strong as a mountain. You have 5 seconds to explain why you just tried to kill me. There was an unspoken or else following his words. In a split second, Orochimaru thought of 2 different ways to act. He could run from the person before him. This would be considered the smart thing to do. The Namake's father had a skill level that was unknown yet was obviously high if he was able to catch the kunai out of the air. This option was undesirable to Orochimaru for one major reason: it was another hit to his pride. Running from a civilian, even if said civilian had the skills of a seasoned shinobi, it was just begging for people to mock him behind his back. He was one of the Sannin. people should be running from him, not the other way. The other option was to fight. A well-placed quick attack could take down almost any opponent if used correctly. All Orochimaru would need was one opening. Again, the snake summoner's pride made this option all the more appealing. He was a member of the Sannin, trained by some of the strongest figures in history, hailed a genius and a prodigy. It would take more than one person to take him down. All of that consideration took a second. The time it took for Orochimaru to reach once more to his pouch, pull out a regular kunai, and lunge towards the figure lying on the bed was 2 seconds. A quarter of a second later, and Naruto's left foot shot blurred into action to hit the airborne shinobi that was coming from his right. The power from the kick was transferred to the pale Sannin, sending him crashing through the wall of the bedroom, sending him into the next apartment. Yet that still didn't stop the scientist's momentum. He crashed through the wall behind that one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. Finally, Orochimaru flew through a wall and out of the block of apartments, crashing into the ground and causing a mini crater in the center of the street. For a couple of seconds Orochimaru laid in the crater before lifting himself out with groan and standing himself back on 2 feet, wobbling slightly. How could the Namake's brat's father have such strength? "Your 5 seconds are up, Orochimaru," came a voice. Looking towards the source, Orochimaru found himself looking towards the person he had just tried to kill standing in the middle of the hole in the wall he had just made with his body. Orochimaru said nothing. He knew he would have to escape now. The amount of noise that was just made from his body breaking through walls would have every shinobi in the area swarming towards pain. The feeling of pain exploded in the summoner's face, blossoming and spreading like wildfire until he almost couldn't think straight. Through the pain, however, Orochimaru could feel his body lifted off the ground from the force of whatever hit him. He felt the walls as they impacted against his back and crumbled as his form went through them. After what seemed like a lifetime and an infinite number of walls, the member of the Sannin felt his body begin to skid across the ground just before he crashed into one last wall. This one seemed to be sturdy enough to halt the remaining force that Orochimaru's body carried, but even so, it still cracked. Picking his body up from the prone position it landed in after it bounced slightly off the wall, Orochimaru didn't take any time to wait around for his attacker to get back and began to weave through hand signs for a jutsu that would help him. Idly, he realized that he was in an alleyway. Making the final motion with his hands, Orochimaru muttered his technique. Totan Jutsu, Transparent Escape Technique. A ripple went out from Orochimaru's body as his chakra coated his figure and slowly rendered him invisible to regular vision. Jiraiya may be a shameless pervert, but Orochimaru wanted to know all the techniques in the world, which included his teammates' ones, but it was undeniable now that it was useful if used correctly, completely worth spending an entire day with the lecherous man doing research for the Toad Sage's next book, even if he had spent a better part of the afternoon running from women when they both got caught thanks to the white-haired man's perverted giggles. With the jutsu finally in place, the Sannin member went to leave. He couldn't achieve what he wanted to anymore. And with his pride no longer clouding his judgment, Orochimaru could see that he needed to now get a lid on his arrogance. He shouldn't have tried to get back at Minato, he should have just left, but his anger and arrogance had misled him into this current situation. At least he had the foresight to send his belongings ahead with a shadow clone. Moving swiftly towards the entrance to the alleyway he had landed in, trying to avoid using as much as possible than he already was, Orochimaru thought about different ways to escape. Through the ground wasn't an option. Not only was Danzo's precious root operatives stationed in the catacombs and sewers that ran beneath the surface of Konoha, but it would leave him restricted in movement should a censor spot him. That only really left sneaking past the shinobi that were no doubt converging on his position. Peeking his invisible head out of the alleyway, Orochimaru looked left, down the street, searching for any shinobi. Seeing no one was there, he stepped out completely and looked to the right. He turned just in time for a hand to grip his face and hoist him off the ground, squeezing as it did so. Instinctively, Orochimaru's hands wrapped around the appendage that was suspending him and tried to pull his face away. This proved useless. "You picked the wrong time to kill me, Orochimaru." The snake summoner immediately knew who the owner of the voice was, and through that, the owner of the hand. Naruto, the Namake's brat's father. "Had you picked any other time to try and kill me I might have let you live, but right now? I'm really not in a good mood." The pale-skinned man's training finally seemed to snap into action after those words, the snake summoner swinging his feet back to gain a momentum, before swinging forward, aiming to plant his feet into the stomach of his attacker and push himself away. or use Naruto's midsection as leverage to remove his face from the green-eyed man's hand. Neither of these attempted actions worked though. Naruto's free hand left had grabbing Orochimaru's right leg and pushed it into the other, causing both of the pale man's legs to harmlessly move down his side. Goodbye, Orochimaru. Naruto's cold words caused the Sanin's eyes to widen behind the hand that was covering his face. That was about as far as the man got before an intense heat exploded into his face along with a squeezing sensation that wrapped around his head. Even in the intense pain he felt, Orochimaru vaguely realized that the source of the painful warmth, along with the crushing feeling, was originating from the hand that was gripping him. A muffled scream tore itself from the snake summoner's throat as he felt his skin begin to burn and bubble. Suddenly, the Sannin exploded into smoke just as Naruto's hand made a fist. There was a loud crunch, but not of bone and flesh but of stone. Naruto's eyes narrowed dangerously as the cloud cleared to show him not Orochimaru's crushed skull but the remains of grounded rock trickle from an opening at the bottom of his fist. Snapping his head down the alley, Naruto saw his target leaning against a wall, panting. The front of Orochimaru's face was blackened and twisted from the intense heat that Naruto's hand had given off. He had substituted himself with a piece of rubble from the wall he had plowed through. Naruto turned to face down the alley, fully blocking off any kind of exit that the Sannin member could hope to make from the entrance. Orochimaru couldn't believe this. There was no way that the person he was currently facing was the father of the Namake's brat. All of his knowledge of the man had led him to believe that he had a taijutsu skill that could possibly give a highly skilled jonin a run for their money along with a sound knowledge of Fuinjutsu. This was not any of that. As a member of the Sannin, Orochimaru was far better than a high jonin when it came to taijutsu, yet the man before him had moved far faster than he could, hitting the pale man with what he could only assume was a punch that knocked him through walls as well as sneak up behind him. That wasn't even including that thing he did with his hand, heating it to a high temperature without harming himself. Orochimaru vaguely remembered Jiraiya trying to do the same, attempting to augment his own fighting style to make him all but immune to any grappling techniques, possibly katan techniques too. He never did find out if his teammate, possibly former teammate now, had succeeded in that endeavor. Shaking himself out of those thoughts, Orochimaru knew he needed to escape and he needed to do it now, regardless if he was spotted or not, otherwise he might not make it out at all. Turning towards the line of holes he made in the various walls, he could just make out a few shinobi looking down it, inwardly cursing as he noticed them. He was leaving now. Biting his thumb, Orochimaru sped through a few hand seals before slamming his hand into the ground, a summoning array spreading out from beneath his palm. An explosion of smoke obscured the pale man from Naruto's view for several seconds, at least until he reappeared on top of a giant brown snake. It towered over the buildings around it, the one who summoned it standing on the center of its head. The alley was now destroyed, the size of the snake crushing the buildings on any side of it. "Move!" Naruto could hear Orochimaru hiss. "Get me out of Konoha now!" The snake obeyed diligently, moving for the nearest exit from the shinobi village, slithering over numerous houses as it did so, crushing any inhabitants that happened to home. Naruto jumped out of the way as the reptile moved to slide over him, and watched for a moment as the snake went. He knew of the snake summons, Hakuja, White Snake, having been one of the original summons that himself and Hagoromo had used against the Shinju. The sage of the snake clan was an honest being. Some of the elderly snake's morals and values might be a bit skewered to Naruto, but the old snake was honest, and over the multiple millennia that they had both been alive, Naruto had learned to overlook the white snake's flaws, just as the venomous reptile had learned to overlook his. Unfortunately, Manda, the current chief of the snake clan, was quite snobbish. The large purple snake hadn't made an incredibly good impression the last time that Naruto had visited the reptiles. Sadly, many summon clans rule based on who was physically able, not who was technically the most powerful, so when Manda felt that Naruto didn't show him the respect he felt he deserved, he saw fit to banish him from ever returning to Ryuchi Cave. Granted that Naruto may have baited the snake chief a bit during that particular meeting, it still didn't mean that Manda allowed his pride to rule much of his actions, similar to Orochimaru. It was only Naruto's friendship with Hakuja and the elderly snake's wish for Naruto to not interfere with clan matters that Naruto hadn't shown the purple upstart how little it truly was compared to Naruto. That was over 200 years ago. As he looked at the retreating brown snake as it carved a path of destruction through the village of Konoha, Naruto thought back to Hakuja. While they hadn't seen each other for a long time, he still considered the older snake a friend. He highly doubted that the snake sage would like to find one of his clansmen dead by his own hand, so as annoying as it was to not be able to destroy the reptile to get to Orochimaru, he would refrain for his old friend. Building up a walk that slowly turned into a jog, then a run and finally evolving into sprint, Naruto's right hand formed a shape that made it look like he was holding some kind of round shaft. Channeling chakra, a glowing blue staff formed within the grip, roughly 2 meters in length. Picking up more speed, Naruto spied a rather large pile of rubble ahead that had been left in the wake of Orochimaru's escape. A few large sections of concrete had all collapsed into a heap. It was exactly what Naruto needed at the moment. While he was willing to tell Minato about his abilities, there was a difference between telling his son, and most likely his son's wife as well, and telling the rest of Konoha. Even in the middle of chasing someone who had tried to kill him, he was still readily aware of several shinobi, most likely Jonin, watching him as they sprinted after a retreating Orochimaru. He could handle 1 or 2 abilities being known. Normally he wouldn't, or would at least be a lot more hesitant with showing what he could do, but after the screw-up that was his big reveal to Minato, and Orochimaru trying to kill him, Naruto really wasn't in the mood. Coming up to the mount of broken concrete slabs, and the retreating snake summon, Naruto pointed the rod of chakra towards the mass of broken buildings and extended, the pole growing another 4 meters. Moving quickly, Naruto jammed his glowing staff of chakra into the pile and used it to vault himself into the air. The speed he had gained from running, along with the momentum that was added on from his makeshift pole vault, was enough to having him quickly flying through the air over Orochimaru's summon, which was just breaching the north wall of Konoha. As easy as it would have been to jump, Naruto didn't want to show Konoha any more than he already had. As his upward momentum faded and he began to be subjected to gravity's rules once more, Naruto angled himself towards where he could see Orochimaru going, straight north. With his feet pointing downward and his arms by his side, the disguised man began to descend faster, the wind whipping around his body. Within seconds, Naruto was upon Orochimaru, the Sannin turning around only half a second before Naruto's sandaled feet collided with his face, driving the snake summoner towards the ground. The angle at which Naruto descended wasn't steep enough to drive the head of the snake summon into the ground. Instead, Naruto and Orochimaru clipped the side of the top of the snake's head. Even so, the velocity at which the two hit the snake was enough to cause it significant pain and dispel. There was one thing that Naruto didn't account for when he and Orochimaru collided with the earth outside of Konoha at a high speed, and that was for the ground to give way beneath them. Naruto felt it as soon as he hit the ground. He could feel the force of his impact cause the dirt under Orochimaru cave in. He instinctively expanded his awareness, opening up his senses. What he found was one of 3 large groups of people that he had sensed previously within the vicinity of Konoha that were underground. This one contained men, women and children, as did one of the others, while the final one was filled with mostly adults and several teenagers. The group with mostly adults he assumed was the ANBU that Kakashi had joined. He'd sensed the gray-haired boy's chakra signature frequently within that group of people. That group was mostly stationed within Konoha's walls. The other group of chakra signatures with children, the one that he hadn't just inadvertently landed in the middle of, was also stationed within Konoha but further underground. As he fell, Naruto heard several screams from the occupants of the cavern that he had just caused to cave in. Even as he plummeted, more sections of the cave dislodged and fell from the roof to the floor. Orochimaru landed first, hitting the ground on his stomach and his head colliding with the ground. Naruto then landed on top of him, driving both of his feet into the back of the pale man, bending his knees slightly as he landed. A small grunt of pain came from the member of the Sannin while some blood trickled from a cut on the side of his head. Orochimaru planted his palms into the ground in an attempt to get up, but Naruto quickly cut him off with some words. "Don't bother, Orochimaru." The words stopped the Sannin, the man halting his movements, but it was only for a moment as, with a flash, the man twisted his upper body slightly to the right in order to shove his left hand up towards Naruto. Sinajhhhh. What had begun as the name for a technique became a cry of pain as Naruto viciously lifted his left leg and stomped on Orochimaru's upper arm, breaking the bone cleanly and pinning the arm to the ground. Orochimaru let out another scream as the same thing happened to his other arm a moment later. Fighting through the pain, Orochimaru used his legs. With his body no longer pinned to the ground, the snake summoner used his incredible flexibility to arch his back backwards and attempted to hook his feet underneath Naruto's armpits and fling him off, keyword being attempted. Naruto could feel the Sannin's body shift beneath him and acted accordingly. As soon as he felt the feet attempting to hook his underarms, Naruto grabbed the feet, pulled them in front him, and then began to kneel down. Naruto could sense Orochimaru's eyes widen as he realized that Naruto was going to break his back. Not even he was so flexible as to survive being folded in half backwards. Just as the father of the yondaime could feel the back of Orochimaru began to crack, the body went suspiciously limp. Snapping his eyes to the head, Naruto watched in sick fascination as the mouth of the Sannin member opened farther than should be possible, and another Orochimaru crawl out of the orifice. Acting quickly and while the fully healed summoner was all fours after ejecting himself from his former skin, Naruto slammed both of his feet back into the back of Orochimaru before once more breaking the upper arms of the snake summoner with a single stomp each. Once again, Orochimaru gave a yell of pain. His attempt to muffle his vocal expression of pain was useless. "We're right back where we started, Orochimaru," Naruto told the Sannin. Frantically, Orochimaru looked around where he could try to spot something, anything, that might get him out of this situation. He didn't have to look far. "Iburi clan!" the Sannin shouted towards the people hiding in the shadows of the cavern. Naruto's eyes snapped up as Orochimaru addressed the people around him. "Should this man kill me, you shall never be allowed to walk in sun. Save me and I can continue my work, you will feel the light of day on your skin." Naruto narrowed his eyes at the people surrounding him and Orochimaru. They weren't any kind of threat to him, but for these people to help Orochimaru meant that he would most likely have to kill them. The fact that Orochimaru was attempting to get their assistance was a sign that he had some sort of belief that they would help him and be of some sort of aid to his escape. Naruto turned his gaze down to Orochimaru. "You don't really think that these people would be stupid enough to dash?" Naruto stopped mid-sentence and was forced to leap to the side to avoid a cloud of thick, black smoke that rushed over his former position. The cloud of gas then performed a U-turn, returning next to Orochimaru, who was lifting himself back up onto 2 feet. The smoke condensed, forming to the shape of a man before becoming bone and flesh. The member of the Iburi clan attempted to help Orochimaru back to his feet, but the Sannin ignored him. The clan member was tall and well-built, had light skin, dark eyes and short, spiky, gray hair that looked brown in the dark light of the cavern. He was wearing a ragged gray vest, dark gray pants, and sandals. "It appears I was wrong," Naruto spoke, drawing the attention of the Iburi clan member to him. Orochimaru hadn't taken his eyes off his form. "Someone is stupid enough to trust you, Orochimaru." Focusing on the person beside the Sannin, Naruto asked him a question. "Why do you trust the man beside you? Minutes ago, he attempted to kill for a reason that I have yet to uncover. Would you follow a man like that?" The gray-haired man gained a hard glint in his eye, his stance and muscles tensed. "Orochimaru-sama has helped my clan. He has made it so that we can control our abilities, when before, we would have to worry about being dispersed by a small breeze. He is ensuring the continued survival of my people, and for that, he will always have my loyalty." The man, who Naruto could guess was the leader of the Iburi clan from the way he spoke, said his words with a passion and belief that spoke of unwavering devotion to the person of which he spoke. There was no convincing him otherwise. To do so would take time and effort that Naruto didn't have currently. Even so, just because the patriarch of the clan had such faith didn't mean that there would be others who would. Looking around him, however, and Naruto could see several other clan members come forward, ready to fight. About 20 more men and women came forward, dropping into individual fighting styles, some pulling out swords of varying lengths while others dissolved their bodies, becoming smoke. But even with all these people ready to fight, Naruto could see others that were more hesitant to join their clansmen and clanswomen in battle. Several had children around them clinging to their clothes in fear, while others had babies in their arms that gave muted wails. A number of them looked terrified at what was happening. Naruto let out a breath through his nose. "For those of you who do not wish to die, leave through the tunnels now. If you haven't left in 30 seconds, you will die along with Orochimaru," Naruto told those around him. His voice was unfaltering. This served to unnerve some of those surrounding him. But even with his intimating promise of their demise, no one left as first. And it wasn't until a small girl, looking like she was around 10 or so, tugged on the arm of one of the women holding children that people started to move. It began with those that had children. They started to quickly migrate down the rocky tunnels that led into the cavern, and it was only when a woman holding a young baby ran to one of the men that surrounded Naruto, pulling on a ragged shirt that he wore, that others began moving. The man looked at the woman tugging on his shirt, then to the man that Naruto presumed was the clan leader, then back to the woman. He gave the woman a nod and they quickly went to vacate the cavern. A few others from the group that surrounded Naruto were dragged off by their partners or other members of their family. The rest stayed despite their family's pleadings. The last person to leave was a woman being dragged away crying, her husband, brother, or other relation refusing to leave. Her pleading, begging and crying towards the person went unheard. The man she was imploring to stared at Naruto with hard eyes, though Naruto could see a small tear run down his face. When the woman was finally dragged from the chamber, her cries still echoing off the walls of the cavern, Naruto looked around at the people surrounding him. Only 15 of the original 21 Iburi clan members remained. Orochimaru stayed for some reason, though Naruto could see that without the entire Iburi clan ready to fight to the death for him, he wasn't as cocky and appeared ready to flee once more. "Your time's up," Naruto commented to the people around him. This seemingly set them off, all of them charging towards him, swords ready to pierce, fists ready to collide, oxidized bodies ready to perform some kind of damage that Naruto couldn't identify just yet. Orochimaru did nothing to help, perfectly ready to sacrifice the pawns to increase his own chance of victory. The snake summoner was in fact moving towards one of the tunnels that led to the cavern. "I am sorry that your sacrifice will be in vain," he murmured towards the charging Iburi. There wasn't anyone from Konoha watching over this fight, and therefore, no reason to hold back. They were still making their way towards the opening that he had inadvertently created into the Iburi clan's home. Naruto clapped once, releasing a forceful gale of wind that expanded around him. It shot outwards towards the charging Iburi clansmen and women, none of them having any time to anything other than widen their eyes and let out a small scream before it was over. The strong wind forcefully dispersed the members of the clan, their bodies not being strong enough to handle the velocity that the wind hit them, thus they went poof, like a lit candle being blown out. Orochimaru, who had been just about to exit the cavern through a tunnel, felt the wind hit his back, which caused him to widen his eyes in surprise and shock, not having expected the civilian father of the Yondaime to know jutsu of any kind. Turning around to gain information on the situation, Orochimaru felt his eyes widen. Naruto was there, right in front of him. "Orochimaru!" Naruto said the word before Pale Man could organize a single plan of escape. A second later, and the Sannin member found himself hunched over a fist that had buried itself in his stomach and spitting out blood that had made its way up his throat. Orochimaru felt another hand land on his head and push it up slightly so that he was standing up, albeit lopsided. Suddenly, the pale man's body tensed and an arm flashed out. Sanaijushu, hidden shadow snake hands. Even as the snakes began to emerge from his sleeve, Orochimaru knew they would already missed. Naruto's hand already had came up underneath his own and redirected the attack to the tunnel ceiling, the snakes burying themselves into rock. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru felt something quickly impact his stomach again before it disappeared. Just as soon as it appeared, it gave him an incredibly sharp sting of pain before he felt nothing more. Letting out an almost soundless grunt in pain, Orochimaru looked down and widened his eyes. A loud boom and the sound of crumbling and falling rock was heard behind him, but it was ignored by the Sannin member in favor of what had happened to his stomach. There was a fist through his stomach. The scrunched up hand had punctured the skin, pushed past the flesh, burst through internal organs, broken through his spine and emerged on the other side. Numbly, Orochimaru turned around to see what the sound was behind him, his brain not processing what had just happened to his abdomen enough to act. The rock wall of the tunnel had a fist-sized hole in it, a hole that wasn't there before. The punch, Orochimaru thought dully, had enough power and force to go through my body and still create a large indentation into a rock wall. The Sannin turned his gaze towards Naruto. Who is he? Orochimaru didn't try to escape, he knew he was already dead. Die! Naruto instructed the snake summoner, not wavering his eyes from Orochimaru's own. Pulling his hand from the snake summoner's stomach and spinning 360 degrees, Naruto unleashed a vicious strike to the neck of the pale Sannin member. There was a resounding crack as the neck of the scientist snapped, followed by a crunch as the rest of Orochimaru's bones broke when his body was flung into the side of the tunnel from the force of the blow. The power was enough to make the body indent itself into the foundation of the tunnel. The pale member of the Sannin felt no pain when he hit the wall, or when his neck was broken. All he felt was a kind of bitter disappointment. He didn't accomplish his dream, he didn't get back at that brat, Minato, and he didn't find out who the man that killed him was. In his dying moments, the snake summoner didn't have some kind of massive revelation, he didn't regret what he did, or suddenly see what he needed to do to accomplish his dream. All he saw was darkness invade his vision. Then nothing. With that, Orochimaru died. 3 days after his death, one of Orochimaru's bases would turn operational, experiments would begin, research would be done, but most importantly, revenge would be plotted. Konoha would pay one day. Minto rubbed his forehead as he sat behind his desk. Could he not spend some time with the newest addition to his family in peace? Was it too much to ask that he be able to have some quality time with the wife and child he thought he would have to leave mere hours earlier? Apparently yes was the correct answer, because only a few hours of sitting in his home, on his bed, with Kushina holding his newborn son, an ANBU member drops appears in the room with a swirl of leaves. Said ANBU member reported that his father was attacking Orochimaru of the Sannin, and that said Sannin was now trying to flee the village via a snake summon, crushing several houses and people in the process. Despite the situation, Minato could only sigh. He'd already had a physically and emotionally draining night, or day. He never did check the time, and was in no frame of mind to deal with another one. But he was the Hokage, and so he had to. Within a minute, he was ready for anything that may happen, and flashed himself to the top of the Hokage monument to get a larger view of the situation, though not before he activated several defensive and detection seals around his apartment. Minato immediately noticed a large trail of destroyed buildings that led from a position a few blocks away from his father's apartment. The trail then moved towards the northern wall of the village. The large snake that Orochimaru summoned had just broken through said wall, in fact, and was making its way out of the village and towards the border that Hai no Kuni shared with the land of rice fields. At least that was until some sort of projectile fell through the air and crashed almost directly onto the head of the giant reptile, dispelling it in the process. The projectile then succeeded to crash through the ground, causing a large hole to open up in the earth near Konoha. Minato could only sigh when he saw this. The security problems were going to go through the roof at the next meeting, and he was going to suffer through all of the complaints. He had no doubt that what caused the snake to dispel was somehow related to his father. The fact that his father seemed to be easing up on his whole secrecy act was a welcome change in behavior from the naturally white-haired man, but Minato didn't know whether this was him actually loosening up, or merely doing it as another act. The blonde knew that his father loved him. That was never in question. What was in question was his ability to open up to others. Despite the love that Naruto had shown him, when Minato realized that his civilian father was in fact one of the most powerful figures in shinobi history, he began to doubt his own knowledge about who his remaining parent was. If Naruto could hide such a big secret, what else did he hide? It was a question that Minato could feel at the back of his mind, that tickled the edge of his thoughts. Had he not been distracted by his bonding with his wife and son, the question would have consumed Minato's thoughts until it was answered. Minato had shaken his head to disperse the daydreaming, knowing that he couldn't afford to be distracted now. Focusing on a kunai closest to where he needed to go, the yondaime then disappeared in a flash of yellow. When he had finally made it to the opening in the ground, all he found was his father, disguised in place, seated with his legs crossed in the center of a large cavern, a bloodied, broken and dead Orochimaru at his feet. Now, an hour after Minato had found his father with Orochimaru's corpse, they were both, once more, with the Hokage's office, alone this time. Minato seated behind his desk, and Naruto standing before him. "All right," Minato began. "What happened?" Several prominent shinobi had warned Minato about questioning Naruto alone, especially with him displaying abilities that were previously unknown to them. The Hokage had waved off their worries, wanting to interrogate his father in private. He eventually had to order them to get them to do what he wanted, but that was besides the point. "Orochimaru tried to kill me," Naruto answered. There was no follow-up explanation. "That's it?" Minato asked after a few moments of silence. "Nothing to add that could expand on that answer? What more do you want, Minato?" Naruto inquired. "I don't know why he did it. All I know was that he was going to kill me, and so I killed him in retaliation." "You killed him in retaliation?" the Hokage questioned with a raised eyebrow. "Do you really expect me to believe that? If the person that I called Tsusan was anything like you, then I know that you wouldn't have just killed him just because he tried to kill you." "So why?" Naruto sighed. "Minato, the person that called Tsusan is still me. I didn't hide any of my personality from you," Naruto said to his son. "That only emphasizes my point," Minato replied. "It doesn't answer my question, so I'll ask again, why did you kill him? I know that it would have well been within your capabilities to detain him, even if you were hiding." Minato said the last word with a small snort. "Though I can see that you seem to release a few of the restrictions you placed on yourself." Minato dash. Unless you're going to answer my question, don't say anything. Minato interrupted. Naruto let his head fall forward as he released a small breath. He could feel his position in his son's life slipping away. I felt frustrated, the naturally white-haired man said after a few seconds of silence. I know that not telling you my identity is completely my fault and that your reaction was completely justified, but it still didn't change the fact that you are my son, and the possibility of not being part of your family pains me, Minato. Lifting his head back to look into his son's eyes, Naruto continued. I let my frustrations out on Orochimaru, that is why I killed him. Though the fact that I was in no mood to care about someone who tried to kill me also helped. Naruto murmured the last part almost as an afterthought, but the Hokage still heard his words. So let me get this straight, Minato said after several seconds to process what he had just been told. You killed Orochimaru essentially because you couldn't give a shit. The Yondaime gave a look to Naruto that spoke of the need of clarification for what he had just said, while the way you put it was incredibly crude. Naruto told his son. Yes, I did kill Orochimaru because basically I couldn't give a shit as you so eloquently put it. You know you're lucky, Minato told his father with annoyance. By all rights you should be in a cell awaiting interrogation and eventual execution for the death of well-known and respected Konoha shinobi. If not before these questions, then as soon as you admitted that you killed Orochimaru. I'm sensing a but, Naruto replied. But you're incredibly lucky, Minato continued. Several shinobi that scouted down the tunnels that led into that cavern came across the people calling themselves the Iburi clan. Almost all of the members spoke about how Orochimaru experimented on other members of their clan to help the rest control their Kekkei Genkai. A few other shinobi then found a hidden entrance to a laboratory near where you broke through the ground. Minato reached up to rub the side of his head in circles as he remembered the report he was given. The shinobi that investigated the laboratory reported back the corpses of people being experimented on, a few still alive subjects and discarded body parts, along with various bits of medical equipment. That was as far as he got before he was forced to retreat after he noticed the whole place was rigged with explosive seals. It was only thanks to his use of the Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, that he was able to escape without permanent injury. He was the only one of 4 to return. Minato paused a bit to remember those 4 who had fallen before he carried on speaking. Currently, Minato said to his father, the only reason that you're not stewing in a jail cell is that there is a possibility that Orochimaru might be in the wrong after all, that and the fact that I vouched for you. Naruto's eyes widened. Minato, you didn't have dash. Don't take it the wrong way, Minato interjected, a small smirk on his face. I merely told them that the prison wouldn't hold you should you truly try to escape. Naruto's expression immediately changed from one of pleasant surprise to a deadpan. Way to ruin the moment. Naruto paused for a moment, thinking of some kind of insulting or embracing name for his son. A devious smile came to his face as he remembered a specific memory. Minato-kun. For several moments, the Hokage of Konoha stared at Naruto with surprise on his face at the sound of his new nickname before he began to choke on air slightly as his brain fully processed exactly what was said. Minato-kun? The Yondaime managed to get out. What kind of name is that? If possible, Naruto's smile got wider. Your Kasen began to call you that when you were around 3. She called you her mini-me because you had her hair and eye color, and you both shared a name when she called you that. The smile on Naruto's face grew as he remembered those times. You would always give a cute little pout and go on about how your name wasn't supposed to be girly. A chuckle escaped Naruto's lips as he remembered the times when Minato was younger. Minato too gained a smile. While he couldn't remember those times, he could more than imagine himself at 3 giving a pout. After that, the two drifted into silence, Naruto lost in thought about a time that had passed while Minato imagined a time he had lost. Neither said anything to break it for a while, at least until Minato sighed. Remove the genjutsu, Minato said. He wasn't asking. Wordlessly, Naruto did so, allowing his black hair to turn white and tweaking the illusion covering his eyes to display the purple orbs that Minato had seen last time. He knew that Minato would most likely be angry at him for not showing him. But was there any point in showing his son his relation to the Hyuga clan when he might be kicked out of the blonde's life forever? The Hokage stared at Naruto's mostly undisguised form for several moments before speaking again. I don't expect you to tell me everything about you, Naruto, said man withheld a grimace at the sound of his name from Minato's mouth. After hearing his son call him Tusan for so long, it sounded wrong, for lack of a better word, to hear his son call him by his first name. I understand that you have your secrets. I know that you have aspects about your life, things you've done, that you would like to remain buried. I have my own collection of things I'm not particularly proud of. Minato narrowed his eyes slightly at Naruto. But the fact that you hid such a major part of who you were, something that would affect my family should someone find out about it, is unacceptable. Now, unless omniscient is part of your range of abilities, the Yondaime continued, you don't know everything. You have no idea who in the world might know of who you are. Minato stopped there for a moment but added one last thing when he saw Naruto about to open his mouth. As unlikely as it is for people as strong as you to exist in this time, it is still possible. There is also the fact that they don't technically need to match you in raw power to be a threat. Minato added the words like an afterthought. My battle against Madara was proof of that. Naruto, who had been in the middle of opening his mouth, paused for a moment, a frown slowly making its way over his features. Madara, you say Minato? Naruto questioned. The Hokage nodded. Strange, I thought that the Uchiha clan recognized the original Madara Uchiha as a traitor. Why would anyone name their children after a traitor? Actually, he claimed to be the Madara Uchiha, the original. Minato informed his father. Whether he was telling the truth or not is a conversation for another time. Going back to what we were Minato. Naruto interrupted. Madara Uchiha is dead. I know that, and that's why I said he claimed to be the original Madara Uchiha. Despite being able to summon the Kyuubi and control it, we don't know if he actually was or using something like Fuinjutsu to mimic the ability. Minato told Naruto. No, you still don't understand. Minato, I killed Madara Uchiha. I electrocuted him to the point that his heart stopped, and he was lying on the floor dead. Naruto explained. For several seconds, Minato stared at Naruto with a calculating look on his face. All of the history books say that Hashirama and Madara battled it out at the Valley of the End, Madara with the Kyuubi, and Hashirama using Mokuton, and that the Shodai was the one to land the final blow on Madara. It never once mentions you being there. Minato said, his wording expressing his disbelief over something that he had grown up with as fact being untrue. Naruto released a sigh, knowing that he would have to explain. Was he a bad person for finding it difficult to tell his son the truth about himself? A student is meant to listen to their teacher, Naruto said, causing Minato's eyes to widen. When I asked for Hashirama to keep my presence a secret, he did as he was told. You trained Hashirama Senju, Minato said with shock, even after having some time to get over it. And Madara? Naruto replied, causing Minato's eyes to widen again. Look, Minato, the point is that the Uchiha you faced wasn't Madara, yet had the abilities that he had along with others. Naruto then lowers his voice slightly and stares a point on the Hokage's desk, beginning to talk mostly to himself, yet still allowing Minato to hear what he was speaking about. That infers that the person you faced was trained by Madara, because I know that his abilities weren't fakes. However, that's impossible considering he would have to over 60 years old to be trained by Madara, which he obviously was not. This only leaves the chance that Madara is alive, but I know I killed him, which means he was either brought back to life by someone or somehow brought himself back to life. But that's impossible, Minato interjected, causing his father to lift his gaze to his own. Such techniques aren't possible. The Yondaime lost confidence in his answer when Naruto didn't confirm what he said. Right? Naruto said nothing for a few moments before opening his mouth. There are many things in this world that others would pass off as superstition or fantasy, Minato. The ability to summon the Shinigami to seal something away is one. Many things in this world would corrupt those who search for them, driving people to despicable means or reasons to find and use them. The ability to raise the dead is one such thing. Naruto looked his son straight in the eye, pressing the importance of what he was saying. The dead should stay dead, Minato. They've had their time on this earth, regardless of how they died or what they did. No one should have the power to say otherwise. I understand, Minato told his father as the man looked at him with a serious gaze. Minato wouldn't lie to himself. He knew that for a second he had thought about reviving his mother, but the look on his father's face told him that such an action wouldn't be a good one. Thinking about it more, Minato realized that his father could have chosen to revive his wife at any point after the time of her death, yet chose not to. The way Naruto talked about resurrection made Minato sure that the white-haired man knew the names of at least a few, perhaps even knowing some himself despite his blatant aversion to them. The two once more descended into silence, but it was short-lived as Minato remembered their original conversation. Coughing to have Naruto's attention once again focused on solely him, Minato placed their conversation back on track. Going back to what we were originally talking about, my point is that by not telling me something as important as you being the Yoso Sannin, you put my family in danger. As unintentional as I'm sure it was, you still did it. The fact that someone might find out that you were and could possibly launch a strike against you for revenge is bad enough, but the possibility that they would strike at Kushina and Koji is worse. Minato told him. As I said before, I understand why you might not tell me straight away, but 9 months should have been more than enough time. There was a slightly tense atmosphere with Minato's words. That being said, Minato continued, a small smile coming to his face, breaking tension. I am grateful that you helped. Without you, I most likely would be trapped inside the stomach of the Shinigami instead of being able to return home to my wife and child. I know I didn't say it before, but thank you, Toussaint, for allowing me to return to my family. Naruto let a smile come to his own face, mirroring the one on Minato's. It took you going to your death to finally find out about who I was. Naruto said, that fact making the smile on his face dim a bit. Better late than never. Minato replied, his words causing the smile on Naruto's face to slowly return. So, I guess that I can stay then? Naruto asked tentatively after a few moments with no exchange of words. On one condition, Minato told him, raising a single finger. Name it. The blonde's father replied nearly instantly. I get to question you, the Hokage said. About your life, what you've done, what you can do and anything else that I can think of so long as it's not too personal or too sensitive to you. Nothing will be recorded, and no one will ever know. So long as what you say is the truth, I'm willing to put your secrecy behind us. Minato then paused for a moment before adding one last thing. Kushina will also be joining us. Naruto felt a smile come to his face at that. Share everything with Kushina, do you? Naruto asked with a bit of mirth in his voice. For the sake of my health, I have to. Minato replied, a small grin coming to his face. It would be another 10 minutes before either left the office in their own unique way, Minato flashing away while Naruto traveled through a shadow. Both headed to Minato's apartment where Naruto would be staying at once he found a new home, his old one having a hole in the wall. Unknown to either of them, they would leave several shinobi, who had been waiting outside the door to Minato's office quite frustrated. Some had wanted to speak with Minato, others with Naruto, and the rest had wanted a word with both father and son. All would leave frustrated when they entered the room after the security seals deactivated only to find it empty. They would be mildly disappointed the next day when instead of speaking with Minato in the Hokage's office, they found a Kage Bunshin. Chapter 22. It was just after breakfast that Naruto, Minato and Kushina finally managed to sit down to have the discussion that Minato was promised. Newborn, Koji, was nestled in his mother's arms, eyes closed and sleeping peacefully. There was a cot right next to the red-headed parent, but she was still lost in the bliss of being a mother for the first time, and didn't want to let her child out of her sight for more than a second. Minato had sent a Kage Bunshin to the Hokage's office in order to sign paperwork and help with the rebuilding of Konoha in order for this meeting to happen. He would probably get chewed up when he went to the office the next day by a number of people, especially for taking Naruto with him last night, or early that morning, but what most people forgot was that Konoha was a military dictatorship first and foremost. The blonde Kage didn't like to pull a rank or use his authority to muscle others around, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't use it if the situation called for it. Now the 3, for if the baby was also counted, people were seated in the Namikaze pair's living room. Minato and Kushina, who was holding Koji, were seated on a couch while Naruto took the one that was opposite them, a coffee table separating Naruto from his son, daughter-in-law and grandchild. Minato was dressed in his normal shinobi attire, which made Naruto to want to take his son shopping for clothes if to only see him in something different, and Kushina wore clothes more suited for a housewife than a shinobi. Naruto guessed that the redhead was looking to a change of occupation. Naruto was dressed in a plain white, long-sleeved kimono and long hakama pants. His disguise was off, barring the illusion over his eyes, which were shown as a purple color, and his now unconscious usage of the shikatsumiyaku, dead bone pulse, as his ability to manipulate bones was now called, to hide the horns that sprouted from his forehead. Naruto's white hair trailed down his back, pooling on the couch cushion he was sitting on. It reminded Naruto that he might need to trim his hair sometime in the future. He liked the white mane that traveled down his back, but that didn't mean that Naruto liked his hair getting tangled in between his legs when he walked. The group had only just sat down, and no one was saying a word. Naruto was waiting for his son to speak, this whole conversation having been for him. Minato was trying to find somewhere to start, all the questions that he had in his mind vanishing the moment he sat down, and Kushina was still trying to figure out what exactly was going on. Minato had only told her that Naruto wasn't who he seemed earlier in the morning, giving what he had said was an abbreviated version, while also dropping the metaphoric gamabunta on her. When she had demanded he tell her why he hadn't shared this information earlier when she had him by the ear, he had squeaked out a response of Koji just being born, wanting for her to spend time with their child without her mind on something else and bring a sleep when he came back after that ANBU member appeared in their room during the night. Having heard that it mostly wasn't her husband's fault for the withholding of information, Kushina had let the blonde go on a warning. Unfortunately, due to how recently she had received the information, she hadn't been able to sort out her own personal opinion on the matter, nor full process what Minato had told her, resulting in a rather embarrassing encounter with Naruto when the male had walked into the living room, while she had been in the kitchen, with no disguise on. She had, to her everlasting shame as a kunoichi, not recognized her husband's father for who he was and had thought the white-haired man in their house was an intruder or some kind of assassin. The effect of that meeting was her chasing Naruto around the apartment and attacking him with taijutsu while the white-haired man had tried to convince her of who he was while dodging. Only when Minato had emerged from their bedroom, where he had been getting changed, and reminded Kushina of who Naruto was had the red-headed stopped trying to clobber the white-haired man with a sheepish chuckle. "Heh," Minato said eventually, raising a hand to rub the back of his head slightly in embarrassment. "I had all of these questions I had wanted to ask you last night, but the most important one seemed to have abandoned me." "Just start with something simple, Minato," Naruto replied, "and work your way up. What you want to know will eventually come to you." "Okay," Minato said, taking a breath to calm himself from the nerves that were threatening to overwhelm him. He could ask his father almost everything. "To-san, what were the last names of your first two children?" That caught Kushina's attention, her eyes widening and snapping between Naruto and Minato, before narrowing at the latter. Next time, he was not giving her any kind of abbreviated version of a story again because apparently, that little detail wasn't important enough to tell her about. She was never going to trust Minato to tell her what was important, and what wasn't again. Minato had no idea of the thoughts going through his wife's mind and the impending doom he had just brought upon himself, so he continued without hesitation. "I couldn't help but notice that you didn't include either of their names when you told me about them, so I can only imagine that their clans are still around to this day. I want to know which ones they are." Naruto released a frustrated sigh. Hadn't he asked Minato to start with something simple? "I had hoped that you'd forgotten about that." The white-haired man rubbed his brow before looking at his son. "Do you really want to know?" Naruto asked the blonde. "My answer might change how you look at a lot of people." Even with the warnings Naruto gave, Minato still nodded his head. Staring at his son for a moment, and releasing a breath of air through his nose, Naruto spoke. "My sons' names were Mushiya Hyuga." This earned a gasp and a loud intake of breath from Kushina and Minato. "And Kazama Uzumaki." Minato's eyes widened considerably before they moved to his wife, whose mouth was parted at the information. The Hokage then quickly clamped his mouth over the redhead's mouth when he noticed her take a sharp breath, and a vain throb on her forehead that he usually associated with her building up to yell, either at him, or someone else. Kushina turned her gaze to him, but Minato placed a finger on his lips before motioning to the sleeping child in her arms that hadn't been woken by the blonde Hokage's swift movement. Kushina saw where her husband was looking and took a breath, or as much of a breath as she could with Minato's hand in front of her mouth, to calm herself down, before turning back to the blonde next to her, and giving him a nod. Seeing that his wife had gotten herself under control, Minato took his hand away from her mouth and turned back to Naruto. "You are an ancestor of both the Hyuga and Uzumaki clans?" Minato asked for confirmation, to which Naruto slowly nodded and finally released the last illusion that covered his body, showing his son his eyes. The Hokage felt his eyes narrow slightly at the sight of the eye but said nothing. His father had told him and hadn't tried to put him off asking this question. That was all he could really ask for. "I would have preferred for you to not have any knowledge about this, Minato," Naruto told his son. The elemental sage pressed his lips together. "It will change how you look at people, even how you look at Kushina." Naruto raised a hand to prevent Minato's impending interruption. "Don't even try to say that it won't, because we both know you're lying. Knowing that you both share similar blood does change your view on her. You wonder how strong your relation to her is." I'll admit that, yes, I do wonder how strongly Kushina is related to me. Minato replied. He then placed a hand on Kushina's shoulder, the Uzumaki woman shuffling slightly, becoming nervous at her husband's words. But regardless of your answer, it won't change anything. Incestuous relationships aren't uncommon among the shinobi clans, so I don't see why the two of us can't be together. The Uzumaki woman relaxed at the blonde's words, taking a hand away from her sleeping son to place it on top of the one on her shoulder. Don't worry either way, Naruto said, a faint smile coming to his face at the display of love from his son. My connection to Kushina is most likely incredibly small. It's been a long time since my son created his clan, long enough to wear out any connection that I may have to any Uzumaki presently alive. Minato gave a nod while Kushina relaxed further, feeling that her relationship with the blonde Kage was secured. Kushina had been worried for several moments. She was completely fine with incest, growing up with a few aunts and uncles that were in an incestuous relationship. But that didn't mean that Naruto was fine with it, and she hadn't known Minato's opinion on the matter till moments ago. There was also the fact that an incestuous relationship between them might have been detrimental to the health of Koji, or any other child they might have. Among clans with a bloodline or special ability, it was generally believed that inbreeding strengthened the possibility of said ability appearing, though not the potency of the ability itself. Kushina's own clan knew this as fact. Several tests on the blood of children from incestuous relationships and others from not said so, but if this was the same for other bloodline clans wasn't known. The rest were all quite stingy when it came to giving up their blood for whatever purpose. Kushina then frowned as a thought came to her mind. Minato saw this and asked what was wrong. Kushina replied with, I just realized that I might be related to Hayashi team. Minato gave a chuckle at Kushina's words, which caused her frown to turn into a pout at the actions of her husband, while Naruto gave them both a questioning look, not understanding who they were talking about. Just because he lived in the same village as the two for several months didn't mean that he knew who all of their friends were. Minato saw this look. Remember Hitomi, the woman you met with Kushina? She had dark hair and the Byakugan like you. Hayashi is her husband and the head of the Hyuga clan. The man is a bit strict, but he does have a tender side for his wife. I believe that she's also having a child, in maybe a month or two, actually. Minato informed his father. Doesn't show any tender side to me. Kushina grumbled under her breath, being careful to not wake her child. That's because you dumped a bowl of ramen over his head. Minato deadpanned to his wife while remembering the event with amusement. It was 2 years ago, and he was the one who said that I needed to go back to the academy to learn manners because I ate like an undomesticated pig. Kushina quoted the man. It wasn't her fault. To be fair, Minato continued, you did eat 3 large bowls of ramen in under 30 seconds right in front of him. The redhead turned, looked her husband in the eye and gave him an irritated look to let him know that he was stepping on rocky ground. I had just come back from a mission, Kushina grouched. And whose side are you on? She asked. No one's, Minato hastily assured her. Yours, I swear. He corrected himself when she narrowed her eyes at his first answer. There was another silence as Kushina stared at Minato for several moments, trying to determine the authenticity of his answer, before she turned back to Koji, giving his head small strokes with her hand. Minato seemed to release a small breath when his wife turned away, looking towards his incredibly amused father. I'm glad you enjoyed the show, Minato said with faux irritation, the smile on his face giving him away. Didn't feel like helping me? Naruto gave a chuckle. I spend enough time with Minami to know which battle should be fought, and when it was every man for himself, Naruto told his son. And that battle was one of the latter. Thank you for such wisdom too, San. The sarcasm in Minato's voice wasn't lost on any of those who heard it. A sudden intake of breath was heard from Kushina that caused both men's gazes to snap to her. The Uzumaki's head had snapped straight before it turned to look directly at Naruto. She blinked once before turning to Minato. Minato, could you hold Koji for a second? She asked her husband, moving the sleeping child closer to his father. Of course, Kushina, the Hokage said, taking the child from his mother's arms and giving him a small rock. But what's wrong? Why did you gasp? Kushina didn't reply. She simply turned to Naruto, walked towards his seated position on the couch, making him feel slightly uncomfortable by the way she was acting, before she bent over and wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him into a hug. For a few seconds, Naruto didn't know what to do, but slowly moved his arms around her back and gave her an awkward pat. Thank you? He heard her whisper into his ear. It sounded really heartfelt, almost like she was crying. Thank you? Kushina, Naruto asked after giving her one last pat. What's wrong? He looked to Minato, but the man just shrugged and continued to hold his son. Kushina eventually pulled back with a sniff, wiping her red eyes with one hand before she answered. I just remembered. The Uzumaki clan. Kushina explained. You saved them during the Second Shinobi War. You saved my mother, grandfather and brother, alone with my other clansmen. If you hadn't interfered, they would have most likely died. The redhead gave Naruto another smile before hugging him again. Thank you for saving them. That's alright, Kushina. Naruto replied, returning the gesture of affection, the uneasy feeling from before vanishing now that he knew why the Uzumaki woman was hugging him. There's no need to thank me. But I will anyway, Kushina said to him, pulling away once more. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, Naruto. She gave him one last smile before standing back up and moving back towards her original seat on the couch opposite. When she was seated, Minato handed her back their son when she motioned for him to do so, albeit hesitantly. He'd gotten used to holding his cute child. Turning to look at his father, Minato spoke, wanting to get the conversation back on its original track. Going back to the conversation, Tusan, what is it that you used to conceal your features? I know it's not a regular genjutsu because I would have been able to detect it affecting my own senses and would have broken it on instinct, but I didn't know you had one covering you, even with all of the time we spent together. What I used was incredibly similar to the genjutsu that shinobi use. Naruto answered his son after a moment to formulate his response. Despite actually falling into ninjutsu category, what I employed to trick you was something called koton, light release. Minato blinked at the name, having never heard of that particular nature transformation, Kushina doing the same. Seeing their blank looks, Naruto gave a basic overview of the ability. Koton allows the user to manipulate, as the name suggests, light. This includes using light as attack soar. Naruto trailed off and gave a pointed look at his son, telling him to fill in the gaps. It didn't take long for Minato to figure out where his father's words were heading. Illusions. He finished. This light release, you used it to manipulate the light around your hair and eyes in order to seemingly change their color. But Minato frowned for a moment, seemingly thinking of a problem before realization washed over his face. You channeled chakra through your hair and eyes, you didn't coat them like a regular genjutsu would, so even if someone placed their hand directly on your hair they wouldn't be able to feel anything strange, other than perhaps your chakra, but it would be incredibly hard to detect the, I'm assuming, small amounts of chakra that is used to create the illusions. The proud smile on Naruto's face from Minato's deductions couldn't be masked. You figured it out, Minato, congratulations. That's hardly an accomplishment, Tusan. Minato said modestly. You would have told me had I not figured it out. And yet you're the first one I haven't had to explain it to. Naruto countered with a smile that Minato returned, leaving out the fact that he was only one he had explained it to. Moving on, Minato said after a bit. The next few questions are things I want to know from your past, but before I do ask you them, is there anything you want to tell me, or is there anything you've told me before that have parts left out because you were hiding who you were? The blonde asked. Naruto gave a slow nod in response. Yes, actually, Naruto told his son. However, this isn't so much about me as it is about you, Minato. Said Meo frowned at that answer. Me? He questioned, leaning forward slightly. What does this have to do with me? It has to do with how you escaped from the shinobi that took your mother and sister. Naruto explained, his voice tinged with sadness when he spoke about his wife and daughter, Minato. Naruto continued. While I don't know this for certain, I believe that you have a Kekkei Genkai. There was a silence that covered the room as both parents tried to digest what they had just been told, Minato more so than Kushina. The blonde was resting his head on his hands and thinking about what his father had said critically. Naruto wouldn't say something this as a joke, and there was evidence to suggest the possibility of having a Kekkei Genkai. His original dual chakra natures of wind and lightning must be the components for the bloodline ability, though Minato didn't know what two made. I always suspect you had one ever since you were born, Naruto continued. However, with my little knowledge about how my own abilities were passed on to my children, I didn't know if you had a bloodline ability, the control over your chakra that I had, or something different altogether. But after hearing about your own side of the story, I know that it wasn't my chakra control that you received. I believe that, instead, you gained the Jintan chakra nature. Naruto told his son before adding a clarification. Swift release. It is completely possible that I have a bloodline. Minato said after a few seconds to think over the information he received. Considering what you have been said to do, it's more possible. Can you give me a basic overview of the abilities of Jintan? Minato asked, wanting to know more about his supposed bloodline. Jintan, at the core, is the ability to make yourself move faster than those around you. Naruto explained. Not just speed-wise, your metabolism, reaction time and perception of the world around you, all that and more can be accelerated. What makes you think that I have swift release? Minato questioned. I can see how you believe it is. The ability to increase one's speed would explain how I traveled from the border of the Land of Rain to such a small distance from Konoha. But there are several holes in that. 1. I don't know what the date was that I ran away, so I don't know the time between when I ran and when I was found. It could have been days or weeks. Secondly, it doesn't explain how I knocked all those trees over, or how I lost my memory. You don't think that I wouldn't have thought about all that? Naruto queried with a raised eyebrow. I've had some months to develop this theory. You don't think I wouldn't have noticed those holes and thought up different scenarios to fill each of them? Minato released a small cough into his hand before blushing slightly. Sorry, continued Toussaint. As a testament to Minato's ability to keep calm, he didn't stutter at all. Thank you. The small smile on Naruto's face at his son's embarrassment didn't fade. First of all, when you first went missing, I checked everywhere, extending my senses out to their maximum ability without making my power felt across the elemental nations. I didn't sense anyone around for kilometers. Naruto didn't show any outward movement that gave the impression that he was lying. There is no way that you could have traveled further than that naturally as a child. I believe that in your terror at the situation, you accidentally began to produce Jin-Un chakra which you unconsciously pumped into your legs. The effect of this, Naruto continued, was that you unknowingly began using one of the parts of Jintan, the ability to accelerate one's natural speed. Now because of you had no previous training in using Jintan, you didn't know of one of the downsides to using it, specifically when increasing your speed. Naruto's words seemed to enrapture the couple before him. Minato was leaning in, eager to hear more about the bloodline while Kushina was moving forward slightly as well. In order to be able to comprehend what you see when increasing your speed, your brain must also be sped up. You didn't know this, and so didn't channel any chakra to brain for it to increase its perception. You most likely saw just a blur when you were using your bloodline, your mind not fast enough to process what it saw without aid. From there, Naruto explained, I can only guess that you somehow managed to dodge trees in spite of your lack of vision until you crashed somewhere in Konoha, most likely into a tree from what you said. The knock to the head made you lose almost any kind of memory before that, and you wake up in Konoha Hospital sometime later. Naruto ended his explanation there and allowed Minato time to digest what he'd said. That certainly fits. Minato commented. I wouldn't have activated since because I didn't know it existed, but what about subconsciously? I have been scared before, admittedly not on the level I would have been at such a young age, but I have been scared. How come my bloodline hasn't activated then? The Hokage's question was answered with another. In roughly the same circumstances though? Naruto then answered both his own and his son's question. No, I doubt you would have. To be able to use your bloodline, consciously or otherwise, Minato, would require you to need a specific, and strong, kind of need, at least when you first start off using it. When you begin to use Jintan more frequently, you will eventually recognize and memorize the feeling you get when you channel the chakra and begin to call upon it at will. Naruto shook his head. Getting back on track, your fear when you were younger was that need. You were running away. Naturally you want to move faster to escape your pursuer. You want more speed. Your chakra provides in the form of Jintan. Naruto stopped speaking for a moment, adopting a thinking pose for a second before continuing. You may have unknowingly used Jintan minutely while in a taijutsu spar. You may have wanted to move quicker for a split second, or react faster. It's possible that you may have used Jintan in that kind of situation. It was then that Minato took up his own thinking pose, narrowing his eyes slightly as he stared at a random spot on the coffee table directly in front of him. I can think of a few times when that's happened, Minato said eventually, focusing on remembering specific memories. There have been several times when I was sparring with Jiraiya-sensei as a genin, moments when I wished to move just that little bit faster to take advantage of an opening he usually purposefully left. Many of the times this happened, I would always get this sudden burst of speed. Jiraiya-sensei always assumed that I was channeling regular chakra into my limbs to increase my speed. But you didn't agree? Naruto asked curiously. No, Minato responded. I never could replicate that increase in speed consciously. And as I got older with less people to challenge me, my work with the Haraishin technique and the Rasengan, I forgot about it altogether. The Hokage actually seemed a bit embarrassed to admit that he'd let those memories slip his mind. It doesn't matter that you forgot Minato, I'm not going to take offense to it. Naruto addressed his son's embarrassment. Because I'll teach you how to properly use Jintan. A sudden nervousness seemed to take over Naruto, the white-haired man realizing his assumption. I mean, if you want to, I know that being Hokage, fixing the village and spending time with Kushina and Koji won't leave you with a lot of time, and then you might just want to relax so dash. Naruto's nervous rant was interrupted by a chuckle from Minato. Yes, Toussaint, the man said with a smile. I'd love to learn under you. Though it may have to wait a while. Minato's hand reached over and lightly squeezed a part of his wife's thigh, looking her in the eye as he did so. I'd like to spend some uninterrupted time with Kushina and Koji after this is all over. Kushina gave a smile back to her husband and carefully shifted a hand free from holding her son in her arms to place it over the top of the blonde's hand resting on her leg. Unfortunately, Kushina's movement was enough to wake Koji moments after it had happened, the baby opening its eyes for a moment before it scrunched them back up again and began to wail, wriggling around as much as it could wrapped up in a blanket. Kushina looked down at her child and began to coo at the little boy. Oh, aren't you just the cutest? Yes you are, you're the most beautiful little boy in the whole wide world, my baby. The Uzumaki continued to talk in the baby voice that all mothers instinctively knew for a few more minutes before she suddenly froze and slowly looked towards the smiling father and son duo. If either of you breathe a word about what you just saw to anyone, there will be 2 less men in the village, Databane. Kushina didn't scream or shout the words because it would only serve to upset her son, so she had instead chosen to say in such a calm, cool and collected way that it made her appear more serious about her threat than raising her voice ever could. The Uzumaki lady got an intense amount of satisfaction when Minato's smile suddenly became slightly forced, and he shuffled around slightly, seemingly restraining the urge to cross his legs. Unfortunately for Kushina, Naruto didn't make such a movement, though she did see his smile become strained for a moment. I hope I scared Naruto enough. I do have a reputation as a badass to uphold. The Uzumaki thought. Oh well, Kushina internally mused as she got up and moved towards her shared bedroom with Minato, giving the father and son some privacy while she breastfed her child. There's always next time, he is part of this family after all. The smile that appeared on her face would send shivers down the spines of anyone who had seen it. Too bad no one did. Back in the living room, Minato looked to his father after watching his wife leave the immediate area. Well, the blonde said, clearing his throat. I want to wait a while before I begin any training, Toussaint. As you said before, the village still needs extensive repairs and I can't just send a Kage Bunshin to do all my work for me. It's my duty to lead this village, not my clones. The only reason I could send one today was on the grounds that I was interrogating for information, but I can't always use that excuse. Naruto gave his son a smile. He might not know what kind of pressure that Minato was under, having the mantle of Hokage on his shoulders, but that didn't mean he understood responsibility his son was probably feeling for the village. It's okay, Naruto told his son. Take as much time as you need, there isn't a shortage of that. I don't plan on leaving anytime soon. Minato returned his father's expression, the look thanking the older man for his understanding. Is there anything else that you wanted to tell me? Minato asked his father, who shook his head. There is something that I want to tell you, but that can wait until later. Should I tell you now, you most likely won't get through the rest of your questions. Minato only gave a nod to his parents' words, accepting that he would have to wait to find out what he was talking about. Well, in that case, my next question would be if you're mentioned anywhere in history? Minato's question, while seemingly innocent in nature, nearly made Naruto wince, his mind immediately thinking of the less-than-perfect moments in his long life. I mean, Minato continued, unaware of his father's thoughts. Considering how long you've lived, I think that you would have made 1 or 2 contributions to the state of the world today. Naruto thought over that question from his son for over a minute before responding. He had significantly influenced what the world looked like today. He doubted that the Jubi would have decided to share its chakra or something similar if he and Hagoromo had failed to defeat it. Then there was the depression he spiraled into after the death of his brother and sons, the poisons he had created, the deaths he indirectly led to. Remembering back to those dark times, Naruto could only feel shame at himself for committing such acts. The white-haired man would like to think that he was a better person because of it. However, he'd like to think that, had he known what he knew now, experienced what he had, that he wouldn't carry out those kinds of destructive actions once more. Though the more dark things that he'd committed didn't come without their lighter counterparts, he'd spent several decades after those years of depression reversing the damage he'd caused as a traveling doctor. The moniker he'd been gifted at that age by the people he'd helped was still spread around to this day, as a kind of folk tale, even if the false name he'd given during then had been washed away by time. There were then the other things he did, the dictators he'd silently overthrown, the villages he'd subtly protected against bandits, and the people he'd helped without their knowledge. There were many things Naruto had done on the sly, but very rarely, until recent times, had he taken the spotlight on the world stage. Truthfully, Naruto felt that should he truly come into the light, revealing all of who he was, all of what he could do, that he would eventually find himself in a position of supreme power of the entirety of the elemental nations, either through religious or military means. He wasn't blind to the effects that his eternal youth had on him besides the physical ones, the slowly building belief of superiority, that his knowledge and his wisdom should be what led the world to a new golden age. It was actually thanks to the Biju that he noticed it before it was too late, having seen their slowly increasing belief of the inferiority of regular human beings when compared to themselves. He managed to snap himself out his ignorant thinking. He was still human, not matter how much it might not seem like it. At his core, he was just like every other person in the elemental nations, albeit far more powerful. It was that similar kind of thinking, that kind of belief of his own superiority that reminded him of his mother, which was the main reason why he had ignored the spotlight of the world. The possibility that he might become the person his mother was during her final moments was a horrible thought. Kaguya had seen the worst in humanity, seeing them as a disease, vermin, something to be eradicated. Her views of humanity saw them as unworthy to wield something as pure as chakra, and it was that kind of view that Naruto was afraid of accidentally picking up. "Tu-san," Minato's voice sounded, knocking Naruto out of his thoughts. "Tu-san, are you alright?" Looking towards his son, wondering when he looked away, Naruto saw a concerned expression on the Hokage's face. "You phased out for a moment, Tu-san. I didn't know whether to be worried or not." Naruto shook his head and waved off his son's concern. "Don't worry, Minato," Naruto told him. "It's been a while since I've had to remember so far back," Naruto admitted with a chuckle. "I just got lost in the memories." The concerned expression faded from Minato's face once his father told him he was okay. "Alright then, I assume though that you have been mentioned 1 or 2 times in history?" Minato questioned with Naruto giving a nod of his head in confirmation. "There have been a couple of times," Naruto told his son. There was no way that he was mentioning anything before his depression. Everything else, however, was fair game. "I once traveled around the world as a doctor healing whoever I could, everywhere from edges of the land of wind to the islands of the land of water." The last breathing Otsutsuki paused for a moment, his mind digging up memories he hadn't remembered in a while. "From the poor to the rich, daimyo to peasants, I healed what people I could. I only stopped when several different sides tried to forcefully procure my services. I didn't necessarily stop healing, but I did stop broadcasting my skills publicly. After that," Naruto continued, "I mostly stayed out of the foreground of the world, taking a more backseat role, only coming to the forefront when I felt it necessary in order to prevent disaster. The past century or so is the most I've been active in a long time." The last sentence was added as an afterthought. "Did you ever take up healing full-time again?" Minato inquired. "Once more, Minato," Naruto replied. "I tried once more, perhaps a century, maybe 2, after my original travels," admitted the white-haired man. "Unfortunately, I was forced to stop shortly after I began. A few shinobi clans, all eager to gain a powerful healer for their many conflicts, staged attacks on different villages hoping to lure me out where they would then capture me and force me to work for them." Naruto withheld a grimace at the thought of the memory. "As they predicted, I immediately rushed to one of the villages, hoping to help. When I got there, all there were burning buildings and the smell of rotting and burning flesh. I only found out what they had done after I killed off those participating in the ambush they had planned for me, and took a look inside one of the buildings. They killed the entire population of the village before placing all of their bodies inside of the village's structures before setting them alight." Minato's expression twisted to one of disgust at the knowledge of what those people had done. "It took 2 more similar incidents before I realized that I couldn't continue without causing more suffering than I could prevent, so I stopped." Naruto's face developed a solemn look. "It took another 3 villages burning before the clans finally stopped their bait attempts." I've never done something similar for fear of the same thing happening again, though it didn't stop me from healing those that have needed it where I could. I'm sure Tsunade would love to hear about your experience if she could. Minato mused after Naruto finished speaking. She is a medic after all. The white-haired man shifted slightly, remembering his goddaughter, knowing that his son might like to know that tidbit of information. The movement wasn't slight enough, however, because Minato spotted the minute action. Have something to say? He questioned expectantly. Naruto stayed silent, his uncomfortable expression telling Minato all he needed to know. You have some sort of relationship with Tsunade, don't you? When Naruto said nothing, Minato spoke again, a deadpan expression on his face. No, please, don't rush to tell me. I'm Tsunade's godfather, Naruto said eventually. The Hokage said nothing at first. In fact, he didn't say anything for a full minute, and when he did, it certainly wasn't what Naruto was expecting. You're telling her that, right after we finish our conversation? Minato wasn't asking. What? Naruto asked, slightly incredulous. You heard me, Minato told his father. You'll be telling her who you are. No, absolutely not, the white-haired man replied, rejecting the idea completely. Tsunade is your goddaughter, the yondaime interrupted, his voice and tone hard. That makes her part of your family. She has almost no else besides you left as family. Tusan, she blames Konoha for her problems and was willing to leave her aging mother in order to escape the pain being here inflicted on her. You, as her godfather, have a duty to look after her when either her parents die or are unable to take care of her themselves, and seeing as one of her parents is dead and other is now an elderly woman, the take falls to you. Minato's voice was stern and his opinion on the matter clear. No, Tsunade is a grown woman, she can make choices for herself. Naruto protested against his son. But his son protested right back. Even if they are poor ones? He questioned rhetorically. You were made her godfather for a reason against my will, might I add. Naruto interjected, earning a frown from his son. Why don't you want to tell her? Minato asked finally, after a tense silence. There has to be a reason for this reluctance to telling her who you are. Minato paused for a moment. It isn't the same reason why you didn't tell me, is it? No. Naruto denied. No, it has nothing to do with that. Then what is it? The Hokage questioned again, earning a frustrated sigh from his father. There isn't any reason, Minato. Naruto told the blonde seated opposite him. I just don't want to tell her. Give me one good reason why you shouldn't, and I'll drop the subject. Minato proposed to the man before him. She could tell someone. Naruto replied simply, but Minato shook his head. Incredibly unlikely. She's an S-rank shinobi, and a jonin. Tsunade wouldn't have gotten that rank had she not been able to keep secrets, even under torture. The Hokage answered. She'll most likely tell Jiraiya. Naruto told his son. Granted, yes, there is a chance that she could do that. For a moment, Naruto thought he'd won. But you should really tell him too, considering that you are living here and did train them when they were younger. We'll be returning to that later, Naruto said with a sigh at his son's words. But going back to Tsunade, as you said, she's emotionally unstable. Naruto countered, but Minato retorted with his own rebuttal. I never said that. I said that she held Konoha responsible for the death of the majority of her family. That's misplaced accusations, not a sign of mental instability. Naruto released a sigh and felt his head drop to stare at the floor beneath his feet. He really had no room to stand on. There wasn't even a real reason why he didn't want Tsunade to know who he was, he just wanted to keep who he was, or at least the majority of it, a secret. She'll punch me really hard in the face when she finds out, Naruto said with resignation to his fate. He was really starting to regret teaching Tsunade how to enhance her strength. I need a better reason than that, Tusan, Minato replied with a small grin on his face. Naruto just released another breath before looking back towards his son. Okay, I can understand Tsunade, Naruto began. But why Jiraiya too? Isn't Tsunade enough? Because I was serious about what I said regarding your interaction with the village, Minato told him. I want you to talk with more people, get up more, socialize. Before I could handle it considering that I didn't know if what you hadn't told me prevented you from interacting, but now that I know otherwise, I want to see you speaking with others. That still doesn't exactly answer why I need to tell Jiraiya and Tsunade about who I am, Naruto remarked, feeling a spike of irritation at where this conversation. I want you to tell them because I feel that it would help you connect with them more. Minato explained. I won't expect you to tell everyone, Kakashi and such don't need to know, but Tsunade and Jiraiya-sensei already do. You're not technically telling them anything new, only allowing them to see you without your disguise. There was a pause in the conversation as the Hokage went at the issue from another angle to try and get his father's agreement on the matter. Look, he said. People are going to wonder why the father of their Hokage is so reclusive and will investigate. Spies may be more willing to capture you as leverage against me if they think that your lack of contact with people makes you an easy target. What are you talking about, Minato? Naruto questioned. Half the village doesn't know about me. Why should I care about if they think I'm reclusive or not? Slight annoyance was creeping into Naruto's tone now. It was public knowledge that Naruto was Minato's father, but this information wasn't spread around. It was one of those things that you just had to know about. Because, Minato began to explain once more. The whole village will know after I make an announcement. What announcement? The white-haired man asked, a small frown coming to his face, not having a clue about what his son was talking about. I'm going to have to make a speech to the village, Tusan, Minato replied. The village was attacked by the Kyuubi. Significant damage to the village was dealt. Orochimaru was also killed when he tried to defect. I'll need to talk to the public about what happened in order to quell a possible riot, the Hokage clarified. The people, or the shinobi who saw you act against Orochimaru, will want to know how took him down. Orochimaru was a powerful shinobi, Tusan. For someone to kill him is no easy feat, and by now, people will know it wasn't Jiraiya-sensei or Tsunade. Both would have denied. My plan, Minato continued, is to tell the people about how you killed Orochimaru with swift release after a tough fight. The Yondaime then elaborated on how explaining this would help. This allows you train me about my bloodline with far more ease than if we did this behind the backs of most of the village. Minato neglected to mention that if he did this that it would make him an impossible target for spies. His ability to increase his speed to phenomenal levels would allow him to fight back to a degree should someone attack him, far better than he would if he was restricted to hand-to-hand combat. Can't you just use a clone or something to take your place while I train you? Naruto asked while rubbing his head, this conversation having gone on for far too long for his liking. You're doing it right now. I could technically, Minato said to his father, frowning slightly. After the village is once more stable, but it's the principle of what I'm doing that's the matter. I was elected as Hokage Tusan, I can't neglect that responsibility. The people of Konoha chose me for a reason, I need to live up to their expectations, and leaving a Kage Bunshin to do all of my work isn't it? I'll admit, Minato said honestly, that I've left a clone to take care of my work while I take Kushina out on a date or something similar, but I always make up for it by working hard the next day. I can't do that if I'm training with you for what I assume would be a majority of each day. Naruto raised his arms in the air for a second before dropping them back down in a display that spoke of disbelief. Then how would we train anyway? Naruto asked disbelievingly, the volume of his voice rising slightly. Considering that you don't get any days free of being Hokage, even if we did tell the public, we still wouldn't be able to because you would count it as negligence. No, I wouldn't. The Yondaime countered. As Hokage, I'm able to take some time to train and better myself so long as it doesn't overtake the administrative duties of my position. Minato explained to his father, his voice becoming louder along with the tone of the white-haired man seated opposite him. Why can't we just do that without telling the village who I am? Naruto argued, quite loudly, you could just say that you're going out to better yourself, and then I'd meet you at a training ground and I'd instruct you in how to use Jinchūriki in secret. And as I told you before, the Hokage retorted, it's the principle of the matter, I'd be lying to my village, the village I was elected to protect, something that my conscience doesn't agree with. But shinobi lie all the time. Naruto protested against his son's reasons. Not for the reasons that you want me to, Minato replied, getting more and more frustrated with his father, the volume of his voice reflecting that frustration. Shinobi lie to protect details, deceive enemies, and in rare cases, for the good of the village, but you can bet in none of those cases did a shinobi lie to their entire village on a whole. Someone higher up would always know the truth. What his father was asking him to do was, essentially, write up a false report and file it as an official document in the village he led. That didn't make one a shinobi, that made them a traitor. Before Naruto could reply, the cry of a child began to echo throughout the apartment. The sound of Koji's loud voice broke both men from the anger that was clouding their visions. The two realizing that the dispute they had with one another had risen to a level that neither of them wanted and inadvertently woke in the previously slumbering child. Soon, however, the cry of a child was then joined by the sound of an incredibly irritated woman. "Oh, I don't care who started, but if one of you doesn't finish it, I will databane." Neither of the two men needed any indication as to who the owner of that voice was. Each of the two took several deep, calming breaths of air to help rein in any stray emotions. As they did so, they could hear Kushina slowly quieting Koji, the small baby's yelling becoming softer and softer until it stopped altogether. "I've spent years, Minato," Naruto began softly, breaking the minute-long silence that had developed between them after they had both calmed their tempers. "Being alone, years keeping what secrets I have from being known to the rest of the world. You can't expect me to become so public and be content with it." Staring his son in the eye, Minato doing the same, Naruto continued. "I can deal with people knowing about a disguise. It puts a barrier between them and myself that makes me feel more comfortable. What you plan to do with Jiraiya and Tsunade, and with the village to a lesser extent, takes away too many barriers too fast." Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath before opening them again. "I've told you and Kushina as much as I have because you're family. It's easier around you, but the rest of the village isn't family, not to me. That being said," Naruto spoke, "allow me some time. I know that what you plan to do doesn't truly expose me in any way that I should be uncomfortable, but it's still more than I'd like. Give me time to adjust and we'll see." Minato was quiet for several moments before he opened his mouth to respond to his father. "First off, I'd like to apologize," Minato said sincerely. "I didn't take into account how you'd feel and what I planned to do, and that's my mistake. I'm sorry too, San." Naruto gave his son a smile to show that there were no hard feelings, and Minato resumed speaking. "I have a great duty to my village, being Hokage, and I sometimes let that duty blind me to things in plain view. I'll endeavor not to let that happen again." The yondaime paused from speaking before he began again more hesitantly than before. "Now that we've cooled, I'd like to take the chance to say that I won't make this announcement straight away. It will take time to repair several buildings and sections of wall that were destroyed by both the Kyuubi and Orochimaru. It could even be months before I make a speech, so you will have some time to adjust before anything is set in stone. I'm sorry again if I made you feel like you were pressured into doing anything." Minato apologized again. "I just don't want you to remain cooped up in your apartment." Here, the Hokage paused from speaking for a moment to mumble to himself. "I'll have to make sure that building is fixed." The leader of Konoha then continued speaking normally. "I thought that if you told people about a little about who you are, you might be more willing to talk to them on a daily basis. I only want what's best for you too, San." Minato sighed. Naruto gave a sigh of his own. It's times like these that he wished Minami was here. She'd know what to say to cheer Minato up or resolve the situation. The blonde had always known what to do regarding her son. All Naruto could do was take random stabs in the dark to help his child. "I'll tell Jiraiya and Tsunade." Naruto relented, causing his son's gaze to snap to him from where it had been drifting down to look at the table in between them. "Just them. If I find myself comfortable with that, then we'll talk about telling the village about your bloodline." The smile that made its way to Minato's face told the white-haired man that he'd done the right thing regarding his son, but a small part of his mind asked him if it was the right thing to do by himself. Naruto dismissed that small, whispering voice, focusing on the look on his son's face that brought warmth to his heart, and made his own face mirror it. "Well, Minato coughed suddenly. "Now that's sorted, there are some other questions that I'd like to ask you." Naruto raised an eyebrow, not at what his son had said, but at the small red blush that made its way across his son's cheeks. "Yes?" Naruto said, gesturing for his son to continue. Well, I just want to ask." Minato spoke, messing up his speech slightly and stuttering the most that Naruto had ever heard him do in one sentence. "What was it like to train Hashirama Senju?" The Hokage blurted out, before a rose, slightly larger blush than before, blossomed across his cheeks, causing Naruto to chuckle. This, in turn, caused Minato's blush of embarrassment to spread further across his face. "Sorry," Minato managed to say after forcing the burning in his cheeks to recede. "The Shodai Hokage and yourself were always my idols when I was genin. I'd hear stories about your actions during the first Shinobi War, and I'd always strive to emulate your strength. I've been told about Hashirama Dano's ability with Mokutan and his passion for the will of fire, and about your own skills with different elemental natures, but well, with you sitting right here, I'd like to hear it from the source. If you'd be willing to tell me," Minato added, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Naruto couldn't withhold the slight smile that came to his face at his son's embarrassment, not that he was trying. While a part of the white-haired man was saddened that Minato was interested in several parts of his recent history that he was less than pleased about his own involvement in, Naruto could tell that his son was clearly fascinated about knowing about his adventures with Hashirama and what happened during them. So, it was with a smile on his face that Naruto began to talk about his experiences with the first Hokage. It would be 4 hours later that Naruto would finally finish answering all of Minato's questions about his experiences in the recent past, mostly concerning his interaction with one of the co-founders of Konoha. Kushina had returned to the room roughly an hour earlier, carrying a still sleeping Koji with her. The Uzumaki woman was still incredibly reluctant to part with her son. And then I dumped him in the river. Served the brat right. Naruto finished his story about the time when Hashirama had questioned why he was named after a ramen topping. The punishment he had given to the, then, child had been one that made him flinch at its mention as an adult. Naruto remembered that Mito was very happy when she found out about that little fact, telling him in a rare time when the two were alone that she found it easier to prevent him doing something stupid. Minato and Kushina had both chuckled at his story, Kushina more than Minato. The tomboy getting the most out of the punishment he dished out, due to her experiences at the Konoha Academy when the children had teased her hair. The redhead was careful to make sure that she didn't accidentally wake her son with her sniggering Naruto's story, though either male thought she'd mind another chance to coo about how adorable her son looked when he cried. When the laughter died down, Naruto spoke once more. I think that's enough about Hashirama for today. I've reached my tolerance for how much of him I can remember at one time. Naruto said jokingly, earning a small chortle from his son. Is there anything else you'd like to know, Minato? The Hokage shook his head. Nothing that can't be asked another day, Tsusan. He replied before asking a question of his own to his father. What was it that you wanted to tell me earlier? You said to wait until I'd finished asking questions? Minato inquired, wondering what his father would say. Minato, I can give you your memories back. Naruto revealed, causing Minato's eyes widen and his mouth open slightly at the news. Beside her husband, Kushina sucked in a soft breath and shifted her eyes to the man next to her, a building feeling of concern coming to the forefront of her chest. Being as close as she was to Minato, Kushina knew how much the blonde wished he could remember his childhood, not just to be able to recall his mother's face, or even of his younger sisters, but to be able to look back and have a clear, pure view of his family, to remember something that wasn't marred or scarred. Minato's relationship with his father was irreparably damaged. Both the father and son knew this, and Kushina did too. It would never be what it could have been. Naruto and Minato will never have the kind of connection that they would have if Minato hadn't gone missing. It was forever out of their grasp thanks to their separation. A part of Kushina was actually thankful this happened, and she hated that facet of herself for every moment that she did. Without their separation, she wouldn't have met Minato as he was now. He would be different. He wouldn't be the same kind, smart, honest and dense man that she loved. He might be similar, but not the same. Banishing those thoughts from her mind, Kushina focused back to the present. Minato had seemed to have composed himself a bit while she had been lost in thought, though the redhead could clearly see the loosening and tensing muscles in his cheeks that spoke of his nervousness, but also his anticipation. You're not making some kind of joke? Minato asked, weariness coming into play in his tone. He knew Naruto wouldn't make light of something like this. It wasn't in his father's personality. But even so, one could never be too careful. Naruto shook his head. No, he responded. I can give you back your memories if you want them. The process will render you unconscious for a couple of hours, however, while your brain sorts through the rediscovered memories. Naruto told his son. Seeing the slight doubt lingering in his son's eyes, Naruto spoke again to remove it. Minato, he said in a softer voice than before. I promise that I can make your memories return. How? Minato questioned, his weariness slowly fading, replaced by curiosity after a few moments of silence. How can you return to me what several Yamanaka couldn't? I don't mean to doubt your abilities, Minato quickly assured his father, seeing how his words might be misinterpreted. But the Yamanaka clan is renowned for their knowledge of physiology and the mind. I can't imagine anyone else knowing something they don't. Minato finished sheepishly, having realized that he may have insulted Naruto slightly, but the man just gave a slight chuckle. There are many things in this world, Minato, no one can know them all. To know everything is to be omnipotent, and there never has nor will be someone who could bear the burden of being omnipotent. That's why it's left to the gods," Naruto advised his son, imparting some wisdom to the blonde. "The Yamanaka clan could use what I will be doing to you 800 or so years ago, but they abandoned these techniques in favor of less powerful ones that costed less chakra to use. I don't know why, but I believe it was to make themselves more useful in a fight, as well as less vulnerable, during a time when they had a small amount of friends and many enemies. Trying to perform the technique that I will be using on you would drain any Yamanaka in the village after a few uses," the white-haired man explained. "Could they still use these techniques today, if you showed them?" the Hokage inquired. Minato realized that he might have chosen the wrong choice of words when Naruto's eyes narrowed at him before relaxing. Before he could answer, though, Minato's eyes widened slightly and he spoke, somewhat hesitantly. "Two-san, how old are you exactly?" The Hokage had remembered his father saying something about millennia. Kushina gained an inquisitive look on her face, though it was tinged with apprehension at the answer. A devious smile appeared on Naruto's face. "Old enough, Minato, old enough." Naruto's face then lost its devious look, though Minato could still spot amusement in those eyes. "As for the Yamanaka clan, I don't know, Minato, possibly, but due to the fact that they haven't rediscovered your memories yet, I'd say they've either lost the ability or the techniques themselves," Naruto answered. "Moving on though, do you want me to restore your memories?" Minato had a moment's hesitation before he turned to look at his wife. The Uzumaki woman only gave the blonde a smile that spoke more than words could to him. The yondaime then turned back to his father and nodded his head in acceptance. "Yes, I'm ready too, San," the Hokage responded. Naruto returned his son's nod with one of his own and an encouraging smile, before he stood up from his position on the couch and moved around the coffee table that separated himself from his son. Minato also rotated his body to face his father, as the white-haired man knelt to make what he was about to do easier on himself, leaving both parent-child duo on a level with each other. "Okay, Minato, if the Yamanaka are half as good as you make them out to be, then I'm sure you know that your mind must be relaxed to make this easier on both of us." When Minato shook his head in affirmative, Naruto continued speaking, raising a hand to press it lightly on his forehead. The father of Minato idly noted Kushina straining to look over her husband's shoulder to get a better vantage point for what was about to happen. "Good, now breath. In. Out." The Hokage did so, closing his eyes to relax the tenseness in his body about what was going to happen. Just as he felt like he was about to enter a state of meditation, Minato heard a small gasp of surprise from his wife. On reflex at hearing the surprised intake of breath, Minato snapped his eyes open, only find himself staring into glowing purple orbs, the eyes of his father wrapped in a near-violet color. "Shit-ton, mind release," he heard the owner of the eyes whisper. A sudden stinging sensation appeared around his forehead was all Minato felt before the memories hit him like a speeding summon. When Minato awoke next, he found himself lying in the bed he recognized as the one he shared with Kushina, and the room he also shared with his son, an empty crib in the corner of the room. A plushie of a toad was resting in the cot instead. Instead of getting up and perhaps going to check on his wife and son, Minato simply laid in the bed, unmoving, the rise and fall of his chest and blinking eyes giving the only indication of his status as living. He could remember. He could remember his mother's face, her smiling face leaning over him as she kissed him good night. Her smiling face tickling his belly while his father helped, both laughing along with his own childish giggles. He could remember his mother consoling him when he fell down once and scraped his knee. But the one thing that stood out was that he could remember her voice, whispering in his ear as he slowly drifted off to sleep. The words the main focus of his mind. "I love you, Minato-kun." Minato didn't feel the tears begin to streak their way down the side of his face as those words replayed themselves over and over in his head. Even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. Because for the first time in 20 years, he knew that his mother loved him.